Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. In a penthouse above the streets of 𝐼, Izuku Midoriya lit his e-cigarette while holding a glass of vodka in the other hand. The music blared behind him as he stood on the balcony, smiling at the city he had grown up in. He reminisced about his journey, from receiving his quirk at the age of 4 to navigating through elementary, middle, and high school, now at 18, reflecting on all his first experiences. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. It was his childhood friend, Luis, who had a quirk called Bullseye, allowing him to throw anything with perfect accuracy, though he could only target up to 3 people at a time. Alongside him was Hitoshi Shinso, the transfer student with the brainwash quirk, enabling him to take control of someone who responded to him. While many viewed his quirk as villainous, Izuku saw beyond that and befriended him, appreciating his talent for hilarious pranks. Next was Naomi Baker, Izuku's former girlfriend, who possessed the shapeshift quirk, allowing her to transform any body part into various items, primarily for combat. However, if she lost a limb, it would take 2 weeks to regenerate. She had once lost her leg due to a shark attack. Lastly, there was Winston Lee, Izuku's high school rival, whose quirk, more pain more gain, made him stronger the more he was hurt, though his skin was fragile and his bones easily breakable. Despite this, he had once gone toe-to-toe with a much stronger villain for an hour before a pro-hero intervened. Winston had a deep admiration for All Might. Izuku responded to Luis, explaining that he was enjoying some fresh air. Luis remarked on the party's greatness, and they exchanged playful banter about their friend Cherry's wealth. As the conversation continued, Winston challenged Izuku to a fight on the helipad, insisting it was to the death. Izuku found the idea absurd, suggesting they head to the gym instead. Winston, in a drunken state, fell asleep on the nearest couch, prompting Izuku to express gratitude to his friends for their antics. As they reminisced about their best and worst memories, the music continued to play. Izuku, feeling somewhat tipsy, stumbled onto the helipad, laughing at the freedom of being away from responsibilities. He declared it was a great time to be alive and impulsively jumped off the roof. His friends gasped, but he quickly reappeared, laughing joyfully. Izuku's quirk, Zodiac, allowed him to choose any animal from the zodiac, each granting unique abilities without weaknesses. However, he could only safely use 3 at a time, and overusing them would weaken him. Currently, he was utilizing the Zodiac Dragon, which enabled him to fly and breathe fire. He had also trained extensively in various martial arts and acrobatics. As he landed, a bearkin flew past him, and he ducked, teasing Luis about the missed throw. Naomi attempted to strike him with a kendo stick, but he evaded her, landing gracefully and playfully taunting her. Hitoshi, seeing the chaos, advised Izuku to drink some water and splash his face before waiting at the entrance. After following Hitoshi's advice, Izuku was instructed to get the car. It was only when they were almost at Izuku's residence that Hitoshi turned off his quirk, causing Izuku to momentarily lose his bearings. Hitoshi reassured him, explaining that he was in his rental car and dropping him off at home. They discussed their college plans, with Izuku considering New Horizon Academy for business courses before transitioning to a hero course. Suddenly, an explosion from Midori Industries sent Hitoshi's car flipping over. Izuku opened his eyes to the unsettling warmth of blood trickling down his face, the reality of the situation quickly sobering him. He crawled out of the overturned vehicle, grunting in pain as he navigated through the broken glass. Standing up, he looked in horror at the burning building before him and sprinted toward the entrance, determined to uncover what had happened. He looked around. People were unconscious. Izuku saw a woman trapped under a marble column. Activating his quirk, he transformed, calling upon the Zodiac Ox. He ran to the woman and began lifting the column, pushing it away to reveal her crushed legs. As she coughed, she managed to ask who he was. Izuku smiled and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, saying he was there to save her. He asked her what had happened. The woman, leaning against the front desk and coughing up blood, explained that she had been on the phone with her husband, waiting for her ride when she heard a loud boom. A man had reassured her that it was okay, but then a second boom came, and she passed out. Izuku told her to stay put, as EMTs and professionals would arrive soon. He then darted for the stairs, activating his quirk again, transforming into the Zodiac tiger. He raced up to the 50th floor, dashed through a door, and down a carpeted hall until he reached two large oak doors. Pushing them open, he called out for his father but received no answer. After a moment of thought, his emerald eyes lit up with realization. He needed to get to the lab. He quickly scanned a directory and found that it was on the 30th floor. Moving with haste, he raced down the stairs, using his agility to hop down 2 floors at a time. As he sprinted down the cold blue hallway, he noticed smoke billowing from a doorway. A metal door had been blown into the wall with tremendous force. When he entered the room engulfed in flames and thick black smoke, he spotted a man in an evergreen suit with unkempt black hair and a smooth-shaven face. It was his father, and he appeared to be in serious trouble, suffering from severe burns and a piece of scrap metal embedded in his side. Izuku moved closer, whispering to himself in disbelief at the sight. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he called out for his father. The black-haired man coughed and groaned, acknowledging his son with a weak greeting. Izuku smiled through his tears, remarking on how his father was cracking jokes despite his condition. Hisashi, with a faint smile, replied that even on death's doorstep, a father must always smile for his child. Izuku's tears flowed freely now, but he insisted that his father stop talking like this. Hisashi reassured him that he shouldn't blame himself for what had happened. Izuku protested, insisting that the great Hisashi Midoriya wouldn't just give up. Hisashi smiled sadly, explaining that he was coming to terms with his fate. Izuku pressed for details on what had happened. Hisashi explained that it was a freak accident. One of the subatomic packs had become unstable due to an error during tinkering, resulting in the first blast that had killed the head inventor and triggered a chain reaction. Izuku felt a surge of determination, thinking he had to do something. Standing up, he resolved to remove the metal impaling his father, but Hisashi interrupted him, groaning in pain. Izuku hesitated, realizing the danger of his actions. He knelt beside his father, hearing sirens in the distance. He spoke with hope, telling Hisashi that help was on the way. Hisashi, exhausted, acknowledged the sound but closed his eyes, prompting Izuku to gently flick him awake, insisting he couldn't rest until he was healthy. Moments later, 2 police officers, a firefighter, and 3 EMTs arrived to escort them out. Izuku and Shinso were checked by a female EMT while sitting at the back of the ambulance. Izuku had gauze wrapped around his arm and head to stop the bleeding, while Shinso was treated for a minor concussion. Meanwhile, the woman Izuku had saved and his father were taken to the hospital. A police officer offered to drive Izuku there, leaving Shinso behind with a wrecked car and head trauma. Later at the hospital, a nurse informed Izuku that his father had gone into cardiac arrest during the ambulance ride. This news worried him, but the nurse reassured him that they had managed to revive Hisashi. Izuku sighed with relief, knowing he had to wait for hours. He fidgeted anxiously, feeling as if dread was looming over him. Eventually, he noticed a man in gray slacks and a black t-shirt beneath a bright white coat, wearing a somber expression. Izuku approached him, hopeful, and asked how his father was doing. His hope shattered when the doctor delivered the devastating news. Despite their efforts, Hisashi had gone back into cardiac arrest, and this time, he wouldn't come back. Izuku was heartbroken. His father, the man he admired and aspired to be like, was gone. He asked if he could say his goodbyes, and the doctor nodded, leading him to his father's final resting place. A blanket covered Hisashi's head, signifying that he was gone for good. The doctor excused himself, leaving Izuku alone in the quiet of the hospital morgue. Izuku walked to the body of his deceased father and grabbed a chair, sitting down. He reflected on his childhood, acknowledging that he had been an unruly kid, though he felt he had matured somewhat. He understood that his father had struggled to balance work and family, often feeling like a terrible parent for not being around enough. Despite this, Izuku cherished the friendships he had formed, not due to wealth, but because of his genuine care for people. He expressed his sadness at times, believing that his father's work meant more to him than their relationship. However, he recognized his father's efforts and the affection he had shown through gifts and support. Izuku accepted that fate had dealt them a difficult hand, but he was strong enough to face it. He felt a deep love for his father and chose not to say goodbye, but rather, see you later. After leaving the hospital, Izuku walked through the cold corridors until he reached the outside. He checked his phone, noting the time was 6:55 a.m. on Sunday, June. Looking up, he saw the orange light of dawn peeking through the skyscrapers and decided it was time to head home for some much-needed rest. After a well-deserved break, Izuku found himself standing in front of the towering 50-story building of Midori Industries. Dressed in black cargo briefs, an undershirt, a black hoodie, boots, and leather gloves, he wore a black surgical mask. Ensuring the coast was clear, he activated his quirk softly, saying, "Zodiac Dragon." He bent his knees and leaped into the air, feeling weightless as he flew to the top of his father's company. Searching for an access point, he spotted a vent that seemed to fit his lean yet muscular frame. Using his quirk again, he whispered, "Zodiac Snake," tasting the air and sniffing it. He unscrewed the vent cover and crawled inside, moving like a snake. Upon reaching the lab, he dropped from the vent, landing softly. As he regained his form, he remarked on the peculiarity of his ability and began sifting through the remnants of the lab. After a thorough search, he discovered a card beneath some soot. Brushing it off to reveal a number, 395-516, he dialed the number, adding a 1 for long distance, and waited as it rang. A gruff voice answered, asking for his name and who he wanted dead. Taken aback, Izuku hesitated before responding. The voice continued, explaining that they were hired killers, offering services for those wanting to eliminate troublesome individuals. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the implications. He confirmed his suspicions with one name, Hisashi Midoriya. The voice on the other end informed him that someone had already requested his father and that the job had been completed the previous night. Izuku's heart sank. They had killed his father, a man dedicated to helping others through his inventions. When he expressed his ignorance of the news, the voice remained evasive, refusing to disclose who had made the request. Frustrated but determined, Izuku inquired about their headquarters, wanting to confront the individual responsible. The voice revealed they were located in Tokyo, Japan, before abruptly ending the call. Izuku smirked, vowing to find them and make them pay. He pocketed the card and left for his father's office. Once inside, he sat at his father's glass desk and began hacking into his computer. He discovered blueprints and contacts, including notable figures like David Shield and Toshinori Yagi. As he dug deeper, he stumbled upon a name from 2035, listed only as 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐷. Confused, he voiced his questions about who 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐷 was and what his father had been involved in. After erasing all traces of his presence on the computer, he left the office, feeling a mix of anger and determination. Back home, Izuku opened his eyes to the blue sky visible through his ceiling skylight. He sat up, feeling the silk sheets around him, and reached for his e-cigarette. After standing up to grab some juice and prepare breakfast, he checked his phone, noting it was 10:15 a.m. on Monday, June. He turned on some music to wake himself up while cooking. Realizing he was still naked, he quickly made breakfast, plated it, and then took a shower. After dressing in a forest green dress shirt and blackish blue jeans, topped with a purple and green checkered belt and lemon yellow high tops, he reheated his meal and sat down to eat while watching anime. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. He got up, paused his show, and went to the door. A woman in a dark gray suit with reddish-orange hair stood outside. She smiled and he smiled back. She asked if he was Izuku Midoriya, and he nodded, inviting her in. After he closed the door, he gestured to the couch, and they both sat down. He spoke, curious about her visit. She explained that she was there to discuss his father's will, as he was the only child. Izuku nodded, listening intently. She placed her briefcase on the obsidian coffee table and continued, explaining that when a parent passes away, the child inherits whatever the parent has decided to leave behind, depending on the strength of their relationship. She revealed that a letter had been written in secrecy by his father and suggested he open it. Izuku took the letter from her. As he opened it, he read, "Dear Izuku, my son, if you are reading this, then you know I have passed on. I didn't get to spend much time with you, but know that the time I did have with you was cherished and remembered every day. I also know I didn't say it enough, but I love you and am proud to be the father of such a naturally gifted boy. Your confidence, charisma, and unwavering spirit to improve, even when inspired by me or All Might, motivated me to never hesitate or fear failure. I have seen you stumble time and again, yet you always picked yourself up, dusted yourself off, and tried again. I have no doubt you will become an amazing man, hero, husband, and eventually a father. Whoever becomes your partner will love you for all that you are, including your faults, just as your mother did with me. You deserve a happy life, and I hope you take this as a thank you and a job well done. Your loving dad, Hisashi M." As Izuku finished reading, tears welled in his eyes as he clutched the paper tightly to his heart. The realization that his father was gone hit him. The woman offered him a tissue as he composed himself and wiped away the remaining tears. He apologized and she smiled, reassuring him that it was okay to cry in front of others. She then began to read off the list of things his father had left him. Mr. Izuku Midoriya, as of Monday, June 11th, Mr. Hisashi Midoriya has left in your possession Mr. Hisashi's private jet, 5 premium sports cars, 2 custom-made motorcycles, keys to his summer vacation home in Switzerland, and his accumulated net worth of $569,852. 70. Izuku was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. The woman smiled, acknowledging that it was a lot for someone his age, but not surprising given his family's background. Izuku stammered, overwhelmed by the amount. The woman tried to suppress a laugh at his reaction and suggested he take his time figuring out what to do with the money. As he walked her to the door, she turned to him, saying his father was a great man and that she was sure he would be too. Suddenly, there was a whoosh and the woman's neck was struck, blood spilling as she fell sideways, lifeless. Izuku's face twisted in horror as he felt a surge of anger and sorrow. He turned to see a figure rushing toward him, wielding what looked like sharpened kunai. The assailant threw a kunai, and Izuku ducked, rolling back into his house. The killer stepped inside, announcing himself as Double Take. Izuku responded, asking what he wanted. The killer replied that he wanted Izuku's blood. Izuku quipped that it wasn't for sale and threw his empty plate at the attacker. The killer dodged, but that was the plan. Izuku landed a heavy right hook, asking for a name. Double Take introduced himself, explaining that his quirk allowed him to teleport by throwing kunai. Izuku backflipped, but Double Take teleported, slicing his stomach. Realizing the assassin was skilled, Izuku thought about how he must have trained extensively. He then offered Double Take a large sum of money to spare his life, but the killer scoffed at the idea, expressing his disdain for the wealthy. Izuku questioned why Double Take had killed the woman, insisting she had done nothing wrong. The killer accused him of being like all the other rich people who mistreat women. Izuku defended himself, stating that they barely knew each other. With the conversation reaching a standstill, Double Take lunged at Izuku. He jumped back as the killer threw his blade, teleporting to slice at him again. Izuku missed a punch but dodged a knife slash, kicking Double Take in the shin. The killer stumbled back, giving Izuku the chance to land a solid uppercut. As he fought, Izuku considered Double Take's teleportation method. He noticed the killer always held the kunai when he teleported. If he could make Double Take throw one, he could land a hit when the killer reappeared. Izuku rolled back as Double Take threw one of his blades. In a swift motion, Izuku transitioned into a handstand, catching the blade between his feet. Unbeknownst to Double Take, who was teleporting, Izuku sprang into action. As Double Take finished his teleportation, he was met with a powerful crane kick from Sakura, lightning flashing in Izuku's eyes. He twisted both of Double Take's wrists, forcing him to drop his weapons. Izuku then unleashed a series of attacks known as Lilac Fury. He headbutted Double Take, lunged forward, and planted his elbow into Double Take's left ribs. A flurry of strikes followed, elbows, palms, and knuckles, culminating in a powerful kick to Double Take's gut. Izuku then executed a front flip, bringing his leg down on the back of Double Take's skull with an impressive axe kick, slamming his face into the crimson-stained limestone floor. Just then, a familiar deep voice broke through the tension. Izuku stood between his kitchen and living room, an assassin incapacitated on the floor, bleeding from large cuts on his body. His penthouse door swung open to reveal his friend Hitoshi, holding a case of beer in one hand and a chai latte in the other, his grayish-purple eyes wide with surprise. Hitoshi questioned what had happened. Izuku glanced at his friend and requested him to call the police and tie up the assassin. Hitoshi sighed, setting his things down, while Izuku headed to the bathroom. He removed his shirt and gently dabbed hydrogen peroxide on his cuts, feeling the cold sting as he wrapped his wounds in gauze. Emerging from the bathroom, he found the assassin's hands zip-tied and his kunai resting on the obsidian coffee table. Hitoshi, sipping his latte, informed him that the police were on their way and that he had covered the deceased woman with a blanket. Izuku thanked Hitoshi and began to explain the situation. He recounted how the woman had come to discuss his father's will, and as she was leaving, her throat was suddenly slit by Double Take. Izuku pointed at him and mentioned that he had attempted to negotiate but to no avail, revealing Double Take's vendetta against the wealthy. He clarified that he hadn't used his quirk, opting instead to confront him with his fists. Before he could finish, a heavy male voice interrupted. An officer introduced himself as Officer Smith, announcing the presence of a body. The police arrived, their boots echoing as they approached the lifeless woman. One officer bent down to examine her, while the other noticed the two boys chatting casually. He drew his gun, instructing them to keep their hands up and avoid sudden movements. Izuku and Hitoshi complied, raising their hands. The officer recognized the zip-tied man as Double Take, a notorious villain wanted for the deaths of many wealthy individuals. He glanced back at the boys, noticing Izuku's wounds, with bandages stained crimson. The officer holstered his weapon, apologizing and allowing them to lower their hands. He inquired who had called in the incident. Hitoshi pointed at Izuku, stating that he was the one who made the call. The officer then asked Izuku to recount the events. Sighing, Izuku explained everything once more, including his conversation with the killer. He expressed his belief that someone wanted him dead now that his father was gone. Officer Reynolds, whose name tag was visible, suggested that they might need to place Izuku in protective custody. Izuku firmly stated that he could protect himself and intended to leave the state for his father's homeland, Tokyo, Japan. Hitoshi's eyes widened at this revelation. Officer Reynolds responded that if that was the case, they would leave Izuku to his own devices but would reach out if they needed further information. Izuku nodded as the officers and coroner departed, leaving Shinso and Izuku alone in the house. Izuku suggested that Hitoshi make himself comfortable while he cleaned up the BLD. After getting a mop and bucket with bleach, he mopped the limestone-tiled floor, watching the mop change from off-white to pink as it soaked up the remnants of a recent struggle. After washing the mop in the shower and observing the pink water swirl down the drain, he walked out, and his phone rang. He picked it up while heading into the kitchen. Naomi was on the line, and he could sense her concern. She asked why he seemed upset, and he explained that he had been mourning alone. He felt the need to reassure her, acknowledging that he still worried her. She insisted she was fine and suggested they talk more later when she and the others arrived. He agreed and ended the call, reflecting on their complicated feelings for each other. Hitoshi, sitting nearby, commented on their lingering emotions, noting how cute it was that they still held feelings for one another. He then asked if Izuku would be attending UA University alongside him. Izuku replied that it wouldn't bother him, but Toshi countered that it would actually bother him quite a bit. Izuku teased him about being too gloomy for his liking, and they exchanged playful banter as they settled in to watch a movie. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink, orange, and bluish-purple, Izuku poured more gin into his glass. A knock on the black metal door interrupted them. He stood up and looked through the peephole, spotting an auburn-haired girl in a dark green turtleneck sweater with a cat-shaped cutout, accompanied by a guy in a gray basketball jersey and another with bubblegum pink hair in a leather jacket. Izuku opened the door, greeting them warmly. They all settled in, and Hitoshi turned on the movie Venom. As they became engrossed, Winston chimed in, imagining what it would be like to have a quirk like that. They all agreed that such power would require someone pure of heart, given the chaos the villain caused in the film. After the movie, Izuku asked Winston about rumors of him attending 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Academy. Winston confirmed the news, and they joked about it. As the night wore on, Izuku gathered everyone's attention and made an announcement. He shared that he would be leaving the States for his own protection after a recent attack in his home. He would be attending UA University in Tokyo, Japan, alongside Shinso. They raised their glasses for a toast to the end of high school and the beginning of adulthood. As the friends clinked their glasses together, Naomi suddenly panicked, realizing their flight was soon. Winston hurriedly gathered his belongings, and they bid farewell to Izuku and Hitoshi. Once the door closed behind them, the remaining friends chatted a bit longer before Hitoshi announced it was time for bed, as he had an early flight. Luis thanked him for the ride home, and Izuku waved them off from the couch. After tidying up, Izuku prepared for bed, feeling the weight of the upcoming changes in his life. In the following days, he booked a flight to Tokyo for Friday and spent time with Luis before packing. He learned he would be living in a co-ed dormitory, which didn't concern him. He was friendly and charming, as many would say. That night, Luis called, inviting Izuku to a high-end club for one last night in the States. Izuku agreed, thinking of it as a way to unwind before his big move. They arrived at a building with an orange neon sign reading, "The Foxhole." After greeting the bouncer, they entered, and Izuku was taken aback by the lively atmosphere filled with music and dancing. At their table, an elf girl approached them, introducing herself as Christina and taking their drink orders. As the night progressed, the energy intensified, and Izuku found himself enjoying the attention from the performers. He felt a rush of excitement as the atmosphere enveloped him, reminiscing about his past relationships and the changes that lay ahead. He said goodnight to Luis and left, then went to the back where Zoe was waiting by her car. She drove them to her apartment, and as soon as they were through her door, Izuku pushed her against the wall, kissing her passionately. She was unbuttoning his shirt while he took hers off. She wrapped her arms and legs around him, and he carried her to her room, shutting the bedroom door behind them. Izuku woke up and realized this wasn't his bed. He got up, put on his clothes, and went to the kitchen. He glanced at the clock on the stove, which read 9:30, and noticed a note on the table. It read, "Morning hottie, I left for my day job. I hope to see you again in the future. I made eggs and bacon. 𝐒𝐬, your foxy girl Zoe." Izuku ate the breakfast she made and recalled what Zoe had told him the night before. He remembered lying there, catching his breath, when he noticed Zoe crying. Alarmed, he asked if she was all right or if he had hurt her. She shook her head and shared her story about wanting to be a hero but being held back by her parents. After a fight with them, she had been homeless for 2 years. When she found a job at a club, she hesitated but accepted it when the manager offered her an advance. It helped pay the bills, but she felt objectified. She pointed out that Izuku was the first person she had brought home, and he comforted her as their instincts took over once more. After finishing his breakfast, Izuku found a pen and sticky note and wrote a message. He expressed his understanding of the unfairness of the world and shared a lesson in heroism. When someone looks like they need help, always offer it, even if they say they don't need it. He instructed her to check her bedside drawer for a token of appreciation and encouraged her to live her dream. He thanked her for the breakfast and signed it as her new friend, Izuku. Izuku stuck the note to her fridge, opened a window, said, "Zodiac Dragon," and jumped out, floating as he flew to the nearest bank. After using the ATM, he returned to her apartment and left the money in her bedside drawer. He then locked the door with a spare key and placed it in a potted plant before leaving and catching a taxi back. Once home, Izuku headed to the bathroom to shower, washing off the sweat and dirt. He brushed his teeth and changed into a black form-fitting t-shirt with a red dress shirt over it, along with slim-fit walnut brown jeans, white socks, and baby blue high-top Converse. Checking the time, he saw it was 11:15, and he felt he had plenty of time. For the next few hours, he double and triple-checked that he had everything before sitting down to watch TV. As noon struck, he made himself lunch and a glass of juice. He called for an airport taxi and brought his luggage down, listening to music while waiting. Soon, The cab arrived, and he loaded his bags before heading to the airport. By the time he arrived, it was 12. He paid the driver and rushed inside. At the airport, he ran to the desk, showed his boarding pass and plane ticket, and learned that Gate C would open in 10 minutes. Relieved, he waited by the gate, tapping his foot to the beat of his music. 10 minutes later, an announcement came over the intercom, stating that Gate C was now boarding. Since he was right beside the gate, he was practically first in line. He showed his items to security and walked onto the plane. After an hour of waiting, the plane finally took off. Izuku mostly slept, read manga and books, or listened to music before falling back asleep. Meanwhile, after a tiring shift, Zoe opened her door and trudged in, throwing her purse on the table. She stretched and opened the fridge to grab a bottle of beer. Standing back up, she noticed the note, took it off the fridge, and read it. Puzzled, she walked to her room, placed the beer on the bedside table, and opened the drawer. Moving some items around, she found a stack of assorted dollar bills. As she read the amount, her eyes widened in disbelief. There was $500. She fell to her knees, understanding the note's meaning, and broke down in tears, repeatedly thanking him. Izuku woke up to sunlight shining on his face. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he looked out the window and saw a brightly lit city, thinking to himself, "Morning to you too, Tokyo." A few hours later, they were landing, and once the plane arrived at Fukuyama Airport, he waited for his luggage to appear, noticing the air felt thicker. Finally, his luggage arrived. He grabbed it and took another taxi to the Five Hearts Hotel in the Dagoba district. As he arrived at the grand 90-story hotel, he paid his driver, took out his luggage, and walked inside. Izuku was impressed by the architecture and took it all in before approaching the front desk. The receptionist greeted him and asked if he was there to book a room or if he had one set up. Izuku responded that he had a reservation under his name. The woman checked and confirmed that he was booked in the penthouse suite until April 3rd. She expressed that it was quite a while, and Izuku nodded, explaining that he would be attending UA after that. The receptionist noted that it was a tough university to get into and wished him well. She handed him his room key and he thanked her, promising to give the hotel a great rating after his stay. As he left, he glanced at her name tag, which read Ms. Izumi. Izuku carried his luggage up to his penthouse suite, opened the door, and stepped inside. He thought to himself that this would be his new home for the rest of the month. It felt familiar, as if he had never left. Although it was still morning, he was feeling seriously jet-lagged, so he decided to take a nap. He removed his shoes and socks, then his red shirt followed by his black one, crawled into the soft, cool bed, and quickly fell asleep. Izuku had a unique ability that allowed him to channel the strengths of various animals, each for a limited time. The powers he could access included the ability to fly and breathe fire, superhuman strength, enhanced agility, and other remarkable traits. However, he could only use 3 animal abilities in a day, and there was a recovery PRD before he could use them again. When he finally woke up at 6 p.m., he took a shower, unpacked, and got dressed. He put on a gray t-shirt and a sunny yellow hoodie adorned with pink lightning bolts on the arms, paired with charcoal jeans that had red kanji for the word warrior stitched into the thigh. He completed his outfit with white Air Force Ones and decided to explore the town. Grabbing his phone, wallet, and key card for his room, he plugged in his music and started listening to The Day by Porno Graffiti. As he walked out of the elevator, he air-drummed to the beat while heading toward the glass revolving door. He spotted a restaurant, went inside, and ordered some deep-fried shrimp and a bottle of sake. Strolling down the sidewalk, he observed the lively atmosphere, including some people enjoying their evening. He made his way to the train station and traveled from Dagoba to Hosu, then to Kamina Ward, and finally to Kiyoshi Ward District. On his first night, he explored various districts in Tokyo before heading back home. While walking back to his hotel, someone stepped in front of him, pointing a hand in a gun shape. The man demanded Izuku's phone, watch, and cash. Izuku questioned the mugger's intentions, challenging him with a confident tone. The mugger, irritated by Izuku's response, threatened him. Unfazed, Izuku decided to take action. With a swift roundhouse kick, he sent the mugger crashing into the wall, leaving him stunned. Shaking his head at the situation, Izuku walked back home. Upon entering, he waved at his sister Izumi and headed up to his room. He placed his bag down and pulled out a few bottles of sake, soju, gin, rum, and soda. After mixing himself a rum and coke, he settled in to watch Thor: Ragnarok before going to bed. The next day, Izuku woke up at noon, still adjusting to the time difference. He got up, showered, and dressed in a white t-shirt, a blue black and white plaid dress shirt, and black slim-fit jeans, complemented by white ankle socks and red high tops. He made his way to the Kiyoshi Ward Mall. Once there, he ordered lunch since he had skipped breakfast. After eating, he went shopping at Heroes, where he found a 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬 figurine, an Endeavor hoodie, and an Ingenium figure, all of which he eagerly purchased. Next, he visited a streetwear store called D15C0R6, where he picked up a pair of jeans, 2 polos, 2 snapbacks, a few shirts, some sweats, and paint-splattered canvas boots. After paying for those items, he headed to Men's Best, where he bought 2 suits, a burgundy one and a pine tree green one, along with 2 leather jackets, a casual one and an all-might racing jacket. Finally, he stopped by the Moonstone Cafe to grab a sandwich and iced tea before heading home, taking the quickest route through the parking garage. A woman with an orange ponytail, wearing a yellow top and denim shorts, walks to her car with shopping bags. She suddenly realizes that a man in a trench coat has been following her, someone she has seen multiple times that day. Turning around, she firmly asserts that he should stop following her or she will call for help. The man, with a smirk, tries to charm her, but she stands her ground, declaring that she won't go anywhere with him. Frustrated, the man mutters about college girls wanting attention but only from the right kind of guy. He threatens her, but she remains defiant. As he lunges forward, she kicks him in the shin and jumps back, narrowly avoiding a slash that grazes her thigh. Nearby, Izuku, hiding behind a pillar, realizes he should be prepared for villains as he aspires to be a hero. He decides to call for help, assist the woman, and confront the villain. With determination, he sets down his bags and charges toward the threat. The villain, distracted, doesn't notice him at first. Izuku attempts a roundhouse kick, but the villain retaliates, slicing his ankle and causing him to stumble. The villain mocks Izuku, but he remains resolute, stating that heroes save people, even strangers. The woman looks at him with concern, and he feels a surge of determination. The villain, angered by her attention to Izuku, lashes out, injuring her further. Izuku is filled with rage at the sight of the woman suffering at the hands of this man. He declares that he will not stand for this kind of behavior and charges at the villain, delivering a powerful drop kick. The villain blocks the attack but is pushed back. Izuku quickly regains his footing and adopts a fighting stance. The villain lunges, but Izuku ducks and counters with a jab to the gut. The villain gasps, but retaliates, slashing Izuku's chest. Despite the pain, Izuku presses on, determined to protect the woman. As the fight intensifies, Izuku feels the sting of the villain's attacks but refuses to give up. He channels his anger and frustration, transforming into a more powerful version of himself. With newfound strength, he kicks the villain hard, sending him flying. The villain scrambles to get back up, but Izuku is already upon him, tearing into the villain with fierce determination. The battle rages on, with Izuku using his agility and strength to counter the villain's attacks. He dodges and weaves, landing powerful strikes that leave the villain reeling. With each blow, Izuku grows more confident, declaring his victory with each transformation he undergoes. Finally, with a decisive move, Izuku grabs the villain's arms and delivers a powerful kick, disarming him. The villain, in pain and disbelief, threatens Izuku, but he stands firm, ready to finish the fight. With one final uppercut, he sends the villain crashing down, ensuring that he can no longer harm anyone. Izuku stands tall, knowing he has protected the woman and upheld his duty as a hero. Physically spent, he inhaled and exhaled quickly as he turned and knelt in front of the woman. He asked if she was all right, expressing concern for her well-being. She responded with a hint of sarcasm, questioning his own condition and mentioning how she thought he was going to die. He reassured her that heroes never quit until the innocent are safe. She advised him to take care of himself, noting that he would worry someone. Complimenting her beauty, he learned her name was 𝐒𝐮𝐬 𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. She blushed and asked for his name, to which he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. After the police and paramedics arrived, Kendo expressed her gratitude, using colorful language to emphasize how close she had come to danger. Once patched up, Izuku prepared to head home, but Kendo insisted on offering him a ride, feeling guilty for putting him in danger. Despite his initial refusal, he was swayed by her pleading expression and agreed to let her take him home. As they drove, Kendo asked about his age. Izuku replied that he was 18, and when she expressed annoyance at his inquiry, he shrugged it off, claiming he didn't mind asking. She pouted, revealing that she was also 18 and apologizing for her moodiness. Izuku understood, sharing that he had experienced similar situations with a past girlfriend. They discussed their high school experiences, and Kendo learned that Izuku had moved from the States. Curious about her future, Izuku asked where she planned to attend university. Kendo mentioned applying to UA, and Izuku revealed that he was doing the same, explaining that he had come to Japan to escape a dangerous situation back in America. Kendo was intrigued and inquired about his background. Izuku explained that his name carried significant weight due to his wealthy family, revealing that he was worth a considerable sum because of his father's success as an industrial mogul. He shared his longing to become a hero, emphasizing that he wanted to make people feel safe and help those in need. Kendo admired his determination, and as they approached her destination, she offered to keep in touch. Izuku agreed and added her contact information to his phone before they parted ways. After watching Kendo drive off, Izuku entered the hotel, greeted by Ms. Izumi, who noticed his cheerful demeanor. He mentioned making a new friend as he headed to the elevator. Later, while exploring Dagobah, he traveled to Tatooine and encountered a crowd gathered around a villain wreaking havoc at Tatooine Station. He observed a pro-hero attempting to manage the situation and was impressed by the newly debuted hero, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who was preparing to capture the villain. Suddenly, a female hero, 𝐿, made a dramatic entrance, defeating the villain with a powerful kick. Izuku was amazed and expressed his admiration, prompting a nearby man to comment on his enthusiasm for heroes. Izuku acknowledged his interest in heroes and their quirks, sharing his habit of keeping notes on them. As 𝐿 downplayed her actions, Izuku quietly expressed his disdain for the attention-seeking individuals around them. Izuku noticed 𝐒𝐮𝐬 struggling with jealousy, thinking it must be difficult when someone else takes the spotlight. Later, as Izuku walked and jotted down notes about 𝐿, he accidentally bumped into someone. He turned around to see an ash-blonde guy with explosive hair shouting at him, expressing his frustration. Izuku quickly apologized, acknowledging his mistake. The angry blonde, after a dismissive remark, turned away and walked off. Izuku figured the guy might just be having a bad day. Continuing his walk, Izuku stopped to find some music to listen to. He glanced to his side and spotted a traditional-looking middle school. As he compared the building to those he had seen in manga and anime, he noticed a boy, around 15, standing on the guardrail. Suddenly, the boy jumped, and Izuku's heart raced. He called upon his quirk, Zodiac Dragon, and flew to catch the falling boy, grabbing him by the collar and landing safely back on the roof. Once on solid ground, the boy, tears in his eyes, asked why Izuku had saved him. Izuku replied that a true hero would always save someone in peril. The boy looked up, acknowledging Izuku as a hero. Izuku humbly corrected him, stating he still needed to earn his hero license. Curious, he asked the boy why he had tried to jump off the roof. The boy, Hisashi Midoriya, introduced himself and shared his dream of becoming a hero, despite feeling quirkless and unsupported by others. Izuku encouraged Hisashi, telling him that just because others didn't believe in him didn't mean he should give up. He urged Hisashi to train hard, learn to fight, and embrace his quirklessness as a badge of honor. If he put in the effort, Izuku had no doubt he could become an excellent hero. Hisashi's eyes sparkled with hope as he expressed his gratitude for Izuku's belief in him. He promised to follow Izuku's advice and train diligently. Izuku reassured Hisashi that it was okay to show emotions and encouraged him to head home before his mother worried. As Hisashi left, Izuku leaned on the rail, feeling fulfilled for having turned despair into hope. He then jumped off the roof, flying down with a smile, and began his journey home, music playing in his ears. The orange sky transitioned to navy blue as he walked through the streets, passing bars, food carts, and various shops. As night fell, the streetlights illuminated the surroundings with a purple hue. Izuku observed the graffiti-covered walls and littered sidewalks, noticing the adult store and women waiting on corners in revealing outfits. He found himself in a red-light district, a place filled with undesirable elements. Keeping his gaze forward, he walked until he encountered a group of 5 girls. Earlier, the girls had been walking home, chatting and unaware of their surroundings. They were friends from high school, each with distinct appearances. One had a chestnut-brown bob and permanent blush on her cheeks, another had spiky black hair and onyx eyes, while a third girl had pink skin and hair with striking yellow irises. The last 2 had green hair, one with an unexpressive face, and the last was invisible but identifiable by her body shape. As they walked, a male voice interrupted them, commenting on their presence in the area. The pink-haired girl responded, urging him to turn back. Another guy assured them they meant no harm if they cooperated. The onyx-eyed girl pleaded for peace, but just then, a familiar voice called out, revealing that one of the girls had been missed by her mother, who was worried sick. The scene shifted as the girls prepared to leave, unaware of the tension surrounding them. The girls exchanged glances, murmuring about the identity of the onyx-eyed girl's boyfriend. She interjected, suggesting that he was merely trying to distract the troublemakers from approaching them. The others nodded in understanding, and she encouraged them to go along with his story. They returned to the green-haired man, who was weaving a tale about how she often got lost, even in a mall. He apologized for the inconvenience and urged her to return home with her friends. The man questioned Izuku, implying that he didn't deserve her, suggesting she should be with someone more assertive. Izuku, feeling frustrated, firmly stated that he wouldn't abandon his girlfriend just because of someone else's opinion. He warned the man to back off or face the consequences. The confrontation escalated as the man threatened Izuku, but he remained resolute, giving the man one last chance to walk away. When the man advanced, Izuku swiftly moved, grabbing his wrist and delivering a powerful strike to his jaw. He followed up with a high kick, sending the man staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku pivoted and tossed him into another assailant, then executed a backflip, landing gracefully before delivering a kick to the second man. As the first man began to rise, Izuku dashed forward, picking up a glass bottle and smashing it against the man's cheek, causing a cut. He then grabbed the back of the man's head, driving his knees into him, forcing him to the ground. With a backflip, he landed on his feet and approached the second man, lifting him by the collar and delivering a knee to his gut before slamming him against a streetlight. Izuku warned him about the consequences of his actions before headbutting him and letting him slump against the pole. Turning to the girls, he asked if they were all right, and they nodded in response. He offered to escort them out of the district, but the onyx-eyed girl questioned his intentions, suggesting he could be just as dangerous as the men they had encountered. Izuku acknowledged her concern but pointed out that if he had intended harm, he wouldn't have intervened. She suspected he was trying to gain their favor, to which Izuku replied that he expected nothing less from a yaoyorozu. Surprised, she asked if he knew her family. Izuku explained that while he didn't know her personally, his father had been acquainted with hers. When she asked for his name, he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, the son of the late Hisashi Midoriya, a wealthy industrialist. Momo expressed her apologies for not recognizing him and accepted his offer for assistance. The chestnut-haired girl, Achiko, inquired about Izuku's background. Momo explained that he was the son of a prominent figure, known for his charitable nature and longing to become a hero. Achiko was impressed by his wealth, but Izuku clarified that his motivations were not driven by money or fame. He sought to create his own legacy. As they walked, Izuku suggested heading home, and the girls agreed. They began to ask him about life in the States, and he shared that people there tended to be ruder. He explained his reasons for being in Japan, while the girls introduced themselves: Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, and Tsuyu Ajui. As they continued their conversation, Izuku realized he was unintentionally forming connections with multiple girls and thought he might need to find some male friends to balance things out. They stopped at a brick building. Mina cheerfully mentioned that they all lived there, which was convenient. The girls nodded when she said they were all going to UA. Momo asked if something was wrong, and Izuku explained that he would also be attending UA. The girls exchanged glances, and Achiko smiled, saying it seemed meant to be. Izuku agreed, thinking he would likely see them around, but if not, he looked forward to meeting them at UA. He wished them a good night before heading off. Izuku walked to the train station and eventually arrived in the Dagoba district. After getting off the train, he walked home and entered the hotel through the revolving door, waving at Ms. Izumi. He took the elevator up to his suite, where he changed into comfortable clothes and settled on the couch to watch a movie. As he enjoyed the film, he pondered if there was anything like Wakanda in their world. After the movie, he stretched and went to the fridge for a drink, savoring the refreshing taste before brushing his teeth and heading to bed, reflecting on what seemed like an average day. The next morning, an alarm went off on the bedside table until Izuku silenced it with a hand. He sat up and stretched, greeting the day. After showering, he dressed in blue boxers, red and gold basketball shorts, and a gray tank top with a Hawaiian design. He made himself peanut butter toast, eggs, and sausage while considering calling Kendo to see if she wanted to hang out. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, he called her, and they arranged to meet for coffee at 1 p.m. Feeling satisfied with the plan, Izuku decided to find a place to train. He packed his duffel bag with essentials and left his hotel room, locking the door behind him. On his way out, he waved to Ms. Izumi and put on his workout playlist as he sprinted down the street. He skillfully dodged people, vaulting over obstacles and flipping through the air, fueled by the music. He ran along walls, jumped over rails, and slid across cars until he reached an appealing garden area. After a brief rest, he noticed a sign for Dagoba Municipal Beach, but was dismayed to see it littered with trash. Frustrated, he declared that with so many superhumans in the world, no one seemed to care about cleaning the beach. Determined to make a difference, he decided to clean up before starting at UA. Checking the time, he realized he had only an hour to work. Using his zodiac 𝐒𝐬 abilities, he began moving heavy items like stoves and fridges. Once he finished, he flew to the cafe where he was meeting Kendo. Upon entering, he spotted her orange locks by a window and approached her. They exchanged pleasantries, and a waitress soon arrived to take their orders. Izuku ordered a large hot cocoa and a spicy chicken wrap, while Kendo opted for medium poutine and a vanilla chai latte. As they waited for their food, Kendo asked about his upbringing. Izuku shared that his father was a self-made man who treated their staff like family and taught him valuable life skills. He mentioned that the only real perk of his upbringing was never being broke. Kendo then revealed that she worked as an Uber driver to stay afloat before school and enjoyed living independently to give her little brother space to grow up without interference. Curious, Izuku asked about her quirk. Izuku explained that his quirk was called expanded hands, which allowed him to enlarge his hands, making them more powerful than usual. He then inquired about Kendo's quirk, noting that she hadn't explained it yet. Kendo responded that her quirk was called Zodiac, granting her additional abilities without drawbacks, although each ability only lasted 5 minutes, and she could only use 3 at a time before experiencing extreme exhaustion. She mentioned that they would have to wait to see her full arsenal at UA. After their discussion, the waitress brought out their food, and Izuku raised his drink, proposing a toast to their new friendship. Kendo tapped her drink against his, celebrating the bond they were forming. They enjoyed their meal while sharing stories about their childhoods. Izuku recounted tales of his friends from the States, while Kendo spoke of her friends who would also attend UA. He shared how the boys at his school often disliked him because the girls were always vying for his attention, even mentioning a hired killer that had forced him to move. Kendo expressed her relief that he was okay after such a frightening experience. Once they finished eating, Izuku, being wealthy, paid for their meal. He offered to walk Kendo home, and she accepted. As they strolled through the bustling streets, he enjoyed a fruit punch Gatorade while the orange sky glowed above them. They soon reached a small apartment complex, 5 stories tall, and walked to the front door. Kendo thanked him for a lovely afternoon, and he assured her it was his pleasure, wishing her a good night as she entered her building. After she disappeared inside, Izuku turned to head home, listening to some lo-fi music. Upon arriving home, He took a shower and changed into more stylish attire, which included black slacks, a dark green dress shirt, a rose gold watch, and a silver rabbit necklace, completed with shiny black Oxfords. Rolling up his shirt sleeves and grabbing his essentials, he left for 𝐒𝐻𝐬 Ward, where the Blue Moon Club awaited. After paying the cab driver, he approached the bouncer, who checked him for weapons. Izuku then put on a quirk nullifying bracelet, as it was the club's policy to prevent any quirks from being used in case of a fight. Once inside, he was greeted by loud music and the mingling scents of alcohol and smoke. Despite Japan's strict stance on drags, many still indulged in them as a form of rebellion. Izuku navigated through the crowd to the bar and ordered a small bottle of sake. The bartender handed him a bottle of Dragon Samurai sake, and Izuku thanked him before taking a swig while observing the lively patrons around him. He understood that clubs weren't for everyone, given the shady activities that often occurred. They were places for cheap thrills, where people sought to escape their insecurities. Izuku was there to unwind and was waiting to meet someone. As he scanned the room, he spotted his contact, stood up, and walked over while taking another sip of his sake. Dabi greeted him with a hint of impatience, and Izuku inquired about the information he had. Dabi informed him that the hitman had come from an underground agency located on Sakura Street in Kiyoshi Ward. He shared the code word, tangerine, which would confirm Izuku's safety. After receiving a substantial payment, Dabi took his leave. Just then, a commotion caught Izuku's attention. A spiky redhead intervened, punching a man who had been bothering a girl. Concerned, Izuku approached to help, but the girl assured him she was fine, having ignored the man. The redhead then turned to Izuku, questioning his stare. He explained that he was simply impressed to see someone stand up for themselves. The redhead smiled, acknowledging her apprehension about guys in clubs, and they exchanged goodbyes before she led the girl back to their booth. Izuku left the club, taking another sip of his drink as he walked through the streets of 𝐒𝐻𝐬 Ward. He planned to visit the hitman agency the next night to uncover the truth behind the hit on his father and the connection to a Yakuza boss, as well as to learn more about AFO. So many questions lingered in his mind. He flagged down a taxi and headed home. Once home, Izuku changed into his sleeping attire and set his laptop on the oak coffee table, ready to delve into his research. Takeda Chisaki, the former leader of the 8 Percepts of Death, was now replaced by his son Kai Chisaki. In his prime, Takeda was a formidable force, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, earning him the nickname the Fox. Despite his notorious reputation, he was still a kind man to his community. As the era of heroes emerged, Takeda handed over his leadership to Kai, recognizing that his son, being quirkless, would struggle to maintain control. Years passed with little movement from the organization or its new leader. Tashinori Yagi, a former student of UA, seemed to have vanished after graduation. He had been a general studies student, taking a support and business course, but nothing significant stood out about him. Izuku, determined to uncover the truth, searched for information on a mysterious figure known as AFO. After typing in the letters, he found nothing, leading him to conclude that AFO was elusive and potentially dangerous. Frustrated, Izuku closed his laptop and headed to the kitchen for a snack, reminding himself that he had 3 years at UA to find justice. After finishing his banana, he brushed his teeth and went to bed. As he lay in bed, Izuku pondered his father's legacy. He questioned whether his father was the man he believed him to be or if it had all been an illusion. He felt a mix of trust and betrayal, knowing that if their wealth came from wrongdoing, he would struggle to forgive him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned over and let sleep take him. The next morning, Izuku woke up at 7 a.m. and went to the beach to clean up trash. He worked tirelessly for hours, using his quirk as much as he could until 3 p.m. After a quick nap, he showered and dressed in black cargo briefs, military-style combat boots, a black shirt, and his all-might motocross jacket. To avoid questions from Ms. Izumi about his appearance, he decided to leave through the roof. Using his zodiac dragon quirk, he flew up to the hotel roof, taking in the view before leaping off and landing on a passing train. Soon, he arrived at Kiyoshi Ward and searched for Sakura Street. After a few minutes, he spotted a shady figure entering an alley and decided to follow him. As the man approached a door, Izuku swiftly wrapped his arms around his neck, incapacitating him before dragging his limp body into a nearby trash bag. He approached the door and knocked. An ice slot opened, and a voice asked for the code word. Izuku confidently replied, "Tangerine," and the door unlocked. Once inside, he activated his zodiac quirk and punched the doorman, sending him crashing into a wall. The agency appeared deserted, likely because the killers were either on contracts or had finished for the night. Izuku knew that even killers needed food, water, and rest. He approached a wooden door with frosted glass, labeled Hitman Manager 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and kicked it open. A stout, gray-haired man looked up in surprise, demanding to know who Izuku was. Without hesitation, Izuku slammed the man's head onto the desk, demanding answers about Hisashi Midoriya's death. The man scoffed, refusing to cooperate, which only fueled Izuku's determination. Izuku threatened him, escalating the situation. He expressed his frustration and desperation for answers, using his strength to intimidate the man further. In a moment of rage, he smashed the man's computer over his head, demanding to know who was responsible for Hisashi's death. The man finally relented, revealing that one of his associates had left a resignation 3 weeks prior, using a fake alias. Izuku urged him to retrieve the information, and as the man opened the drawer, he attempted to strike Izuku. The tension in the room escalated, and Izuku braced himself for the confrontation that lay ahead. Izuku rushed forward, swiftly slamming the man's hand down, causing him to fire. In a quick motion, Izuku drove the knife into the man's arm. The man shouted in frustration, vowing revenge. Izuku then forcefully pressed the man's face into the desk, following up with a stomp to the back of his head, causing the man to bite down hard. Grabbing the back of the man's collar, Izuku felt the tension rise as the man yelled in pain. Turning back to Zodiac 𝐒𝐬, Izuku picked the man up and slammed him against the desk, breaking it. A resignation form flew out and floated down. Izuku snatched it up, reading the words, "I hereby resign from this illegal business, never to return or seek help or contact any other members again, signed by Senbo Mukanshin." Suddenly, a high school girl appeared, worry etched on her face as she shouted for Izuku to get away from her grandpa. She threw a playing card, which Izuku dodged before rushing toward her. He grabbed her arm and brought her down to the ground, demanding to know what a high schooler was doing in a place like this. The girl explained that she worked there and that the man was her grandfather, pleading for Izuku not to harm them. Izuku was taken aback by her words, questioning how she could work for someone like him. The girl insisted that killing was immoral and that they were just a small advertisement company. Her grandfather, however, confessed that he had set up kill contracts, trying to shield her from the truth. The girl was devastated, realizing that her grandfather had lied to her for years. She felt lost, unsure of where to go or what to do. He suggested she head home and take the money from his safe to start anew, but she rejected the idea of using BLD money. She declared her intention to finish high school, attend UA, and become a hero to save lives. Izuku acknowledged her determination and explained that the police would soon arrive, indicating the end of her grandfather's business. As they left the building, Izuku noticed the girl's tear-streaked face and offered to take her out for something to eat. She accepted, and after wiping her tears, introduced herself as 𝐒𝐮𝐬, a third-year student from 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Academy. Izuku introduced himself as well, and they headed to a noodle shop called Mr. Panda. As they ate, 𝐒𝐮 asked about the situation with her grandfather. Izuku revealed that her grandfather had hired someone to kill his father, a multimillionaire, and that he had also been targeted by assassins. 𝐒𝐮 was shocked, feeling betrayed by someone she had trusted for years. Izuku reassured her that her grandfather had hidden the truth to protect her, but 𝐒𝐮 was resolute in her longing to distance herself from violence. She expressed her ambition to become a hero and make amends for her grandfather's actions. They continued discussing their lives, with 𝐒𝐮 expressing her envy of Izuku's wealth and stability. Izuku offered to help her find a furnished apartment and provided her with money for groceries and clothes. 𝐒𝐮 was touched by his kindness, questioning why he was being so generous to someone he had just met. Izuku explained that as a budding hero, he felt it was his duty to help others in any way he could. After their meal, Izuku skirted Amai home, wishing her good night as she prepared to find a new apartment the next day. As he walked back to Sakura Street, he noticed police tape indicating the aftermath of the earlier confrontation. He bid farewell to Mr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 in his thoughts as he made his way home. Using his zodiac dragon ability, Izuku flew up to the roof, vaulting over ledges and jumping gaps before hitching a train ride back home. Upon arriving at Dagoba Station, he hopped off and began his run back to the hotel. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help. Turning down an alley, he spotted a woman in distress. He quickly tackled the thug, threatening her, urging her to escape. Just then, the thug revealed his tentacle quirk, and one of the tentacles ensnared Izuku, tossing him into a dumpster. Determined, Izuku fought back, flipping away from the tentacles, but was caught and slammed against the walls. He managed to stand, but the thug's tentacles struck him hard, forcing a gasp from his mouth. The villain attempted to force a tentacle down Izuku's throat, but Izuku fought back, choking the tentacle and biting down hard. As he struggled, BLD mixed with the dark substance from the tentacle, and the thug recoiled in pain. Izuku, catching his breath, felt the aftermath of the brutal encounter, ready to continue his fight against the darkness that threatened the innocent. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline as he faced the villain, who was a grotesque creature with tentacles. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a purplish-black flame from his mouth, engulfing the monstrous figure. The villain writhed in agony, his body smoldering as ash and burns covered him. Izuku noted that anyone else would be terrified by the sight, but he felt a strange sense of relief, knowing the villain was incapacitated. After the encounter, a woman approached him, expressing her gratitude for his bravery. She apologized for not being able to help, explaining that her quirk was not suited for combat. Izuku reassured her, saying there was no need for apologies. He introduced himself, and she revealed her name as Mitsuki Bakugo. The realization struck him, she was his aunt. They exchanged a few words about family, and after the police arrived to take the villain away, Izuku used his quirk to fly home, slipping in through a window. Once inside, he headed straight to the kitchen to wash away the taste of the confrontation. He grabbed a bottle of Caribbean rum, taking a swig to cleanse his palate before showering and changing for bed. The next day, he followed his usual routine and set off for the beach to train. With the entrance exam for UA approaching on March 30th, he pushed himself to the limit. After a productive training session, he returned home, changed, and called Amai. He informed her that he had arranged everything for her new apartment and suggested they go shopping for groceries and clothes. Amai was grateful, and they spent the day picking out outfits and essentials for her new place. Upon arriving at New Dawn Plaza, Izuku felt a sense of pride as he helped Amai settle in. She was thrilled with her new apartment, marveling at the spacious living room and the amenities it offered. After helping her unpack, he bid her farewell, leaving her to enjoy her new home. Later, Izuku received a call from Amadeus, his longtime caretaker, who informed him that his sports cars would be arriving at the harbor the next day. Excited, Izuku texted his friends, asking who among them had a driver's license and could help him transport the cars. The responses were enthusiastic, and they all agreed to meet him at the harbor. As he prepared for the big day, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He was eager to reunite with Amadeus and introduce his friends, but he also worried about how to explain his relationships with the girls without coming off as insincere. With that thought in mind, he turned off his phone, took a shower, and went to bed, ready to face whatever the next day would bring. Noon was drawing closer, and Izuku could only hope for the best as he put on his dark green custom leather jacket, which he had stitched with gold on the sleeves and adorned with a teal lion's head on the back. He left for the train station, boarded the train, and rode all the way to Mizudafu. Upon arriving, he used his zodiac dragon ability to fly high and locate the harbor. Once he found it, he flew in that direction and seemed to be the first to arrive. He perched atop a cargo container, waiting for the ship to come in. After a few minutes, he heard a woman's voice and turned to see Momo, Mina, and Ichiko stepping out of a limousine. He greeted them with enthusiasm, glad they could make it. Momo expressed her excitement about helping, while Mina eagerly anticipated seeing the cars. Ichiko smirked, suggesting it could be a fun day, especially if the cars were fast. Izuku assured them that they were indeed fast. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 arrived, and Izuku introduced her to the girls. They teased him about having girls on speed dial, but he quickly clarified that he had saved them from a dangerous situation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 playfully remarked on his heroics, and the conversation turned lighthearted, though Izuku felt a weight on his heart. He took a moment to reflect on how his kindness was often misunderstood. Standing up, he approached the four girls and expressed his feelings. He emphasized that he didn't expect anything in return for his actions and that he had always acted out of a sense of duty as a hero. He passionately declared that kindness has no boundaries and that he was a hero, not just a nice guy. The intensity of his words left Mina shaken, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 in awe, and Momo impressed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt a stirring within her, something she couldn't quite identify. As the girls conversed, Izuku moved away to gather his thoughts. They felt remorse for their earlier judgments and realized they had misinterpreted his intentions. Just then, the ship arrived and they made their way to the gate. Izuku apologized for his earlier outburst, acknowledging that he had been rude. He suggested they all enjoy some Tokyo drifting after the cars were unloaded. The girls reassured him that it was their teasing that had upset him, and they were eager to take him up on his offer. They shared their driving skills and experiences, creating a light atmosphere as they prepared for the fun ahead. Soon, Amadeus, an acquaintance of Izuku, greeted him warmly. They exchanged pleasantries about mutual friends and Izuku's charm with the ladies. Amadeus informed him that the cars were unloaded and that he had a flight to catch. After their brief conversation, Izuku gestured for the girls to come over as he prepared to unveil the cars, ready for the adventure that awaited them. The cars looked incredible, and Izuku was quite impressed. He handed out the keys, mentioning that Cobra was the purple one. The girls quickly chose their cars. Momo climbed into the black one, Kendo grabbed the keys to the orange one, Mina opened the silver doors, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 settled into the blue one. Izuku stepped into his car, inserted the key into the ignition, and turned it. Cobra roared to life, and the girls' cars followed suit as they received a connected Bluetooth call. Izuku suggested a friendly race, proposing they race down the expressway, make a turn around the town and return, with the last one back paying for dinner. The excitement was palpable, and the others eagerly accepted the challenge. With a burst of speed, Izuku took off, leaving the others to call him a bastard. Kendo followed closely, with Mina, 𝐼𝐼𝐬, and Momo trailing behind. Izuku sped down the empty road, glancing back to see Kendo, a flash of silver, a blur of blue, and a streak of black. As Mina pulled up beside him, Izuku hit the brakes while turning, spinning his car around. He then reversed, hitting the gas pedal and passing Mina, flashing her a peace sign and sticking out his tongue. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 darted in front of Mina, while Kendo remained beside Izuku as they approached the expressway. Izuku shifted gears, and soon Momo caught up, and they found themselves on a long stretch of road over water. The 5 colorful cars raced past each other, with purple leading, followed by silver, blue, orange, and black. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 took the lead as they returned to solid ground, racing through the small town of Nagata Village. She navigated a sharp turn just in time, but Izuku drifted past her, followed closely by Mina. Izuku executed a series of impressive drifts, pulling ahead as Kendo and Mina chased him. The 4 cars returned to the expressway, with purple, orange, and silver in front, while blue and black closed the gap. Kendo maneuvered ahead, positioning Izuku next to Mina, and soon it became a game of beat the leader. The race intensified, with orange and silver swapping positions, but black surged back into contention as purple was pushed next to blue. The competition heated up as they approached the end of the expressway for the second time, returning to Mizudafu and heading back to the harbor. Izuku led the pack when 𝐼𝐼𝐬 caught up to him, with Momo right behind. Mina took the lead again as they neared the harbor sign. Kendo sped past him, and all the cars pulled into the harbor, with blue, silver, black, orange, and finally purple arriving last. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 jumped out, ecstatic about her victory, exclaiming how thrilling the race had been. Izuku acknowledged the fun they had shared, and they all agreed it was a wonderful experience. He promised to pay for dinner, joking about how nice guys finish last. The group laughed, and Izuku led them to Moira's restaurant. Once there, They parked and entered, waiting to be seated. They walked to a U-shaped booth, where they began to chat. Izuku asked the girls about their quirks, curious to learn more about them. Momo explained her quirk, creation, which allowed her to make non-sentient objects as long as she understood their structure. She noted that it required a lot of energy, so she had to eat frequently. Izuku praised her quirk for its versatility, mentioning how useful it would be for a hero. Mina shared her quirk, acid, which allowed her to secrete a corrosive substance that could harden, making it effective for combat and debris removal. Achiko described her quirk, zero gravity, which enabled her to make objects float, although larger items could make her feel unwell. Kendo then explained her quirk, and they discussed its potential uses. Izuku shared details about his zodiac quirk, which came with special abilities tied to the 12 animals, but he noted that they would have to wait until UA to see all of his powers. After ordering, the group enjoyed their meal, laughing and toasting to their new friendship. Izuku then surprised them by offering to give away his inherited sports cars as a thank you for their help. The girls were astonished, questioning his generosity, but he insisted he didn't need 4 extra cars, especially since Cobra was a special gift for his 16th birthday. They all appreciated his kindness, knowing he was too nice for his own good. Sure, I'll take Silva off your hands. Dawn will enjoy her new owner. I'll take good care of Aqua. Hades will be a great addition to the Yaoyorozu family. Izuku felt relieved knowing the cars were going to good caretakers. He paid for the meal, and the 4 of them left, heading to their cars. They said goodbye to each other and drove off, with Silva, Aqua, and Hades following one another to Cobra and Dawn, who separated as both cars headed to their respective homes. Izuku drove back to the hotel, parked, and took the elevator up to his room. Once inside, he went through his nightly routine and went to bed, thinking about how he finally found people who didn't care about his wealth and could understand his personality. The next morning his phone rang. He reached over and answered it, wondering who it was. It was his aunt, asking if he could introduce himself to the family for dinner that night. He agreed to come over around 6. After hanging up, Izuku got up and stretched. He showered, changed into some ingenium-decorated sweats, a white muscle shirt, and his Endeavor hoodie. He made himself some banana and chocolate chip pancakes, had a glass of milk, packed a backpack for training, and left to finish cleaning the beach, which he had planned to do today and tomorrow before the UA entrance exam. At the beach, Izuku was almost done with his cleaning. He had been pushing past his limits during the past weeks. He could now use 4 animals, and he had extended the abilities time limit for 3 of them. The Zodiac Dragon's abilities could now be used for an additional 2 minutes, going from 5 to 7. The Zodiac Goat also extended to 7 minutes, but his most impressive feat was extending the Zodiac Ox to a whole 10 minutes, as he had used it the most during his training. He had pushed himself to use it 6 times a day, which exhausted him but also strengthened his quirk, allowing him to use it longer. While cleaning, he heard a voice exclaim in surprise. A familiar figure appeared, and Izuku recognized him as All Might. The hero was astonished at the beach's transformation and asked how he managed to do this in just a month. Izuku explained that he was preparing for UA University, where All Might had graduated. The hero expressed his excitement for Izuku's future and left, turning back into his weaker form as he walked away, reflecting on Izuku's potential. Izuku continued training until noon, then headed home. He changed from his workout clothes into faded sky blue jeans, a yellow dress shirt, and green high tops. He grabbed everything he needed and stopped by Amai's place to check in on her. She was happy with her new home, and they shared coffee while discussing her nerves about the new year. Izuku encouraged her to show up confidently and put those who thought they were better in their place. Amai took this advice to heart. As it neared the time to visit his aunt's house, Izuku stopped to buy flowers and coffee. He then drove Cobra to the suburbs of Mizudafu, arriving at a nice stone-built house with a slanted roof. After parking, he knocked on the door, only to hear a voice shout from inside. The door opened to reveal a man with ash-blonde hair and intense red eyes, who questioned why Izuku was knocking. Another voice chimed in, reminding the man that Izuku was his godbrother. Izuku entered, removing his shoes, and greeted his aunt warmly. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and the man introduced himself as Katsuki Bakugo. They exchanged information about their quirks. Izuku explained that his quirk, Zodiac, allowed him to gain abilities from the 12 zodiac animals, each with unique strengths and time limits. Katsuki shared that his quirk, Explosion, enabled him to create blasts using a nitroglycerin-like substance, which could be powerful but strained his arms. As dinner was announced, they all gathered to eat and talk. Izuku shared stories about his life and asked about his mother. Mitsuki described her as kind and caring, with a quirk that allowed her to float objects toward her. After dinner, Katsuki invited Izuku to get a drink. They walked to a nearby store, joking about forming a brotherly rivalry. Katsuki grabbed a bottle of whiskey while Izuku opted for some soju, mindful of his need to drive home. They paid and left the store, sipping their drinks in silence as they enjoyed each other's company. "If you're rich, why are you trying to be a hero?" It seemed greedy. The response was clear. The longing to save people was genuine. The hero wanted everyone to feel safe on the streets, to see smiles on scared children's faces, and to comfort those who had been injured or lost someone in a villain attack. Money and fame didn't matter, being number one was a goal, but even second place was acceptable as long as people were saved. The admiration was evident, but the question lingered. If there was no intention to aim for the top, why join UA in the first place? The determination to be number one was strong, and the challenge was accepted. The two friends made their way home after Izuku drove Katsuki back. They exchanged information, and Izuku mentioned seeing him at the exam, to which Bakugo responded with a dismissive gesture. After parking, Izuku walked to the elevator. Once in his room, he placed his keycard and keys on the oak coffee table and changed into an adult all-might onesie. He headed to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of gin, grabbed a bag of barbecue lays, and settled on the couch to watch Kick-Ass 1 and 2 before calling it a night. The next day, Izuku packed suitcases, leaving out 10 outfits for the upcoming days. After a training session, he enjoyed coffee with Kendo, who was thrilled with her new car. Later, he returned home and watched Fairy Tail, captivated by the long series. When Izuku's alarm went off, he sprang out of bed. Today was the exam of all exams. He was instructed to wear his high school uniform, so he quickly donned his Lone Star high brown blazer over a white dress shirt, tied his brown and gold diagonal striped tie, and slipped into his beige slacks. After tying his red high tops, he gathered his belongings, took the elevator down, and jumped into his car, driving off to UA. After parking in a garage, he walked to the gates of UA, gazing up at the impressive building. He greeted Katsuki, wishing him luck, and received a curt response. Izuku then spotted Achiko and offered her a good luck wish before they all headed inside. Once in the lecture hall, the students settled into their seats. Present Mike introduced himself with enthusiasm, explaining the exam format. There were 3 types of faux villains: 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. The objective was simple: destroy the villains to earn points. Suddenly, a navy-haired student stood up, questioning the number of villains mentioned. Present Mike clarified that there was a 0-pointer, which served more as an obstacle than anything else, and it was worth no points if approached. After the clarification, the exam details continued, and the students completed a written test. Present Mike then instructed everyone to change and wait for the buses to take them to the training grounds. Soon, Izuku and several others stood before large metal gates. He noticed Uraraka and decided one last good luck wouldn't hurt, wishing her well. As the countdown began, excitement filled the air. When the signal was given, everyone dashed forward. Izuku activated his quirk, taking off into the sky. He unleashed fire breath to melt a 3-pointer and smashed a 2-pointer. He swiftly destroyed 3 more 3-pointers before flying through a 1-pointer, burning another 3-pointer in the process. Seeing someone surrounded by 3-pointers, Izuku landed and shouted, using his body to shield the girl as the robots fired lasers. Once the barrage ended, he smashed one of the robots and used its remains to take down the others. After dropping the debris, he continued his assault, smashing another 3-pointer and 2 more 2-pointers. Meanwhile, a group of observers watched the young heroes in action. They noted the promising talent this year, with some using brute force while others relied on speed and reconnaissance. The tension rose as they spotted a girl surrounded by 3-pointers, and the need for recovery was evident. Just then, they saw the green-haired boy cover her, showcasing true heroism. As the 3-pointers blasted at him, he remained standing, and the observers were intrigued by his resilience and determination. The excitement built as they prepared to see who would emerge as a true hero. Izuku had faced many enemies and was now on a street searching for more. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a large robot emerged, marked with a faint 0. It was the 0-pointer, and many people fled in fear. As Izuku prepared to run, he heard cries for help. He turned back to see Ichiko and a redhead from the club. He called out for Ida, asking for assistance to save them. Ida hesitated, expressing concern for their safety, but Izuku insisted they had to act. Ida agreed, stating he would help the girl. Ida boosted his way to Ichiko, lifting debris off her and helping her escape. Meanwhile, Izuku rushed to the redhead, whose leg was trapped. He knelt beside the redhead, recalling their previous encounter. After lifting the debris, he noticed the robot's fist rising above them. Without thinking, he grabbed the redhead's collar and tossed him to safety just as the robot's fist crashed down, narrowly missing them. Ichiko shouted in terror as the robot's fist came down, but Izuku stood firm, pushing against the weight. With a surge of determination, he knocked the robot off balance and turned to Ida. He lifted the redhead, who introduced himself as Kirishima, and urged Ida to channel his heroic spirit. Izuku called out to the crowd, reminding them that they had come to be heroes and needed to take action. The judges observed in awe, noting Izuku's willingness to risk his life for a stranger and his ability to inspire others. Just then, an elderly woman approached, offering aid to the injured. Izuku placed Kirishima on a stretcher and, after changing clothes, headed to his car. As he walked, Ichiko ran up to him, playfully punching his arm and expressing her relief. They discussed celebrating if they got into UA, and Izuku asked her to share the details with everyone. Once home, Izuku collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. The week passed quickly, and on Friday, he took the elevator down to inquire about his acceptance letter from Ms. Izumi. When he reached the front desk, she confirmed that his letter had arrived, expressing her hope that he had been accepted. Izuku felt confident, knowing he had given his all. Returning to his room, he opened the letter and a holodisc fell onto the table. A projection of All Might appeared, announcing that he would be teaching at UA. All Might praised Izuku for passing the written exam with flying colors and scoring the highest in the practical exam. He explained that Izuku had earned additional rescue points for his selfless actions during the exam. All Might congratulated him on becoming a part of Hero Academia and instructed him to arrive the next day with his classmates. Izuku's excitement soared as he realized his dream was coming true. Izuku's phone buzzed incessantly with messages. He was excited for the night ahead. His friends were planning to celebrate, and the atmosphere was electric. They were all in high spirits, ready to enjoy a night out. Izuku reminded everyone to be responsible, emphasizing that if they were drinking, they shouldn't drive. After sending a message to Bakugo, inviting him to join, Izuku spent the day preparing. He packed his clothes, watched some television, and then decided to visit Amai. When he arrived, Amai greeted him warmly, and they caught up on life. Izuku shared his good news about getting into UA and his plans to celebrate that evening. After their chat, Izuku returned home to get ready. He changed into stylish blackish-blue slim-fit jeans, a white dress shirt, and a green satin vest, accessorizing with a silver rabbit necklace and a white gold watch. He completed his look with shiny chocolate brown Oxfords. The King's Dragon Club in Mizudafu was their destination, and he was eager to meet his friends. At the front desk, he returned his keycard, receiving well wishes for his future at UA. With a wave goodbye, he left for the last time, knowing Amai would be his ride for the night. Using his quirk, he flew to the train station, arriving just in time to board. He enjoyed the ride, feeling the excitement build as he approached the club. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the lively atmosphere of the club. Music blared, and patrons danced and mingled. Izuku navigated through the crowd to find his friends, who welcomed him enthusiastically. Kirishima introduced him to two of his friends, and they all exchanged pleasantries. Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie as the night progressed. As the evening unfolded, the energy in the club intensified. Mina led the charge to the dance floor, and soon everyone joined in for a dance-off. The crowd cheered as each person showcased their moves. Izuku's performance was met with wild applause, and he reveled in the moment, feeling the thrill of the crowd's energy. After the dance-off, the group continued to bond. Bakugo and Kirishima engaged in a friendly competition, while Izuku enjoyed the company of his friends. Kendo asked him for a dance, and they shared a light-hearted moment. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as they celebrated their achievements and friendships. As the night wore on, the excitement reached its peak. Friends were made, and connections deepened. Izuku felt grateful for the support of his friends and the adventures that awaited him at UA. The celebration was a perfect way to mark the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Achiko passed out and smacked her face against the table. It certainly was an eventful night, and at least she had called him cute. It was late, around 2 a.m., and the group decided it was time to head home. The girls began to clean up their area, and Suka mentioned she would take a cab back to her house. After tidying up, the friends stepped out into the cold streets of Mizudafu, their faces visibly flushed from the drinks they had shared. Kiri carried Achiko to the limo while Izuku waited with Kendo and her friends for their cab. When Kendo's taxi arrived, she said goodnight and reminded him to stay safe. Soon after, Izuku grabbed a cab and headed to Mitsubishi Street. Upon arriving at New Dawn Plaza, he paid the driver and walked to the door. After entering the buzzer code for 120, he heard a familiar voice on the intercom. Once inside, he took the elevator up and walked down the hall to Amai's door. She opened it and welcomed him in. After a quick shower, Izuku changed into his ingenium sweats and laid down on the couch, saying goodnight to Amai as she turned off the lights and locked the door. With his eyes growing heavy, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Izuku was once again rushing. He had eggs with toast for breakfast and dressed in a black polo, light blue jeans, and his red high tops, with his rabbit necklace still around his neck. He also wore his obsidian and jade rings, along with a white leather watch. After saying goodbye to Amai, he hopped into his car and drove to UA. After parking and grabbing his luggage, he walked through the gates and up to the building. He turned onto a pathway that led through a field of green and finally spotted the dorms. Approaching the building labeled 1A, he saw almost all his friends and some new faces. Izuku greeted Achiko, who seemed surprised to see him. She nervously asked if he was upset with her. He reassured her that he wasn't mad, explaining that everyone has moments of drunken rambling and that she shouldn't hold it against herself. She felt relieved and thanked him. Suka joined them, complaining about her hangover but assuring them she would manage. Izuku then spoke to Midoriya, who expressed his apologies for his earlier attitude, acknowledging Izuku as a better hero. Izuku encouraged him to channel that intensity into his heroics. Their conversation was interrupted by a teasing remark from another student, leading to a friendly exchange of banter. As they chatted, a sultry feminine voice caught their attention. The group turned to face the 18-plus hero Midnight, who introduced herself as their homeroom teacher. She playfully asked for their names and prepared to take roll call, setting the stage for an interesting school year ahead. Yuga Aoyama announced that it was time to present, and Tokage Setsuna expressed enthusiasm about getting started. The instructor explained that everyone was now settled in their living quarters at Heights Alliance, where they would sleep, eat, and spend time together. The dorms were separated by gender, with one side for boys and the other for girls. Curfew was set for 11 o'clock, meaning no one should be on school grounds after that time. As adults, they had the freedom to stay up late if they wished, but the school advised against it. If any relationships formed during their time there, they were reminded to keep public displays of affection to a minimum and to reserve more private moments for their dorms or outside school grounds. The rules were clear: no public indecency, no fighting with other students, and no using their quirks against one another. They were encouraged to stay on top of their studies and remember the school motto, "Go beyond plus ultra." With that, they were told to get settled, bond, and prepare for Monday's orientation and heroics. After hearing the instructions, the students eagerly moved inside to get acquainted. They entered a spacious common area featuring a large flat-screen TV, an L-shaped couch, and hardwood floors that led to a kitchen equipped with a stove, oven, and fridge. Ida took the lead, reading off the room assignments for the 22 students as they unpacked and settled into their new spaces. Meanwhile, Izuku, Bakugo, and Kendo were busy preparing snacks for everyone. Once finished, they brought the treats to the common area. Once everyone had a chance to relax, they decided to introduce themselves by sharing their names and the abilities of their quirks, while intentionally omitting their weaknesses. They would go in order, starting with Toga. She introduced herself as Toga Himiko and described her quirk as somewhat sinister. The group acknowledged that all quirks could be used for villainy, emphasizing that it was the intent behind the power that mattered. They were there to become heroes, and that was how they would be viewed. Toga explained that her quirk, called Transform, allowed her to take on the appearance of anyone, but it required her to drink BLD to do so, and maintaining the transformation demanded a lot of energy. Shinso followed, sharing that his quirk was also considered villainous, which piqued Toga's interest. He explained how it worked, and then it was Midoriya's turn. He talked about his zodiac animal abilities and how each one had different effects. Bakugo then described his explosive quirk and how it functioned. Each student took their turn explaining their quirks, and it became clear that Izuku, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima were among the strongest in terms of abilities. As the sun began to set, Izuku was in the kitchen preparing dinner with Bakugo's assistants. Ida and Momo engaged in conversation, while Kirishima, Oka, Toru, and Ojiro played a game of Uno. Shudo and Tsuyu watched a cooking show, and Toga and Shinso discussed what being a hero meant to them. The other students eventually retreated to their rooms, while Kendo, Setsuna, and Yui took a stroll around the campus. Later, dinner was ready, and Bakugo called out loudly that it was time to eat, urging everyone to join him. Everyone gathered as the two guys prepared a large pot of spaghetti and meatballs. The students expressed their gratitude and enjoyed the meal together at a long wooden table. The aspiring heroes ate and chatted, but Izuku found himself reflecting on how jarring and intimidating it could be to meet new people, especially when they would be living together for 3 years. Standing up, Izuku tapped his glass to get everyone's attention. He interrupted their conversations and meal to share his thoughts. He acknowledged that today marked the first of many days they would spend together, and while the initial days might be rocky, he emphasized that they were not just friends or classmates, they were a team. He expressed his trust in each of them and hoped they would trust him in return, noting that teamwork was built on trust. Alongside the joyful moments, he reminded them that there would be challenges and sorrow. As heroes, they needed to face those hardships together, offering comfort in times of need. Izuku recognized that despite being heroes, they still experienced fear and sadness. He admitted that while he had previously said heroes don't fear death, he understood that it was natural to feel that way. He congratulated everyone for making it this far and proposed a toast to make their first year a memorable one, rallying them to show Japan the new generation of heroes. After the enthusiastic cheers, they finished dinner. Once the meal was over, Bakugo and Shudo decided to call it a night, while Ida settled down with a book on the sofa. Momo continued her studies at the table, focusing on her quirk. Izuku and Kendo took care of the dishes, while Mina and the other girls headed to her room for some girl talk, mostly sharing their thoughts about the boys. Tokoyami, Shoji, and Ojiro retreated to their rooms. Toga went for a walk, and Shinso trained outside. Kirishima and Siro settled in to watch a movie. By 11 p.m., everyone had turned in for the night. Izuku lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the day and feeling grateful that everyone had gotten along. He wondered what the upcoming heroics would entail before shutting his eyes and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Izuku woke up at 7 a.m., took a shower, and dressed in the UA official uniform that Koyama-sensei had dropped off the night before. He left the jacket off, slinging it over his shoulder as he stepped out of his dorm, noticing that no one else was awake yet. He made his way to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of cereal. As he enjoyed some cinnamon toast crunch, Ida joined him, and they greeted each other. Ida expressed his hopes for a productive day, and Izuku agreed, sharing his excitement about meeting new people and the heroics ahead. As they conversed, others began to wake up, including Bakugo, Ochako, Kendo, and Momo. The 7 of them engaged in lively discussions about their plans for the day as the morning progressed. Eventually, Ida reminded everyone that it was time to head to class. The group nodded, grabbed their bags, and set off for homeroom, which was a 15-minute walk from the dorms. Soon, the class of 22 settled into their homeroom, with Izuku sitting behind Bakugo, listening to music and reviewing his hero notes. Kirishima tapped his arm, prompting Izuku to remove an earbud. Kirishima mentioned that Izuku looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Denki chimed in, recognizing Izuku as the son of the wealthy Hisashi Midoriya, former owner of Midori Industries. Izuku sighed, knowing this revelation would come up eventually. He confirmed his identity, and the class gasped in surprise, except for those who already knew. Jiro asked about his decision to become a hero despite his family's wealth, to which Izuku explained that he had his own reasons and requested they treat him no differently than before. The class nodded in understanding, and conversations resumed until the bell rang. Kiyama-sensei entered the room, calling for everyone to settle down so they could begin the day. The class quieted, returning to their seats as she explained that they would start with orientation. They would head to the assembly hall for a welcoming speech from Principal Nedzu, followed by a chance to meet students from other courses. Once they arrived at the assembly hall, Class 1A took in the variety of students present. Soon, a small bear-like creature took the podium. He introduced himself as Principal Nedzu, expressing his excitement to welcome everyone to UA, where they would train to become amazing heroes, support inventors, or pursue other paths. He encouraged all students to aim for greatness and announced that they would have 45 minutes to meet each other. The principal hopped off the podium, and the students began to converse. Izuku walked away from Class 1A, reflecting on the comments he had overheard. He thought about how his class had 2 wealthy students and 2 with quirks that could be seen as villainous, while Class 1B's worst issue seemed to be a pervert. Turning around, he confronted a student from 1B who had insulted his class, questioning why he would say such things without knowing them. Izuku pointed out that if the student was from 1B, he was also trying to be a hero, and bullying wasn't part of that path. The student scoffed, suggesting that Izuku believed he was superior simply because he was from 1A and wealthy. He accused Izuku of being fake and egotistical, almost villainous. Izuku felt his temper rising and responded sharply, telling the student to stop talking and ruin someone else's morning. The student continued to insult him, claiming that Izuku was only after fame and wealth, and warned him to stay away from the girls of Class 1B. That was the last straw for Izuku. He turned back and shouted at the student, causing everyone to stop and look. The student turned around, but before he could react, Izuku delivered a swift punch that sent him to the ground. Midnight and a white-haired man in a red leotard with pointy teeth gasped in shock before rushing over. Izuku looked down at the fallen student, anger in his eyes, while the student, now known as Monama, glared back, gritting his teeth. Midnight called out to Izuku, and a man in black approached, questioning his actions on the first day of school. Izuku responded that he was surprised Vlad King was teaching someone like Monama. Monama stood up, declaring that Izuku had made an enemy of Class 1B. Izuku retorted that Monama had made an enemy of Class 1A and, more importantly, of him. He asked Midnight if he could take a walk, to which she agreed, reminding him to return to class afterward. As Izuku walked away, his classmates watched, wondering what had just happened. After a short distance, he found a tree and began to hit it in frustration. He questioned why everyone saw him as a fake person when he tried his best to encourage others and held no animosity toward anyone. Each punch to the bark echoed his inner turmoil, and he felt the sting of pain in his knuckles. After a few more strikes, he hung his head against the tree, recalling how Naomi used to calm him down when he got this angry. He thought about how good it was to have friends like Luis and Winston for sparring and anger management, and how Hitoshi sometimes helped him relax. Realizing he needed to tend to his injuries, Izuku sat down, opened his bag, and pulled out peroxide spray, gauze, and tweezers. He carefully removed bark chips from his knuckles, dabbing a cotton swab with rubbing alcohol to clean his wounds. The stinging sensation coursed through his hands as he sprayed peroxide on them, watching the bubbles form. After cleaning up, he wrapped his hands in gauze and put everything away before heading back to class. Upon entering the room, his classmates greeted him in their own ways. Izuku asked how orientation had gone, and they all replied that it was good but boring. One of them noticed his injured hand and asked what had happened. With a sigh, Izuku explained that he had punched a tree until his knuckles bled. A classmate expressed concern, reminding him that it was a form of self-harm and suggested he talk to Midnight since she was the counselor. Izuku appreciated the concern but brushed it off, admitting he had done worse things in the past. When asked what had provoked him, Izuku recounted the encounter with Monama, explaining how the student had insulted his classmates and accused him of being egotistical and villainous. He detailed how Monama had belittled his intentions as a hero and warned him to stay away from the girls of Class 1B. Frustrated by the insults directed at him and his class, Izuku had decided to confront Monama, leading to their mutual declaration of enmity. His classmates sympathized with him, expressing their disdain for Monama's behavior. Izuku felt relieved to know they saw beyond his appearance and wealth, grateful for their support. The rest of the morning passed normally. During lunch, the girls from Class 1B were giving Izuku intense glares, leaving Class 1A to wonder what he had said to provoke such fierce looks. After lunch, the students chatted and waited for their next class when All Might entered the room, announcing his arrival with a cheerful demeanor. He stood before them in his Silver Age costume, eliciting excitement from the students. 𝐒𝐬 commented on how cool it was to see All Might in that outfit. All Might continued, explaining that they would be having a Heroics 101 lesson. He emphasized that while saving people was important, looking cool while doing it was equally essential. He revealed that their costumes had arrived and it was time to get suited up. The students made their way to the training ground known as Beta. Once there, they changed into their hero costumes, which reflected their quirks, personalities, or were inspired by their heroes. As they gathered at the entrance tunnel in their costumes, All Might expressed his admiration for how cool everyone looked. However, he noticed that Izuku was missing and asked if anyone knew where he was. Just then, Izuku arrived, and everyone turned to admire his costume, which was sleek and had an almost anti-hero vibe, making a strong impression on his classmates. Izuku's costume consisted of a green and black leotard complemented by a black leather jacket adorned with stitched zodiac animal faces. The entire zodiac wheel was intricately stitched into the back, with each animal represented in a different color. He wore flame-retardant jeans decorated with dragon decals, topped off with black combat boots featuring tungsten-plated heels and toes. Around his neck was a respirator mask designed to filter out smoke and poison, which could also function as a rebreather in water, resembling a devil's mouth. As Izuku entered, he was met with awe and admiration. He looked undeniably impressive. He explained that his costume was meant to instill fear in villains, almost as if the devil himself had come to confront them. Since his quirk was akin to a maxed-out game character enhancer, he could have worn casual street clothes, but he chose a heroically casual look so that everyone would recognize him immediately. All Might addressed the class, stating that they would begin combat and hostage rescue training. He emphasized that while many exciting battles occur outdoors, the most dangerous villains often hide indoors, plotting evil deeds. The class would be split into heroes and villains, with teams assigned as follows: Team A Midoriya and 𝐒𝐬, Team B Kirishima and 𝐒𝐵𝐲, Team C 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐜 and Kendo, Team D Irozu and Ida, Team E Tokage and Ishido, Team F Himiko and Shinso, Team G Todoroki and Kaminari, Team H Shoji and Azui, Team I Tokoyami and Kodai and Siro, Team J Kyoka and Aoyama and Hagakure. The team assignments were unexpected, leading Ida to question the strategy behind the split. Izuku explained that heroes often have to collaborate with others from different agencies, making this exercise valuable. Once the teams were established, they drew lots to determine their roles as heroes or villains. The heroes were teams A, C, F, G, and J, while the villains were teams B, D, E, H, and I. The first match would be between teams J and I, and the students followed All Might to an observation room. As they watched, Izuku began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the teams. He noted that Team J had support heroes, while Team I resembled a group of formidable villains. He reasoned that Toru's ability to untie hostages would alert the villains, while Jiro could hear their movements but might be at a disadvantage in combat. Aoyama's naval laser had its limits, and if he could last 15 minutes, he would still be vulnerable. Izuku concluded that Team I had the upper hand. His classmates listened in awe as he shared his thought process, impressed by his strategic mindset. He explained that his planning skills had developed from a young age, whether through puzzles or gym games. He had always aimed to be a hero and knew that to succeed, he needed to be both a strategist and a commander. After Izuku's insightful analysis, All Might announced the start of the match. The students watched intently, and after a few minutes, All Might declared that the villains had won. The losing team, including Kyoka, Aoyama, and Toru, looked dejected, while the winning team celebrated. All Might provided constructive feedback to the losing team before the next match began, where the heroes emerged victorious. Although Tsu and Shoji faced defeat, the battle was thrilling, with Todoroki ultimately securing the win. As the class prepared for the final showdown, Team A faced off against Team B, Izuku and Ojiro against Bakugo and Kirishima. The anticipation was palpable as everyone speculated on the outcome. Some placed their bets on Izuku and Ojiro, while others acknowledged Kirishima's extensive training and experience. Kendo shared her observations about Izuku's abilities, revealing that he had fought with multiple quirks, including one that granted him cat-like reflexes and another that made his body nearly impenetrable. His strongest ability, Zodiac 𝐒𝐬, significantly enhanced his strength and durability. The classmates marveled at the thought of Izuku Midoriya, a hero with the heart of gold and the powers of a god, standing on their side. Izuku and Ojiro were sitting on a bus, discussing their strategy. Izuku explained that they certainly weren't the stealth type, so this wouldn't be a battle of wits. Instead, it would be a test of endurance. They needed to outlast their opponents, as the more their foes used their quirks, the weaker and more fatigued they would become. Since both of their quirks were mutations, Izuku's being an enhancer, they wouldn't tire as quickly. Ojiro nodded in agreement, ready to brawl until their opponents fell. As the announcement came through the intercom, Izuku and Ojiro took off toward the building. Izuku activated his quirk, Zodiac Dragon, and leaped into the air, grabbing Ojiro and flying above the roof. He released Ojiro, who landed skillfully on the rooftop. Izuku ascended higher, transforming into Zodiac Rabbit just before dropping down, spinning like an armadillo. His powerful legs smashed through the roof, leaving everyone in the observation room in awe. Ojiro jumped down through the hole and charged at Kirishima, who hardened his arms to absorb the impact. Kirishima attempted a punch, but Ojiro wrapped his tail around the redhead's arm, shifting his body to throw Kirishima to the ground. Kirishima hardened his torso just before impact, rolling back onto his hands to launch a horse kick. Ojiro blocked with his tail, then executed a baseball slide, kicking Kirishima in the face. Kirishima lost his balance, but Ojiro quickly grabbed his feet and swung him down to the ground with great force. Meanwhile, Izuku was using his rapid abilities to dodge Bakugo's relentless explosions. Each time Bakugo attempted to unleash an explosion, Izuku kicked his hand away, redirecting the blasts into walls and pillars, causing significant damage. Realizing the danger of bringing the building down on them, Izuku decided to lure Bakugo outside. He ran toward a window with Bakugo hot on his heels. Pretending to trip, Izuku positioned himself perfectly for Bakugo to taunt him. In a swift motion, Izuku rolled over, lifted himself with one hand, and kicked Bakugo out the window. Surprised, Bakugo flew into open air, struggling to regain his balance. Izuku followed with a powerful jump, landing on Bakugo and preventing him from stabilizing. They crashed into a wall, then a glass building, and finally collided with the ground. Both stood up, staring each other down. In the observation room, the other students marveled at the unfolding battle, recognizing Izuku's strategic mind. He had redirected Bakugo's explosions while avoiding structural damage, showing his keen awareness of the situation. Back on the streets of the training ground, Izuku activated Zodiac Monkey, creating two neon blue versions of himself armed with a bow staff. They rushed at Bakugo, who attempted to blast them, but the illusions dodged and landed flying kicks. Izuku jumped in to smash the bow staff down onto Bakugo, who blasted himself backward, causing the staff to hit the concrete. Izuku used the momentum to vault himself toward Bakugo, who was about to unleash a painful explosion. However, the projections tackled Bakugo to the ground just as Izuku landed after his kick. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Kirishima continued trading blows, neither backing down. Kirishima landed a punch to 𝐒𝐬𝐬's ribs, sending him crashing into a pillar. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 charged at Kirishima, faking him out before sweeping him off his feet with his tail. As Kirishima fell, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 landed heavily on his back, causing a loud thud. Kirishima quickly hardened his head and swung it upward, the sharp edges of his hair slicing 𝐒𝐬𝐬's cheek, making him wince in pain. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Izuku exchanged blows, with Izuku now in a sleeveless black and green leotard, burn marks visible on his arms. Bakugo bore bruises and cuts, a trickle of blood running from his mouth. Both were visibly hurt and exhausted. Izuku activated Zodiac Goat, gesturing for Bakugo to come at him. Bakugo took the bait and charged, throwing an explosion in Izuku's face. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was unharmed. He pushed Bakugo back and jumped, delivering a series of rapid kicks to Bakugo's chest. As Bakugo staggered, Izuku executed a powerful kick to his chin, sending him crashing into a fake store window. Izuku approached the window, seeing Bakugo unconscious. He quickly took out his capture tape and wrapped it around Bakugo's wrist, signaling his victory over one of the two opponents. With that, he turned and ran back toward where 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Kirishima were still engaged in battle. Inside the fake enemy base, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 found himself at an impasse as Kiri held the hostages, his arms hardened into jagged knives, ready to end their lives. Outside, Izuku climbed the building with his goat ability, adept at navigating challenging terrain. He reached an open window and assessed the situation while hanging on the ledge. Whispering, "Zodiac Rat," Izuku pulled himself onto the windowsill. He observed the tense exchange between 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Kiri, who taunted each other about their choices in life. As the banter continued, Izuku quietly dropped to the ground, his boots making no sound. He stealthily approached Kiri, noticing the capture tape tucked in the back pocket of his costume. He signaled to 𝐒𝐬𝐬, who understood his plan. Izuku mouthed, "Sneeze on 3, and counted down. When he reached 3, he pretended to sneeze, distracting Kiri just long enough for Izuku to swipe the capture tape and wrap it around Kiri's throat. The hostages were dropped as Kiri struggled, and Izuku quickly slammed his face into the wall, securing his arms behind him. With a swift kick to Kiri's lower back, the red head fell forward, colliding with the pillar. Kiri shouted in confusion, wondering where Izuku had come from. All Might's voice echoed over the intercom, declaring the hero's victory. Izuku untied Kiri and helped him up, apologizing for the rough treatment. Kiri responded with understanding, acknowledging the need to show the villains who was in charge. As Bakugo and the others woke up and made their way to the observation room, they joined the rest in celebrating the exhilarating fight. They cheered for each other, praising Izuku's impressive performance and 𝐒𝐬𝐬's unexpected toughness. Izuku was asked to share details about his abilities later, and he agreed, teasingly mentioning that Bakugo would be cooking dinner that night. In the changing room, the boys donned their uniforms, unaware of the drilled peephole in the wall. Ida stepped out of the shower, heading to his locker, while the girls discovered the peephole and took turns peeking through. They were surprised that the boys had not noticed or made any inappropriate comments. The girls discussed their admiration for the boys, noting their impressive physiques and personalities. Meanwhile, the boys engaged in their own discussion about the girls, debating who they found most attractive. Denki suggested that beauty was subjective, but the group playfully ranked their classmates. Momo topped the list, followed by Mina and Kendo. The playful banter continued, with Todoroki teasingly defending his own preferences. After their discussions, the boys and girls finally dressed and headed to their classroom. The last two classes passed normally until the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Midnight reminded them to finish their homework or face consequences. As the class nodded in agreement, she left, and the students headed to the dorms. Izuku announced his intention to start cooking, while Bakugo realized they were out of snacks and offered to go get more. A few others decided to join him, eager to help and enjoy the ride. The two nodded as Izuku threw on his all-might hoodie while Kendo donned a teal one. They left and headed to the parking area on the other side of the UA gates. Once there, Izuku clicked his car remote to start it up. The two got into the vehicle and buckled up. Izuku plugged his phone into the AUX cord and selected his playlist, the bass shaking the car as he pulled out of the parking space. Kendo rolled down her window and bobbed her head to the music as the car zoomed through the streets until they reached a red light. Izuku braked, and the car blasted music as they waited for the light to change. When the light turned green, Izuku raced off. Kendo began a conversation, complimenting Izuku on his performance in class. He smiled and returned the compliment, acknowledging her good communication with Achiko. Kendo playfully noted that she was #1 on his list of the hottest girls. Izuku choked slightly, surprised that she had been listening. Kendo chuckled, mentioning that Jiro's quirk was great for eavesdropping. Izuku sighed, expressing his appreciation for Kendo's beauty. Kendo then asked him to be more careful with his anger, concerned about his tendency to punch trees until he bled. Izuku admitted that he usually wasn't that angry, recalling how his ex-girlfriend would calm him down. He shared that before meeting her, he would often pick fights to release his anger. Kendo found it relieving to hear that he hadn't resorted to self-harm, but she reminded him to avoid punching random things since his hands were important. The two drove to a supermarket where Izuku handed Kendo a list for snacks while he went to find the alcohol. They split up, and Izuku headed to the drinks aisle, grabbing rum, a case of beer, sake, wine, and vodka, along with some soda for mixing. They met up again, and Izuku paid for their items. After loading the car, they drove back to the university, soon arriving at the parking area to unload the trunk. Izuku thanked Kendo for her help, and she replied that it was no problem, just helping out a teammate. They locked up the car and walked back to the dorms. As they reached the door, they were greeted by their fellow classmates. After taking off their shoes, they walked to the kitchen. Izuku placed the bottles of alcohol in the fridge and opened the case of beer, handing out cans to his classmates, except for Ida, who preferred wine. Jiro and Mina grabbed cans since they were the more adventurous drinkers. Bakugo shouted from the kitchen, claiming his domain, and Izuku chuckled, leaving Bakugo to cook. Izuku settled on the couch with the others, sipping his beer while they watched Spirited Away. He enjoyed the atmosphere of friends relaxing and chatting, some sharing childhood stories while others engaged in casual conversation. The aroma from Bakugo's cooking filled the air, making Izuku feel content. Mina then asked him about his abilities, prompting the class to turn their attention to him. Izuku agreed to explain, detailing his zodiac abilities, including how the zodiac goat made his head and legs indestructible and his goat fu fighting style. He also spoke about his dragon abilities, such as flying and breathing fire, captivating his classmates with each description. Suddenly, Bakugo announced that dinner was served, urging everyone to eat. The class gathered around the dining table as Bakugo distributed plates filled with mashed potatoes, pork chops in gravy, peas, carrots, and corn. Izuku dug in, savoring the delicious meal and thanking Bakugo for it. The class ate and chatted, while Izuku remained mostly silent, enjoying the food. After they finished, Ida and Momo took the plates to the kitchen to wash them. Mina and Kaminari proposed a Super Smash Bros. Tournament, and the class agreed, with the alien and Kaminari setting up the console. The first contestants were Izuku, Bakugo, Mina, and Zero. They sat on the couch while the rest of the class watched. Izuku chose Captain Falcon, Bakugo picked Ridley, Mina selected Zero's suit Samus, and Zero opted for Fox. As they picked their fighters, the trash-talking began. Izuku confidently declared that he had been maining Captain Falcon for years, while Mina boasted about the sleekness of her character. The competition was fierce, and in the end, Izuku eliminated Mina, then Zero, and finally Bakugo, celebrating his victory with a triumphant shout. The class discussed the similarities between Captain Falcon and All Might, pondering whether the character had inspired the hero. The tournament continued, with Ida and Momo joining in. Ida, not much of a gamer, chose Sonic, fitting since they were both blue and fast. The tournament progressed, and soon it was down to the top 8: Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, Toru, Ichiko, Ida, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. The first 4 battled, with Izuku emerging victorious, while Ichiko surprisingly won her match against the second team. The remaining competitors were Ida, Bakugo, Toru, and Tokoyami, who faced off for the final spot. The class watched intently, the only sounds being the clicking of buttons and the excitement of the game. Toru showcased her skills, impressing everyone with her use of Piku. The battle raged on until Ida was eliminated, followed by Tokoyami. The last 2 standing were Bakugo and Toru, who radiated a very different aura. If the class could see her, they would expect her to be engulfed in the flames of determination. The 2 battled each other fiercely as time ran down, leading to sudden death. Both charged to attack, but Toru unexpectedly struck Bakugo first, sending his alien dragon out of the arena. The class watched as the sprite burst into a blue flame. The game announcer declared the end of the match and displayed the rankings. Toru squealed in glee as the class congratulated her. Bakugo gritted his teeth, rage in his eyes, but quickly extinguished it. He sighed and acknowledged the match with a clenched jaw, expressing that it was a good game. Toru smiled and returned the compliment, appreciating his performance. After congratulating her, the 3 prepared for the last fight of the night: Captain Falcon versus Lucina versus Piku. The battle began without any trash talk. The 3 were quiet and focused. Izuku fought valiantly, but in the end, Toru knocked Ichiko off, then turned her full attention to Izuku, ultimately sending him tumbling from the arena. The entire class was shocked but applauded Toru. Izuku and Ichiko congratulated her afterward. After the 22 students cleaned up and freshened up for bed, they said goodnight to each other and headed to their respective rooms. Izuku closed his door and changed into his underwear. As he pulled back his covers and crawled into bed, he reflected on the day. It had been a great one. He had meaningful conversations with Sokka and capped off the night with a fun tournament, discovering a side of Toru he hadn't known. This year was shaping up to be a good one, but he knew villains could attack at any time. However, he felt reassured that it wouldn't happen for a while. Soon, Izuku drifted off, thinking of the good things ahead. The next day, the 1A dorm was bustling with students eating breakfast, showering, and getting dressed. Izuku and a few others were up early, around 7 o'clock, while others were just waking up. Izuku was enjoying a bowl of cornflakes and drinking apple juice when Ichiko greeted him, asking how he slept. He replied that he had slept well and inquired about her. She responded positively, and then they discussed their plans for the day. Izuku expressed a feeling that something might go wrong, to which Ichiko teased him about being paranoid. As more students woke up, it was only 7. Izuku announced he was going to get coffee and asked if anyone wanted to join him. Several friends decided to come along, and they left with their bags and books to head to the Sunnyville Cafe. Upon reaching the front gate, they found it shut and wondered why. Izuku decided to investigate. He used his dragonflight to soar up to the gate's arch, where he spotted numerous reporters and news crews, as well as Aizawa and Hisashi. One of the reporters asked who he was, prompting Aizawa to call out to Izuku, demanding he come down. Izuku explained that he was just trying to understand why the gates were closed, as he and a few classmates wanted to get some coffee. Aizawa assured him it was fine but advised caution. Izuku nodded and jumped down to his friends. He then used his Zodiac Rabbit ability, grabbing Kendo and Ichiko and slinging them over his shoulders while Kiri climbed onto his back and Shinso held onto his waist. Izuku bent his knees and sprang into the air, soaring upward before coming down with a loud crack as he landed. He stood up and set his friends down, while the reporters looked on in amazement, even impressing the teachers. The friends then left to get their caffeinated beverages. Later, they returned to the school with little hassle, sipping on their drinks. Izuku commented on the reporters and psycho fans, and the group entered through the hilariously large door. Inside, they discussed the media outside and the lack of privacy for students and teachers alike. They acknowledged that the reporters were there for All Might, which was not surprising, but they wished for a bit more personal space. Just then, the door opened, and Midnight walked in, announcing that they had some pressing matters to attend to. Her tone made everyone tense up, wondering what it could be, a pop quiz or a grueling workout routine. She revealed that they needed to pick a class representative, and they had until the end of class to decide. The class erupted into discussions about who should be chosen. Izuku observed as everyone claimed they should be class rep. Ida finally shouted for silence, explaining the weight of the responsibility that came with being class president. He emphasized that the representative would be the heart of their class, especially in times of crisis. Momo stood up, acknowledging that Izuku had been a guiding force for them all. The class looked at each other, and it clicked for them. They collectively shouted Izuku's name. Izuku chuckled as Ida returned to the group, and Kiri initiated a vote for class leader, with everyone enthusiastically saying aye. Midnight observed how Izuku had earned the respect of his classmates before addressing them. She mentioned that they now needed a vice president and turned to Izuku, encouraging him to make his choice. Izuku confidently selected Ida, expressing his longing for him to prove himself as capable as his brother. He then turned to Momo, asking her to step up as leader whenever he or Ida were unable to do so due to injury or illness. Momo smiled and accepted the responsibility, promising to show everyone what the first years were made of. The class erupted in cheers and applause for Izuku's mini-speech. Midnight then announced that they would be participating in joint training with Aizawa's Class B at one of the special training facilities after lunch, dismissing the class. The 22 students packed up and headed to their next class. After a few hours of uneventful lessons, it was finally lunchtime. Izuku expressed his disdain for Shakespeare, finding the great tragedy writer boring while enjoying a spoonful of rice. He relished the refreshing taste of the lunch rushes cooking after a long class. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Monama, with his usual arrogance, taunted Izuku about his friends and made derogatory comments. Izuku stood up, determined to confront him. He acknowledged their rocky start and apologized for his earlier actions but insisted that Monama should refrain from judging him or his friends. Monama scoffed, dismissing Izuku's friendships and making hurtful remarks. In a moment of frustration, Izuku smacked Monama on the head with his lunch tray, declaring that he was done trying to prove himself through words. He grabbed his water and bag, storming toward the door, visibly upset. His classmates watched as he left, and Ibra pulled Monama back to their table just as an alarm rang through the cafeteria, announcing a code orange. The students were instructed to evacuate, and panic ensued. Izuku was swept up in the rush, finding himself pushed against a window where he spotted Aizawa and Hisashi dealing with reporters who had somehow breached the gate. Frustrated, Izuku thought to himself that this was the big threat. He quickly took charge, urging everyone to calm down and look out the window, explaining that it was just reporters. His authoritative shout finally captured their attention, and he instructed them to return to class. The student body complied, and Class 1A smiled at Izuku as they made their way back. Later, Suka expressed concern for Izuku, asking if he was all right after dealing with Monama. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, attributing his calmness to the distraction of the alarm. They discussed Monama's bullying behavior, and Izuku reflected on how it was unfair for someone to pick on him without reason. Just then, Midnight entered the classroom, announcing that they would be heading to a state-of-the-art training facility to meet with Aizawa and 2 others. She instructed the students to change into their costumes and meet at the back of the school in 10 minutes. After Midnight left, the students eagerly changed into their outfits. As Izuku leaned against the bus, he was approached by a transparent girl who called him a pervert. Confused, he asked why she was accusing him. She dismissed him, claiming to know him and labeling him a disgusting pig. Izuku defended himself, explaining that Monama's words were untrue and that he was not the person Monama portrayed him to be. The girl, however, was unconvinced, stating that she had known Monama since high school and hoped he would never find real love, believing he was incapable of showing it. Izuku was left dumbfounded, realizing that Monama was damaging his reputation before he even had a chance to connect with others. Ida had strong beliefs about Midoriya, insisting he was a good person who would become a great hero. He wished that others would stop provoking him. Monama, however, dismissed Ida's defense, implying that it was typical for someone wealthy to protect another wealthy individual. Ida tried to defuse the situation, stating that they all wanted to be heroes and should focus on that. Monama scoffed, suggesting that they thought they were better than everyone else, and walked away, leaving Ida frustrated as he joined his friends. Izuku noticed Midnight and instructed his classmates to board the bus. As the last one on, he glanced back at Class B, determined to teach them a lesson in respect. He settled into a wall seat facing 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who complimented his power and expressed excitement to see it grow. Izuku appreciated her words but felt self-conscious about his quirk's limitations. Achiko chimed in, asserting that all quirks were amazing in their own right and praised Tsuyu's combat abilities. Izuku felt reassured by their encouragement. After some light-hearted banter, the buses arrived at a building with a glass dome roof. The two classes disembarked and were greeted by a figure in a space suit, the Space Hero 13. Once inside, Midnight approached 13, and they exchanged quiet words before 13 raised 3 fingers and began to speak. He welcomed the students to the facility he had designed, explaining that heroes must be prepared for various challenges, from powerful villains to natural disasters. He introduced the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, emphasizing the importance of learning to rescue others amidst chaos. As the class took in their surroundings, the lights suddenly went out, and a swirling portal appeared. Kiri remarked on the fake villains, but Aizawa quickly corrected him, warning that they were real. He and Midnight jumped into action, taking down enemies. In the center of the chaos stood a slender man with faded blue hair, accompanied by a menacing creature with an exposed brain. The man expressed disappointment that All Might was absent and suggested they eliminate some students to draw him out. Izuku, observing the scene, called for Ida to run back to the school for help. Ida hesitated, unwilling to abandon his team, but Izuku insisted, commanding him to go. After a moment of frustration, Ida agreed to leave, promising to return with reinforcements. He dashed toward the exit, while Izuku rallied his classmates with a call to action, urging those with combat skills to follow him and instructing the others to stay hidden. As they charged into the fray, Izuku took to the air using his Zodiac Dragon ability, grabbing an enemy and slamming him into the ground. Bakugo blasted down the steps, landing a knee to another villain's face and sending 2 more flying. Todoroki unleashed an ice blast, freezing a row of foes before switching to a heat wave for another group. Kirishima hardened his body and charged, taking down several opponents. Midnight and Aizawa continued their own battles, with Aizawa chastising the students for not staying back. They defended their actions, asserting that they were prepared for this moment. Izuku executed a flying dropkick, while Kendo tackled villains and sent them crashing into each other. Todoroki remarked on how they were just teenagers taking down villains like pros, mocking the adults for their failure. The blue-haired man overseeing the chaos was taken aback by the students' bravery, instructing the hulking creature to target Izuku, who was proving to be a nuisance. The beast charged, landing a powerful blow that sent Izuku flying into the shipwreck zone. As he struggled to recover, Bakugo attempted to intervene, but the creature brushed him aside, leaving the students to fight against overwhelming odds. Smash! Bakugo ended up at the top of the USJ, embedded into a wall. His classmates rushed over to try and pull him out, questioning what he was made of and where the pro-heroes were, especially All Might. Meanwhile, a beast brought its fist down on a fully hardened Kiri, sending him rolling into the water. Ojiro was still fighting villains alongside Sukka when his tail was grabbed, and he was thrown powerfully into the Fire Zone dome, crashing through the glass. Itsuka turned around, only to be struck backhanded, careening into the large steps. She felt a horrifying crack as her back bent across one of the steps, and a blood-curdling cry escaped her lips. Tears streamed down her face as Midnight rushed to her side, wanting to soothe the woman in excruciating pain. In the shipwreck zone, Izuku shot up upon hearing Kendo's scream of agony. He jumped into the water, determined to save her. A shark-like villain lunged at him, but he shouted underwater, using his quirk to fend it off. Izuku was soon tossed into a nearby mountain, but he quickly dealt with the other villains and made it back to land. Standing tall, he declared that he wasn't dead yet and was ready for a game of endurance. Everyone turned to see Izuku looking like a true hero, impressing those around him. He was determined to make the villains pay for hurting his brother and friends, staring daggers at the creature known as Nomu. Izuku dashed toward the villain, throwing punches that had no effect. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, a gut punch, body shots, jabs, and a powerful kick to the jaw. As he landed, he was met with a push kick that sent him stumbling back, but he remained standing. Dodging a punch, he grabbed Nomu's arm and tossed it into a group of thugs that another student, similar to Kiri, was fighting. Izuku realized they were on a similar strength level. Neither could truly hurt the other. The villain retaliated by grabbing Izuku's arm and slamming him into the ground before throwing him toward Aizawa. Izuku rolled to his feet, quickly recovering and taunting the creature, ready to rush in again. Meanwhile, Bakugo was regaining consciousness, frustrated and determined to settle the score with the bird-faced villain. Despite being injured, he blasted off back down into the central plaza. Midnight helped a badly wounded Kendo up the steps, her back likely fractured. At the top of the stairs, Suka lay down while her friends comforted her. Denki asked what was happening, and Midnight explained that some of their classmates were doing their best, with Izuku handling the big guy for now. The news brought mixed reactions. Some were happy, others worried, and some were sad. Achiko hated not being able to help, especially seeing her friends struggle to walk and breathe, his sharp inhales and eminence of pain evident. Down at the bottom, Izuku looked worse than he felt after being punched and thrown around multiple times. Todoroki froze Nomu in place, and Bakugo and Kiri shattered the beast. The teens were elated until they realized the creature was regenerating. Confusion spread as they questioned how Nomu could have more than one quirk. The villains' laughter echoed, revealing that Nomu was much more than they believed. Izuku felt the weight of the battle pressing down on him, realizing he was on his last legs. He wondered where Ida and All Might were when they were needed most. Nomu then attacked Todoroki, Bakugo, and a guy named Tetsutetsu. The villain threw Todoroki down the steps, causing Bakugo to cry out as his arm was crushed. Tetsutetsu was sent flying several meters by a powerful punch. Nomu rushed at Izuku, slamming his shoulder into the young hero, who stumbled back from the charge. Izuku's arm was grabbed, and he was thrown into the air by Nomu. As the creature leaped, it opened its jaws and bit down on Izuku's side as they both fell to the ground. Izuku felt the sharp teeth sink into his flesh, and a cry of pain escaped him. Nomu taunted Izuku, saying he would die in fear and pain, bleeding and crying for All Might. But Izuku stood firm, declaring that he was not afraid and that if he died, his friends and teachers would hunt Nomu down. He called the villain a lunatic with an inferiority complex. Nomu's 𝐒𝐮𝐬 snapped his fingers, signaling the creature to finish Izuku, but just before Nomu could strike, a large cloud of dust formed at the top of the steps. A loud, booming voice rang through the facility, announcing that hope had arrived because All Might was there. All Might appeared just in time, visibly angry. He walked to the end of the steps, ready to confront the thugs. As he smashed through the remaining villains, Aizawa used his scarf to pull Izuku away from the monstrous villain, while Midnight skirted the other men. The Warp Gate villain had been put to sleep by Midnight but could wake up at any moment. All Might charged at the large, purple-skinned monster, delivering a powerful punch to its stomach, followed by a haymaker and a series of rapid punches. As Izuku and his teammates climbed the steps, he turned back and shouted a warning about Nomu's multiple quirks, including shock absorption and regeneration. He felt guilty for resting while his friends were injured. All Might continued to battle Nomu, ducking a punch and attempting a suplex, but Nomu reversed the momentum and clawed at All Might before slamming him into the ground. All Might quickly recovered and headbutted the beast, unleashing a flurry of punches. The two exchanged blows with such speed and power that the force created a gust of wind, pushing back the lead villain. Nomu flipped in the air before landing with a slide. All Might reminded his opponent that shock absorption had its limits, and he began to push back using over 100% of his power. With each hit, Nomu began to take more damage. All Might then shouted a familiar phrase, determined to teach Nomu its true meaning. With a final, devastating punch to Nomu's gut, a strong orange glow erupted as All Might sent the villain soaring into the air, breaking through the domed roof and flying far into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Breathing heavily, All Might reflected on his strength, realizing he had grown weaker. In his prime, it would have taken only 5 hits to defeat Nomu, but today it had taken over 300 mighty blows. What was happening? Tomura was supposed to be weaker. The Nomu was meant to eliminate this false symbol of peace, yet he still seemed so powerful. It felt like the end was near. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, are you awake yet? 𝐒𝐮𝐬 responded, confirming he was alert. Before they left, they needed to send a message to everyone present, especially to the green-haired boy. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 opened a portal and pulled a young woman with orange hair through it by her ponytail, much to the amazement of everyone watching from the steps. All Might stood victorious, but then they heard Kendo gasp in pain. Turning around, they saw Tomura holding her by her hair, his other hand beginning to disintegrate her arm right before All Might, who struggled to maintain his form. Kendo screamed in agony, pleading for help. Izuku, still bleeding from his side and barely conscious, instinctively activated his zodiac dragon and charged at Tomura. Izuku Midnight and the rest of Class 1A and B watched in disbelief as their classmate moved with incredible speed. Tomura smirked as he tossed Kendo aside and caught Izuku by the throat, applying pressure that threatened to crush him. All Might watched in horror as it seemed his friend's son was about to be harmed. Kendo's eyes widened in shock as she screamed for Izuku. Tomura taunted Izuku, asking if he had any last words before claiming his head as a trophy. Izuku's nails transformed into claws as he slashed across Tomura's body, forcing him to release his grip. Izuku continued to attack, moving with ferocity, and finally pounced on Tomura, biting into his collarbone. With a roar of pain and anger, Izuku warned Tomura to flee before he turned him into mincemeat. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 complied, and they vanished into a swirling mist, leaving BLD and remnants behind. Izuku, with his pupils narrowed like a predator, stood amidst the chaos. Just then, the doors burst open as Ida and the other teachers arrived, witnessing the thugs stirring. Izuku turned and approached Kendo, who looked up at him, startled by his bloodied appearance. He apologized for frightening her and walked past All Might, who averted his gaze. As he neared the steps, Midnight rushed to his side when he collapsed from BLD loss and exhaustion. The teachers skirted the other students out, and while everyone else had only minor injuries, Bakugo, Kendo, and Izuku were taken to the UA infirmary in separate rooms. Izuku rested in bed while the rest of Class 1A and B spoke with a detective before returning to the university. Kendo sat up in her bed, her forearm wrapped in gauze. Recovery Girl had managed to repair her injuries. Kendo reflected on Izuku's bravery, noting how he always put himself in danger to save others. She felt it was both admirable and frightening, as it would be devastating if he were to die. She hoped he wouldn't face expulsion or arrest for his actions. Recovery Girl entered the room, asking how Kendo was feeling. Kendo replied that she felt better, although her back was still sore. Recovery Girl confirmed she could return to the dorms if she could walk and breathe properly. Kendo got up, dressed in her uniform, and headed for the dorms. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in his bed, gazing out the window when All Might entered the room. All Might greeted him and asked how he was doing. Izuku responded that he was okay, but he assumed All Might had come to reprimand him for his reckless actions. He expressed regret for letting his emotions get the best of him. All Might reassured him that it was not a concern. Instead, he had come to discuss something important. He wanted Izuku to become his successor and inherit his power. Izuku was taken aback, questioning if it was even possible. All Might explained that the previous candidate had turned it down, believing it should go to someone with a true heroic heart, and that person was Izuku. Izuku realized he needed to understand the quirk before accepting it. All Might explained that his quirk was a stockpiling ability, passed down through generations, making Izuku the 9th user of One for All. All Might asked if he accepted this powerful legacy. Izuku agreed, stating he would gladly inherit the power to become a symbol of faith, instilling courage and kindness in people from all backgrounds. All Might laughed, appreciating Izuku's noble goal, and promised to train him to become that symbol of faith in these challenging times. Thank you, All Might. So how do you pass this quirk on to someone? Is it some sacred ritual or maybe power transference? No, none of those. It's more simple than that. Here, eat this, All Might said as he pulled out a strand of hair and handed it to Izuku. Izuku looked at him in disbelief. He had to eat All Might's hair for power. Yes, it was the only way he could inherit the quirk. He needed to have some of All Might's DNA course through him. Izuku couldn't believe he was about to do this. He took the hair, put it in his mouth, and washed it down with a glass of water, grimacing at the taste. After an audible gulp, he looked at All Might. "Hey, All Might, I don't feel anything different," he said. "Of course not," All Might replied. "It has to digest first. I suggest you head back to your dorm and get some much-needed rest." Izuku nodded, put on his uniform, and headed out, waving goodbye to All Might. As he walked, he reflected on his situation. "Midoriya, you want to be a new symbol. I can see your drive, just like your father. You want to be a hero to ensure people live happily. Young Izuku, you are everything I could ask for in a successor." Izuku rushed back to the dorms, thinking about what he had just agreed to. He was the protege of the greatest hero in the world. Those were some mighty boots to fill, even with his quirk. If he could do half as much as All Might, he would be prepared. Villains had shown up out of nowhere, capturing Yue's full attention, as well as his own. It had only been a few days, and already he was making an arch-nemesis. Upon entering the dorm, Izuku was met with warm greetings from everyone. He headed to his room, changed into something comfortable, and left to see Kendo, her arms still wrapped. "Hey, Suka, how's the arm?" he asked. "It's good, Mido. What about you? How's your side?" "It's all right, just tender and sore, but I'll manage. Mind coming with me to the roof? I want to say something to you." Sure." Izuku and Kendo took the elevator straight to the roof. Once there, they walked to the stone railing. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "I'm all ears right now," Izuku said. "Today, you and I could have died. Once again, you saved me with that frightening ability at the cost of your own life. I got you hurt twice because of me. I must seem like a bad luck charm to you, but for some time now, every time I'm with you, my body gets warmer. When you almost died, my heart ached, and that pain was 10 times worse than my own. I was shaken to my core by your ferocity and anger. Then I felt warmth when you said, with a calm, concerned tone, that you were sorry for scaring me again. Laying in my hospital bed made me realize I love you. I love you so much. I need you. I want you to hold me and comfort me. I know you may not feel the same." Before she could continue, Izuku embraced her, wrapping strong arms around her waist. Their lips met in a gentle kiss, and they held each other tightly. After breaking away, Izuku caught his breath. "I felt the same way but couldn't tell if you felt the same about me. I think I lost it because I allowed my crush to get hurt. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'll do better next time." "Oh, Mido, it's fine. You couldn't have known. I'll be there when you need to calm yourself down. It's cold up here. We should head back down and relax for the night. We have tomorrow off." The new couple headed down. Once in the common area, they enjoyed some pizza that Momo had bought. Izuku and Kendo cuddled on the couch, watching TV until 11:30, when they decided to call it a night. They took the elevator to Izuku's room, where Kendo changed into comfortable clothes, and they crawled into bed, holding each other close as they drifted off to sleep. Kendo nestled her face into Izuku's chest, and he smiled, thinking that he would keep her safe until his last breath. Izuku woke up to feel a warm body beside him. Kendo was snuggled up against him, her soft breaths comforting against his chest. He gently shook her awake, and her aqua eyes fluttered open, a soft smile gracing her face. "Morning, sweetie. Did you sleep well?" "Yeah, I did, thanks for asking. What about you?" "I slept all right. I did have a nightmare that woke me up at 2 a.m., but I soon fell asleep again." "What kind of nightmare?" "I had so many chances to save you, but every time I tried, you always died right in front of me, being shot, stabbed, burned, disintegrated, blown up. Every scenario I failed. It was haunting. I woke up drenched in cold sweat, tears in my eyes, and my heart aching. It all went away when I looked at you sleeping there like an angel. I calmed down, took a gulp of water, and just held you closer." "Oh, Izuku, you could have woken me up. I have no problem comforting you when you're in distress. Also, you better come and get me when you feel like punching a tree." Izuku chuckled, saying he would be sure to let her know. They decided it was time to get up and enjoy their free day. Kendo nodded, and the couple freshened up and got dressed. When Izuku opened the door, he found Ichiko, Shinso, Ida, and Mina waiting. They were greeted by a shirtless Izuku and a fully clothed Kendo in his room. "Wow, Kendo and Izuku, you slept together last night," one of them exclaimed. "Ha, Midoriya, you sly dog," another teased. "Oh my god, did you have a romantic night? You move fast, Izuku." "Midoriya, Kendo, it's none of my business, but since we're practically adults, please try to be more professional as we are heroes." Izuku asked everyone to head down, assuring them that he and Suka would explain everything when they got there. He shut the door, turning to see Kendo's cheeks flushed with color. Oh geez, they were going to be so judged on campus, everyone would be looking at them. They were in a relationship, and if anyone wished to judge, one of them would make it clear that they were serious. Concerns about Nito arose, as he might think one was just a passing interest and would only hate the other more. Regardless of what Nito said, the other was determined to earn respect, having risked their life and led their team like a true commander. They didn't want to hear any nonsense about not wanting to be a hero. The two new lovers finished getting ready and headed to the elevator, where others joined them on their way to the common area. Bakugo was making pancakes while the class conversed. Midnight walked in, greeting the class, who bowed and returned the morning greeting. She informed them that even though they didn't have classes that day, they should use the time for extra physical activity since the UA Sports Festival was coming up in a few short weeks. Some students questioned the wisdom of this, considering they had just escaped a large-scale villain attack. Midnight explained that the administration believed this was a way to show they were still standing strong. Concerns about potential attacks during the games were raised, but Midnight reassured them that security would be beefed up this year. She reminded them of the importance of the games, where they would showcase their abilities and resilience. Izuku, having read up on the festival, explained that it was an opportunity for the whole of Japan to see what the new generation had to offer, and for pros to scout potential interns. It was essentially a tournament to promote themselves. After Midnight's announcement, she left the young men and women to their own devices. Excitement filled the air as they discussed their plans for the games, each determined to show their true capabilities. Izuku left for Dagoba Beach to practice controlling One for All. Standing near the shoreline, he channeled the Quirk, feeling the power surge through him as magenta markings formed on his skin and green electricity crackled around him. With a flick of his finger, he created a split in the water, sending fish flying into the air. Although he was knocked back by the force, he quickly regained his footing and continued to practice. He made a slicing motion at a palm tree, and a blade of wind cut through the air, causing the tree to fall with a thud. Amazed by his new abilities, he repeated the process, stomping the ground to create a shockwave that sent more fish into the air. Trying to mix his abilities, he used Zodiac Dragon to fly into the air, channeling One for All as he soared over the ocean like a human bullet. After a thrilling flight, he landed with a cloud of sand. Izuku trained further, using One for All to jump and run as fast as Ida. He discovered he had unlocked another Zodiac slot, bringing his total to 6. His stamina, strength, and speed had all increased significantly, allowing him to lift over 500 pounds and run as fast as Usain Bolt without quirks. He had even grown taller, now standing at 6 feet 1 inch. Once back at UA, he found Kendo making cookies while everyone else was absent. She explained that most of their classmates were either training or visiting family, while Toga had gone to the cemetery. Izuku noted Kendo's cheerful demeanor and felt a pang of concern for Toga, who seemed to hide her pain behind a brave face. He resolved to speak with her later that night. Meanwhile, Toga sat sobbing in the cemetery, feeling the weight of her past. She reflected on her friend Yoshi, recalling how he had protected her and fought against her abusers. Despite her newfound confidence and friendships in the hero course, she felt the sting of being seen as a villain. As she stood up to leave, the sky began to rain, and she hurried out of the cemetery. On her way back to the dorm, a familiar voice called out to her, offering an umbrella. Grateful, Toga accepted the gesture, appreciating the kindness shown to her. Izuku used adorable pet names for his friends, calling Suki Izuku Zuzu, Shinso, Shini, Tsi, Tsu, Achiko, Oka, Shuto Roki, and Mina, Ashi. He understood that his nickname from her was Vampire Chick, and suggested they stop for coffee to warm her up. Suki pretended to dismiss his concern, but deep down she appreciated it. As night fell, the teens gathered back together. Izuku prepared bacon carbonara for the class, and everyone enjoyed the cookies Kendo had made. After dinner, Izuku announced that he and Itsuko were now a couple. Setsuna exclaimed that she had known it all along before settling back down. The evening continued like any other, with Izuku getting up from the couch to speak with Toga, who was helping Katsuki with the dishes. He asked her to step outside for a moment, and she agreed, curious about what he wanted to discuss. Once outside, they sat on the cold concrete steps under the moonlight. Izuku noticed Toga's pain and encouraged her to share her feelings. Toga admitted that she had been bullied for years, even by her own family, who called her a monster. She had suppressed her urges after receiving counseling but felt isolated and misunderstood. She had aspired to become a hero, wanting to help others, but the bullying continued into high school, leading her to a dark place. She had found a friend in her third year who understood her struggles, but tragically he had taken his own life just before graduation. Izuku expressed his sorrow for her experiences and acknowledged her strength in fighting through her pain. Toga fell to her knees, overwhelmed with emotion, expressing her longing to be a good person and help others without being judged. Izuku reassured her that he and the class believed in her potential as a hero. He humorously pointed out that he had faced danger himself, reminding her that he would always support her. After their heartfelt conversation, Toga wiped away her tears, and they returned inside, ready to face the night together. Toga approached Bakugo, who was engaged in a game of liar's dice with Kaminari and Kirishima. Meanwhile, Izuku rested his head on Kendo's lap as she gently stroked his hair. As the night wore on, they eventually headed to their floor. Izuku changed into his uniform and joined Kendo in her room. The two snuggled together, sharing a tender moment before drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. A week of schoolwork and training passed, and Saturday arrived, the day of the festival. Class 1A gathered in their waiting room, feeling the tension from the recent rivalry with Class 1B. They tried to support other classes, but it often felt futile as others viewed their efforts skeptically. Midoriya was reminded of their friendly competition, and he confidently stated that he was ready for the challenge. His classmates echoed their determination to prove themselves and show everyone what they were capable of. As Ida burst into the room announcing it was time to head to the field, the class made their way to the entrance of the arena. Stepping out onto the field, they were met with a sea of spectators, and Izuku took a moment to absorb the atmosphere, spotting several unknown pro-heroes among the crowd. He recalled All Might's words, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku remembered a moment from his past, where he felt a surge of determination. He recalled All Might encouraging him to shine alongside his power, reminding him to proudly declare his presence. Izuku had decided to create his own unique pose to energize the crowd, envisioning the excitement it would bring. With a smile, he promised that by the end of the festival, everyone in Japan would know his name. As he walked with his classmates toward the temporary stage, he felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Midnight announced him as the official festival opener, and Izuku was taken by surprise. He felt a rush of confidence as he approached the mic, ready to inspire everyone present. He introduced himself and expressed the importance of their presence, emphasizing that they were all there to make an impact. He challenged the audience to leave believing in the strength of the new generation, urging UA to put on a memorable show. After stepping off the stage, he received enthusiastic praise from his friends, who were excited about his performance. Midnight then took the mic to announce the first event of the day, the obstacle race. With limited spots available, students lined up at the entrance, and Izuku felt the anticipation in the air. He activated his Zodiac Dragon ability, ready to make his mark. From the stands, All Might watched with pride, confident in Izuku's potential to impress both the audience and the professional heroes. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes observed from afar, curious about All Might's successor. As the lights turned green and the buzzer rang, Izuku leaped into action, using One for All to propel himself forward. He quickly found himself in first place, with Todoroki and Bakugo close behind. The race was intense, filled with obstacles, but Izuku skillfully maneuvered past the challenges, dodging the robotic foes from his entrance exam. As he and Todoroki faced a row of formidable opponents, Todoroki froze one of the robots, allowing Izuku to unleash his fiery breath, melting the metal and clearing their path. Bakugo, determined as ever, blasted forward, intent on catching up. Izuku marveled at the speed of his classmates, realizing that their experiences had prepared them well for this competition. He focused on his own performance, refusing to compare himself to others. Suddenly, he heard the sound of explosions in the distance and recognized Bakugo's signature moves. The rivalry between them was palpable, and Bakugo's explosive energy pushed Izuku to elevate his own game. As Bakugo launched an attack, Izuku narrowly dodged and retaliated with a burst of fire, showcasing his abilities. The crowd reacted with excitement, and the stakes of the race intensified. Izuku's determination surged as he resolved to prove himself, using his powers to their fullest. With a powerful leap, he activated his Zodiac Dragon ability and soared through the air, creating a shockwave that triggered the mines along the course. The force sent competitors flying, causing chaos in the race. Izuku felt a mix of exhilaration and concern as he watched his classmates react to the sudden turn of events. As he sprinted toward the finish line, he knew he had to keep pushing forward. He emerged from the tunnel, followed closely by Todoroki and Bakugo, with other classmates trailing behind. The excitement of the race reached its peak as Izuku crossed the finish line first, marking a triumphant start to the competition. Afterward, he exchanged words of encouragement with his friends, celebrating their achievements. Midnight announced the next challenge, a cavalry battle, setting the stage for more thrilling competition ahead. Denki expressed his frustration at his lack of skill, while Midnight explained the rules of the cavalry battle. The game involved teams of 2 to 4 people, with 3 members acting as the horse and 1 riding on top. The objective was to collect headbands with varying point values, with the first-place team earning a substantial reward. As the announcement concluded, Midnight declared that the game was on, giving everyone 15 minutes to form their teams. Izuku decided to team up with his partner, believing they would work well together. He welcomed Shinso to the group, appreciating his strength as a front-runner. With 1 more member needed, Izuku approached Ida, suggesting that his speed would be a great asset. However, Ida declined, wanting to prove himself independently. He then joined Todoroki's team, signaling his determination to compete. Mina joined Izuku's team, and they quickly prepared for the battle. Midnight signaled the start, and all teams rushed toward Izuku's group. As they approached, Izuku focused and unleashed a gust of wind, causing some teams to stumble. Todoroki created an ice shield to protect against the attack, while Ida activated his quirk, lifting Izuku and the girls into the air. The aerial battle intensified as Ichiko and Bakugo attempted to snatch Izuku's headband. Kendo intervened, blocking their efforts, while Tsu caught Ichiko and Shiro pulled Bakugo back. Izuku descended, and Shiozaki tried to ensnare Shinso with her vines, but Mina melted them with her acid. Izuku retaliated, pushing back their adversaries as his team regrouped. Despite the chaos, Izuku maintained his lead, while Bakugo confronted Monama, who had stolen his headband. Bakugo's frustration boiled over, but he was momentarily halted by a glass wall. He broke through, snatching 2 headbands from Monama before being caught by Shiro. Toga, disguised as Ida, used her quirk to accelerate their efforts, while Bakugo blasted them toward Monama. Bakugo's relentless determination shone through as he charged at Monama, seizing the remaining headbands. Meanwhile, Todoroki froze several teams in place, leaving only a few to compete. Izuku strategized, aware that his team was growing weary. Ida, fueled by his determination, launched himself forward with a powerful burst, snatching Izuku's headband in the process. Izuku, realizing their plan, initiated his own strategy. He called upon his Quirk, Zodiac Dragon, and soared into the sky with Todoroki in tow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, showcasing their skills. As the battle raged on, Izuku's risk-taking actions continued to surprise everyone, while 𝐒𝐻𝐬 and 𝐵𝐾𝐽 re-entered the fray, adding to the excitement of the competition. The four riders engaged in an aerial battle as the clock ticked down. They grabbed at each other's headbands, and three began to descend. Izuku dove toward 𝐒𝐻𝐬, who clutched the 10,000-point headband. He pulled her up to the fifth row of the stadium, both of them holding onto the headband. Izuku expressed his gratitude for her rescue, acknowledging her kindness. He then declared, "Long live the king." In a playful move, Izuku poked 𝐒𝐻𝐬 in the eyes, causing her to let go and begin to fall. Fortunately, her teammate 𝐒𝐮𝐬 caught her just in time. As the buzzer sounded, Izuku flew down and landed on the ground. Midnight announced the results, declaring Team Midoriya the first-place winner, followed by Todoroki, 𝐵𝐾𝐽, and finally 𝐒𝐻𝐬. The crowd erupted in cheers. All Might felt a mix of pride and surprise at Midoriya's competitive spirit, remarking on the risks he took. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 confronted Izuku, expressing her frustration at his reckless behavior. She questioned whether winning was worth such danger. Izuku, unfazed, pointed out that he knew 𝐒𝐮𝐬 would catch her and suggested it was her fault for holding on too tightly. They exchanged light-hearted banter, with 𝐒𝐻𝐬 asserting that she wouldn't be an easy opponent in their next encounter. As the excitement of the event settled, the focus shifted to the upcoming one-on-one battles. Izuku's friend declared that he would take a nap, while Todoroki made a bold statement about their future match. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The stadium began to clear out for lunch, and Izuku joined his friends and girlfriend to discuss strategies. As afternoon approached, everyone returned to the stadium to hear Midnight explain the rules for the one-on-one battles. She emphasized that competitors would lose if they were unable to move, knocked out, or thrown out of the ring. The last two standing would face off for victory. Izuku learned he would be up against Kirishima, and the friendly rivalry continued with some playful banter. Cheerleaders from classes 1A and 1B appeared, dressed in their uniforms, prompting mixed reactions among the students. Some were excited, while others were skeptical about the situation. Izuku approached his girlfriend, complimenting her outfit, which made her blush. They exchanged playful teasing, and the camaraderie among friends was evident. As the games began, Izuku retreated to the waiting room to strategize for his match against Kirishima. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation as contestants prepared for their battles. The first match was 𝐒𝐻𝐬 versus 𝐒𝐮𝐲, and the excitement in the arena was palpable. Midnight introduced the competitors, highlighting 𝐒𝐻𝐬's unique fighting style and 𝐒𝐮𝐲's determination. The battle was set to be a classic showdown, with both fighters ready to prove their skills. As the match commenced, 𝐒𝐮𝐲 rushed toward 𝐒𝐻𝐬, who sprang into action, aiming a powerful kick. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 cleverly used his support gear to evade the attack, demonstrating his agility and quick thinking. The crowd watched in awe as the battle unfolded, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The blonde man landed, using his tail as an additional spring to propel 𝐒𝐻𝐬 upward and back toward 𝐒𝐮𝐲, who had just regained his footing. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 tucked and flipped, aiming to bring his tail down on 𝐒𝐮𝐲. The exhausted 𝐒𝐮𝐲 instinctively crossed his arms over his head as the tail made contact, showcasing an impressive display of strength. It was remarkable that he could withstand such a strike and still remain standing. It was clear he had trained hard to build his endurance. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 pushed 𝐒𝐻𝐬 off him as the tailed man landed on his feet. In a swift motion, 𝐒𝐮𝐲 delivered a powerful kick to 𝐒𝐻𝐬's back, then seized his tail, planted his right foot back, pivoted, and with all his strength, twisted and tossed 𝐒𝐻𝐬 behind him. The blonde man rolled all the way to the edge of the arena. The crowd gasped in awe at 𝐒𝐮𝐲's incredible strength. He had just thrown a full-grown man, plus the extra weight of 𝐒𝐻𝐬's tail. The commentator remarked on 𝐒𝐮𝐲's impressive performance, suggesting that any pro watching would be eager to pick him. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 smirked, thinking it was only fair to let the audience see a glimpse of his quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐬, dazed, stood up, and as 𝐒𝐮𝐲 spoke, he unwittingly responded, unknowingly falling under 𝐒𝐮𝐲's influence. 𝐒𝐬𝐬's eyes went blank and he stood still, expressionless. The crowd was stunned. Had Shinso really used his quirk? After tossing 𝐒𝐬𝐬, the young man was in a daze, making it clever of Shinso to take advantage of the moment. Shinso raised his arms and shot 2 grappling hooks that landed just inches away from 𝐒𝐬𝐬. He pulled back and pressed a button that drew him toward the hooks, slingshotting himself toward 𝐒𝐬𝐬, who remained entranced. Shinso executed a dropkick that sent 𝐒𝐬𝐬 flying down the steps as he landed perfectly on the white line of the ring. The announcer declared Shinso the winner by ring out, and the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Shinso approached 𝐒𝐬𝐬, who was gazing up at the sky. Offering his hand, he apologized for using his quirk at the end, suggesting they could compete again next year. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 responded that it had been a great battle and expressed concern for Shinso facing Todoroki next. Shinso acknowledged that 𝐒𝐬𝐬 was the real winner in that regard. The two stood tall at the end, walking to the back as the crowd continued to cheer for both competitors. As they made their way to their class section, they were met with praises. The crowd expressed their admiration for the fight, noting how impressive both had been. Shinso attributed his strength to the rigorous training regimen he had undertaken with his friend, Izuku, who had pushed him to his limits. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 teased him about it, and they shared a light-hearted moment before the next match was announced. Meanwhile, in the stadium corridors, Endeavor confronted Todoroki. He attempted to engage with his son, but Todoroki rebuffed him, expressing his frustration with his father's expectations. Endeavor insisted that he would not be spoken to by a naive, arrogant child, to which Todoroki countered that he was more mature than many others his age. Endeavor dismissed him, leaving Todoroki seething with anger as he prepared to face his next opponent. The announcer introduced the next contestants: Shudo Todoroki, the top scorer in the recommendations list and son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, and Hantashiro, known for his unique quirk. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, knowing Shiro would face a tough challenge. As the match began, Shiro instinctively wrapped Todoroki in tape, attempting to toss him out of the ring. The crowd gasped, wondering if Shiro could actually defeat one of the strongest competitors in mere seconds. Todoroki, however, looked up with a fierce glare and unleashed a massive ice wall that nearly covered half the stadium, encasing Shiro completely. The commentators were stunned into silence, and Midnight, half covered in ice, asked Shiro if he could continue. When he admitted he could not, she declared Todoroki the winner. Todoroki approached Shiro, apologizing for his overwhelming display of power. He felt a sense of responsibility to ensure that no one suffered in silence and resolved to talk to Shiro after his match. Izuku watched, impressed by Todoroki's character, noting that while his strength was formidable, he also had a compassionate side. The atmosphere shifted as Bakugo, ever competitive, expressed his frustration, challenging anyone who dared to underestimate him. His classmates exchanged comments, some teasing him while others acknowledged his fierce determination. The next match was set to be Denki versus Tsuyu, with many believing Tsuyu would have the advantage due to her level-headedness and agility. As the match commenced, Denki unleashed a powerful blast, but Tsuyu expertly dodged and countered, showcasing her skills. She tried to use her strength to throw Denki out, but he grabbed her tongue and shocked her, swinging her around before letting her go. She flew out of the ring, and Denki stood victorious as Midnight announced him the winner. Denki looked surprisingly cool in that moment. It was a first for him. Ida felt a bit bad for Tsu, knowing that being prone to electricity was a disadvantage, but it worked out well for Denki. Next was Mina versus Ida. Surprisingly, Mina held her own for a while, almost sending Ida out by making him run through her slippery acid. However, he managed to plant his hand into the concrete before boosting, turning on an axis and running toward Mina. As he passed her, he grabbed her collar and tossed her, and she rolled all the way to the outside, giving Ida the victory. He checked to see if she was all right, and the two walked away fairly unscathed, except for Mina, who had a few scratches from the forceful rolling. Izuku thought that was so close, but he had a feeling Ida would come out on top. Momo expressed her concern for Mina, but Izuku reassured her that Mina had one of the most positive attitudes in class and took failure in stride. This experience would only drive her to be better. He always saw silver linings in all bad situations, believing it would make him a great hero. Next up was 𝐃𝐐� versus 𝐼𝐬. Everyone expected a great match, but they underestimated 𝐃𝐬's dark shadow, which relentlessly attacked and pushed Momo out of bounds. It was impressive and a bit intimidating. Toga, watching from the sidelines, teased 𝐃𝐬 about his nickname for her, calling him Bird Boy. She thought it was a cute nickname. 𝐃𝐬 was powerful, but she wondered if his shadow would be weak against light. If Denki, Todoroki, or Bakugo faced him, he might struggle. She hoped this loss wouldn't affect Momo too much. She believed Momo was strong enough to bounce back. After that, it was Toga versus 𝐼𝐬. The class wished them both luck as they prepared for their match. Toga remembered her good friend, vowing to become a hero in honor of Yoshi. The announcer welcomed them to the arena, introducing Toga as a girl with enthusiasm who loves the underground, and 𝐼𝐬 as a girl with a childlike innocence. Midnight asked if the ladies were ready, and they both nodded. When the match began, Toga popped a cap off a vial of BLD and downed it, her body morphing into that of a girl with black hair and twilight eyes. She pulled out a deck of playing cards. Toga tossed a card at 𝐼𝐬, which exploded on contact, sending the gravity user back. Toga had transformed and seemed to possess a kinetic energy quirk. She threw 6 more cards, forcing Izuku to duck, dodge, and roll, but 2 landed and shredded her uniform. Izuku ran toward Toga, taking off her jacket and wrapping it around Toga's arms. Toga retaliated with a kick to Izuku's thigh. Toga filled the jacket with energy and swung her arms upward, smashing into Izuku's face and sending her into the air before crashing down. Izuku quickly got up and charged at Toga again. Toga began throwing cards at 𝐼𝐬 once more, but Izuku tackled her and unleashed a flurry of punches. Toga struggled to stay conscious as 𝐼𝐬's fury rained down on her, and in that moment, Toga recalled who had given her the confidence to embrace her quirk. In a flashback, Toga remembered feeling lost and alone, wishing to be a hero despite her quirk. She had met Yoshi, who reassured her that her quirk didn't define her future. He encouraged her to pursue her dreams, reminding her that being a hero or villain came from the heart and mind, not just from one's abilities. Toga longed for acceptance and understanding, hoping to prove that she could be a hero, too. Yoshi believed that everyone should have a friend, and he was determined to support Toga in her quest to become a hero. Toga expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed by the kindness she received. Yoshi found it hard to believe anyone could see Toga as evil when she was so endearing in that moment. However, Toga had a point to prove, and she was ready to fight. She picked up a piece of rubble from the aftermath of an explosion, infused it with energy, and struck 𝐼𝐬 with it, creating a blast that echoed like a grenade. The impact was severe, leaving both girls injured. Toga's face was scorched, and her hand was badly hurt, while 𝐼𝐬 was sent sprawling, her head bleeding and her face burned. Despite their injuries, both girls managed to rise again. Toga, pushing through her pain, prepared for another attack. She threw playing cards at 𝐼𝐬, who skillfully dodged them. Toga then charged, grabbing 2 more pieces of rubble and smashing them together, sending 𝐼𝐬 backward in a daze. Toga's arms were charred and bloodied, yet she pressed on, fueled by adrenaline. In a moment of desperation, Toga fashioned a makeshift weapon from 𝐼𝐬's jacket and charged at her opponent. She swung the jacket, which exploded with energy upon impact, sending both girls flying in opposite directions. 𝐼𝐬 crashed into a wall, while Toga fell hard onto the concrete steps, the sound of her ribs cracking echoing in the arena as she succumbed to the pain. As the chaos unfolded, 𝐼𝐬 and Midnight rushed to the girls. Midnight checked on Toga, relieved to find her still breathing but severely injured. 𝐼𝐬 tended to 𝐼𝐬, who was also conscious but in rough shape. A fellow student offered their jacket to cover 𝐼𝐬, who was grateful for the gesture. The medic bots soon arrived to carry the injured girls away, leaving the audience in stunned silence. They had witnessed a brutal clash that exceeded their expectations. Some students reflected on 𝐼𝐬's resilience, while others marveled at Toga's impressive quirk, though they acknowledged the danger it posed. As the cleanup crew worked to restore the arena, Bakugo made his way to the infirmary, where he found Recovery Girl reviewing Toga's chart. She reassured him that Toga would recover, though she would bear scars and wouldn't advance to the next round. Bakugo requested a moment alone with Toga, and as Recovery Girl stepped out, he spoke to her unconscious form. He congratulated her on her fierce spirit, promising that he would be there for her whenever she needed to vent her frustrations. He had a festival to win, but he would return. Recovery Girl, listening from the hallway, noted how Bakugo, despite his tough exterior, cared for his friends. When she entered, she teased him about his heartfelt words, but he brushed her off, insisting he had said what he needed to say. As Bakugo left, he encountered Kirishima, who playfully teased him about his feelings for Toga. Bakugo, frustrated, dismissed him, but Kirishima continued to joke, lightening the mood as they returned to their seats. Bakugo walked past the redhead as Kirishima headed for the arena entrance on the other side of the stadium. Izuku crouched against a wall, breathing in and out. All Might approached him, asking how he was feeling. Izuku replied that he was doing well, just getting into the right mindset. All Might reminded him that he would be facing Kirishima, who wouldn't be an easy opponent. Izuku acknowledged this, noting that Kirishima knew all his abilities, so he planned to use One for All to improve his control. All Might inquired about how much of One for All he could currently use, to which Izuku responded that he could manage about 15%. All Might encouraged him, stating that it was a good starting point and he would only get better from there. Izuku then declared it was showtime and walked out into the stadium filled with cheering fans. The announcer introduced the next competitors from Class 1A, highlighting Izuku Midoriya as the class president and a formidable fighter. Izuku felt this was his chance to prove himself as a hero. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, Tamura Shigaraki watched Izuku's match on a laptop. A deep-voiced man advised him to keep an eye on Izuku, suggesting he might reveal something useful for their plans, but Shigaraki dismissed it with a scoff. The announcer then introduced Eijiro Kirishima as the embodiment of a real man, and Kirishima expressed his determination to go all out. Eraserhead observed the match, noting that he expected it might be short since he knew what Midoriya was capable of. As the match began, both competitors nodded in readiness. Izuku activated One for All at 15%, and aqua electricity flowed around him as he dashed toward Kirishima, who braced himself for impact. Izuku's fist slammed into Kirishima's crossed arms, causing him to slide back slightly. As Izuku attempted another hit, Kirishima dodged and seized Izuku's open arm, hardening his legs and striking Izuku with his knee. Izuku gasped for air but quickly regained his composure, realizing he needed to focus on maintaining control of One for All while avoiding Kirishima's relentless attacks. The match took a turn as Izuku found himself on the defensive, surprising Eraserhead, who knew Izuku was stronger than Kirishima. Back in the arena, Izuku executed a backflip to evade another attack, which allowed him to activate One for All again. He swept Kirishima's legs, causing him to fall, and then delivered a kick to his side, earning a grunt of pain from Kirishima. Izuku mounted Kirishima, delivering a series of punches to his opponent, who remained hardened to withstand the blows. Small Might watched from the arena entrance, commenting on Izuku's fierce determination. As the match continued, Izuku felt the toll of his relentless strikes, his hands beginning to bleed. He realized he needed to find a moment to breathe and strategize. Just as he landed a left hook, Kirishima retaliated with a powerful right hook that sent Izuku staggering back. Kirishima then rushed forward, landing a punch to Izuku's stomach, causing him to cough. The redhead unleashed a flurry of punches, each hit causing Izuku's face to take damage. After a series of 20 punches, Kirishima swung back and delivered a decisive blow that sent Izuku crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped, wondering if Izuku would be able to recover. Eraserhead noted that Izuku must have underestimated Kirishima. However, just as it seemed all hope was lost, Izuku sat up, grabbed Kirishima's jacket, and flipped him over, surprising everyone. He stood up as Midnight announced that Kirishima was out of bounds, declaring Izuku the winner. Izuku extended a hand to Kirishima, offering to help him up. Kirishima accepted the gesture, acknowledging Izuku's toughness. Izuku explained that he had trained his body to endure punishment, having been trained by the kung fu hero, Bruce Lee. As they walked back to their seats, Izuku stopped by the nurse's office to get patched up, receiving a lecture from the nurse in the process. He eventually rejoined his classmates, who congratulated him on his victory against Kirishima, and he appreciated the cheerful atmosphere despite the injuries he had sustained. It was disappointing that both Izuku and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 were out of the tournament, but Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction from his official win. He doubted he could have lasted much longer. Toga's actions had been completely unthinkable, and as class representative, he felt compelled to address her. He urged her to rethink her strategy for the next battle, reminding her that if it had been a real fight, the consequences could have been dire. Toga acknowledged his words. After a brief chat with the rest of the class, it was time for the next match, Kendo versus Bakugo. The atmosphere was electric as the announcer introduced the competitors. Representing Class 1A, she was known as the Vixen of Violence, Itsuka Kendo. Her opponent, the Bombing King, was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo made it clear that he wouldn't go easy on Kendo just because she was his friend's girlfriend, and Kendo confidently replied that she hadn't planned on it. Midnight raised her hand to signal the start of the match. As the two competitors nodded in readiness, she dropped her hand, and they charged at each other. From the stands, Izuku watched as Kendo used her strength to grab Bakugo by the wrist and slam him into the ground. The impact drew a reaction from the commentator, Mike. Bakugo quickly retaliated, blasting Kendo's grip away and dodging an explosion before landing a punch to her ribs, sending her tumbling. Izuku noted that Kendo had landed a solid hit on Bakugo, showing she was a formidable fighter. Kendo was known for her dedication, whether it was studying or training. As Bakugo launched another attack, Kendo ducked and countered with a powerful punch. Bakugo, however, was quick on his feet, evading her strike and aiming for her back. The blast hit, causing her to stumble forward, but she quickly regained her footing. Kendo was determined not to give up easily. She stood tall, ready to showcase her combat skills, and as Bakugo charged at her, she ducked and grabbed his leg, dragging him down before slamming him into the ground. Bakugo, frustrated, muttered under his breath, wishing for an end to the match. The battle was intense, and it was hard to predict what would happen next. Izuku observed that while Kendo maintained a strong exterior, she was clearly in pain from Bakugo's relentless attacks. Bakugo, too, seemed to be running low on energy. The two fighters were pushing each other to their limits, and it was uncertain if one would exhaust the other into a draw. As they faced off again, Bakugo gritted his teeth, determined to win. He had his sights set on defeating Izuku or 𝐼𝐼𝐬 in the finals. Kendo, meanwhile, was focused on proving her worth to Izuku, wanting to show him that she was strong and capable of being there for him. The two charged at each other once more. Kendo expanded her hands, ready to catch Bakugo, but he was quicker. With a fierce glare, he blasted her arms apart, narrowly escaping her grasp. He then prepared a stunning attack, blinding Kendo momentarily. As the smoke cleared, she waved her hand in front of her face, only to see Bakugo charging up a powerful blast. The explosion sent her flying from the center of the arena to the ground below, leaving her uniform in tatters. With Kendo out of bounds, the announcer declared Katsuki Bakugo the winner. The crowd erupted in excitement, amazed by the decisive victory. Kendo lay on the ground, staring up at the blue sky, her thoughts swirling. She felt defeated, especially in front of Izuku. She had wanted to prove herself but felt she had failed both him and herself. Relationships were about teamwork, and she had seen Izuku overcome challenges with determination, while she felt she had fallen short. As she sat up, the cheers of the crowd filled her ears. Realizing her state, she quickly ran toward the hall leading away from the arena, tears welling in her eyes as she covered herself with her arms. In her moment of defeat, she heard a familiar voice. Izuku approached her, offering words of encouragement. He reminded her that losing didn't define her and praised her for giving it her all. Kendo was surprised by his support and expressed her fears of being seen as useless. Izuku's expression turned serious as he assured her that she was one of the most capable people he knew. He couldn't understand why anyone would label her as incompetent, especially when she had shown such strength and resilience in the match. Kendo shared her past experiences with possessive relationships and the traditional expectations placed on her, but Izuku's unwavering belief in her made her feel a glimmer of hope. Kendo expressed her feelings to Izuku, explaining that she wasn't overly possessive but felt protective when others stared at her. She reassured him that she would do what she wanted because she trusted him. Izuku acknowledged her efforts in the recent match against Bakugo, praising her surprising movements. Kendo hugged Izuku tightly, burying her face in his chest as she wept softly. He comforted her, promising that he would always speak positively and encouraging her to do her best without showing fear, even if she felt it inside. He reminded her that those who were wounded, whether children, women, or men, needed reassurance, and that she had the power to bring comfort to those in distress. Kendo nodded, taking his words to heart as they made their way back to the class section, where the next battle was about to begin, Shinso versus Todoroki. The tournament was off to an exciting start, and as the announcer introduced the competitors, Shinso found himself wishing for a moment of peace from the enthusiastic commentary. His opponent, Todoroki, was known as the ice-cold Prince of UA, and he felt a chill at the thought of how he was being portrayed. Meanwhile, in the hero's break room, a man in a suit of white armor with navy blue hair watched the intense competition unfold, feeling proud of Ida's strong allies. A radio crackled to life, and the man, known as Ingenium, received a message about a lead on the hero killer. He was instructed to enjoy his day off while they kept an eye on the situation. He expressed concern for his comrades under his breath before returning his focus to the screen, where Todoroki had just won his match. Izuku watched, frustrated by Todoroki's reluctance to use his fire powers, wondering why he seemed hesitant. Shinso's impressive dodging skills had caught Izuku's attention, and he mused that if the match had gone on longer, Shinso might have emerged victorious. As the next fight was announced, Kaminari faced off against Ida, and the class made their predictions. Izuku believed in Ida's calculated strategy and quick thinking, while others were less confident. As the match began, Ida launched himself toward Kaminari, who attempted to electrify the ground. Ida leaped high above the current and executed a powerful kick that sent Kaminari reeling. With a burst of speed, Ida charged at Kaminari, knocking him out of bounds. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midnight declared Ida the winner. The man in white armor smiled, proud of his younger brother's victory. Ida approached Kaminari, offering a hand to help him up. They exchanged words of encouragement, and as they returned to the back of the stadium, Ida hoped that the upcoming fight between Midoriya and Todoroki would be thrilling without being too intense. The two boys made their way back to their class section, where they were greeted with cheers for their respective performances. As the next match was set to begin, Shinso requested popcorn from Momo, and the class prepared for the highly anticipated showdown between Izuku Midoriya and Shudo Todoroki. The announcer built excitement, introducing both fighters with enthusiasm, setting the stage for an epic clash. Todoroki mumbled under his breath about the nicknames as he saw his father in the stands. Izuku looked at him with a determined expression. Midnight stood atop the mini-stage, ready to start the fight. Todoroki launched an ice attack at Midoriya, who countered with a punch. The sheer force of the wind shattered the ice and pushed Todoroki back, allowing him to regain his balance. The crowd gasped, surprised at Midoriya's strength. It was clear that both fighters were familiar with each other's abilities, turning the match into a battle of strategy. Todoroki sent another wave of ice, followed by more attacks, but each was destroyed before it could connect. Izuku taunted him, challenging him to fight without holding back. Todoroki's frustration grew as he prepared a massive glacier wave, sending a wall of jagged ice toward Izuku. Everyone thought Izuku was finished, but as the wave approached, he threw both fists back and, in one smooth motion, shattered the ice wall. The crowd watched in shock and awe as Todoroki questioned who he was facing. As the ice wall fell behind Izuku, he lunged at Todoroki, catching him off guard. He grabbed Todoroki's collar and slammed him to the ground, delivering a series of punches. After a few strikes, he slammed Todoroki into the ground again and tossed him into one of the remaining ice chunks. Izuku shouted for Todoroki to stop holding back and to treat him like a true opponent. Todoroki, now fully engaged, ignited his left side in flames as the frost on his right melted away. Izuku smiled, intrigued by the fiery display. The crowd noticed the shift in Todoroki's demeanor, realizing he was finally embracing his powers. As Todoroki prepared to freeze the arena floor, Izuku crouched, ready to leap forward. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 and Midnight debated whether to intervene, concerned about the intensity of the battle. Todoroki began creating flaming ice pillars, and as Izuku flew past them, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 quickly constructed thick walls of cement. Despite his efforts, the collision of ice, flames, and concrete caused a massive explosion in the arena, sending a gust of hot and cold air toward the spectators. The crowd, filled with students and civilians, watched in disbelief. The arena had heated up and then rapidly cooled, creating a dramatic spectacle. As the smoke cleared, Todoroki stood where he had begun, his uniform barely intact. Izuku, surprisingly, stood with a smile on his face, prompting cheers from the crowd. Shinso appeared alert for the first time, while Kendo looked astonished. Bakugo smirked, and Mike expressed his amazement into the microphone, highlighting the excitement of the tournament. Midnight then noticed that Midoriya's foot was out of bounds and declared Todoroki the winner. The crowd was stunned as Izuku looked down to see his left foot had crossed the white line. He chuckled, then burst into laughter at the unexpected outcome, acknowledging Todoroki's victory with good humor. Todoroki smirked and bowed, as did Izuku, before they both left to change. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A began to discuss the match. They marveled at the intensity of the fight, comparing it to an episode of their favorite action anime. Some expressed disbelief at the outcome, while others noted Izuku's optimistic spirit even in defeat. The camaraderie among the students deepened as they reflected on the battle, realizing the incredible potential of their peers. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Izuku and Todoroki were changing into different P uniforms. Izuku expressed his apologies to Shudo for being tough during their previous encounter. He wanted to ensure a fair fight and acknowledged that he might have touched a nerve. He clarified that he hadn't been bribed by Shudo's father, whom he had never met. Izuku noticed Shudo's anger when his father boasted about him and assured Shudo that he didn't need to discuss it now or ever, but he was open to listening if Shudo ever wanted to talk. For now, they should focus on getting stronger together. Izuku encouraged Shudo to go beyond and wished him luck in his upcoming battles, promising to cheer for him. As Izuku left, Shudo was left with his thoughts, realizing that Izuku cared and wanted to be his friend. He decided to give him a chance. Closing the spare uniform locker, Shudo headed out but was stopped by his father. His father questioned him about using his fire and accused him of giving up on his rebellion. Shudo firmly stated that he hadn't given up on anything. During his fight with Midoriya, he had forgotten his father existed. He was determined to become a hero on his own terms and doubted he would ever forgive his father, but he was confident he wouldn't end up like him. With that, Shudo walked past his father, leaving him seething with anger. Back with the class, Izuku was being praised by his classmates. He humbly acknowledged their compliments, but Monama teased him about being a goody two-shoes who enjoyed the praise. Izuku retorted, questioning Monama's need to belittle him to feel better. Another classmate defended Izuku, stating that Monama should respect him, as they were all there for the same reason. Monama shot back, dismissing the other student, but before he could finish, Izuku delivered a swift uppercut, silencing him. He then addressed Ibara, asking her to inform Kendo that if he continued to run his mouth, Izuku would report him for harassment and take legal action for defamation. Afterward, Izuku hopped back over the barrier. At that moment, Todoroki joined them, greeting Izuku and acknowledging their craziness. They shared a light-hearted moment before preparing for their respective matches. The announcer introduced the next fight, highlighting Tenya Ida, the vice-class representative of 1A, known for his speed, and his opponent, Shudo Todoroki. The teacher noted that while Ida had speed and power, Todoroki possessed intellect and strategy, making the match unpredictable. In the security room, Ingenium, also known as Tensei Ida, watched his younger brothers battle against a formidable opponent. His phone rang, and upon answering he learned that 2 of his sidekicks had been slain. Determined to find justice, he rushed to Hosu City, leaving his brother to handle his fight alone. In the arena, Midnight signaled the start of the match. Todoroki launched an ice attack as Ida dashed around, trying to slow him down. Ida attempted a powerful roundhouse kick, which Todoroki narrowly avoided. As Ida executed a backflip kick, he realized he had limited time before his engine stalled. He grabbed Todoroki, trying to push him out of bounds, but Todoroki countered by freezing Ida's body, showcasing his close-range capabilities. With Todoroki declared the winner, he unthawed Ida, who complimented him on his cleverness. They exchanged words of encouragement, with Ida promising there would be another chance next year. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 searched for his fallen comrades and discovered the hero killer, Stain, standing over his unconscious body. Stain expressed his disdain for the current state of heroes and vowed to purge the world of fakes. As Tensei lay in the alley, he sent out a distress call, his last thoughts being a plea for his brother to stay strong. The fight between Tokoyami and Bakugo was brief, as Bakugo quickly dismantled Tokoyami's defenses and forced him to surrender. The finals were set, Todoroki versus Bakugo in the 1A section of seats. Kirishima remarked that Bakugo would not be an easy opponent, acknowledging his impulsive and temperamental nature. He noted that while anger and rage could drive Bakugo, he would eventually need to think rationally. Momo chimed in, suggesting that Todoroki's quick wit would be crucial, especially since he likely knew his ice would be ineffective against Bakugo. However, Bakugo's sheer determination and willpower were formidable traits when facing someone as level-headed as Shuto. They would have to wait and see how it all played out. Just then, Ida received a call and stepped into the hall to take it. He was informed that Tensei had been attacked by a villain and might not survive. The news left Ida visibly shaken. As he exited the hall, Izuku noticed his pale expression and asked if he was all right. Ida assured him it was just a family emergency and that he needed to leave. Izuku expressed concern but respected Ida's need to go. Achiko noticed Izuku's worried demeanor and asked if he was okay. Izuku explained that Ida's call must have been serious, as he seemed distressed. Achiko expressed her hope that everything was all right, but Izuku felt it was his responsibility as class rep to ensure his teammates were mentally and physically well. Mina playfully teased Izuku, but he decided to focus on enjoying the festival as Ida had suggested. Kendo observed Izuku's tendency to prioritize others and reminded him not to neglect his own well-being. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, introducing the competitors for the main event. In the blue corner, Shuto Todoroki, known for his icy stare and fiery passion, was introduced. In the red corner, Katsuki Bakugo, the most intense student at 𝐼, was also introduced with pride. As the match began, Todoroki launched an ice attack at Bakugo, who skillfully dodged and countered with a blast of his own. The two exchanged powerful blows, with Bakugo landing a knee strike on Todoroki, who retaliated with flames. Bakugo absorbed the hit but quickly regained his footing, taunting Todoroki about his stamina. Todoroki focused on his strategy, launching a series of ice attacks, while Bakugo countered with blasts of his own. Bakugo then propelled himself into the air, spinning like a missile, while Todoroki prepared his own special move. The two collided in a spectacular display of power, causing a massive impact that shook the arena. As the dust settled, the audience held their breath, waiting to see who would rise first. Slowly, the ice chunks began to shift, revealing Todoroki, shirtless and determined, while Bakugo lay motionless in the crater created by their clash. Midnight announced that Todoroki had won by knockout. Todoroki couldn't believe it. He had proven his father wrong and was no longer a disappointment. The stadium erupted in cheers, and his classmates and teachers showed their appreciation by clapping for the young man. Meanwhile, at Hosu General Hospital, Ida rushed to the counter, asking for information about Tensei. The nurse informed him that Tensei was in the ICU, and Ida thanked her before sprinting toward the unit. Upon arriving, he saw his mother, who looked worried. She told Ida that Tensei was in critical condition. Ida rushed to his brother's side, expressing concern for him. Tensei, trying to lighten the mood, joked that he might not make it, a thought that scared him. Ida urged Tensei to fight, insisting that he needed him and couldn't be great without him. Tensei acknowledged Ida's admiration but reminded him to trust himself. He explained that, regardless of whether he survived, his injuries meant he could no longer be a hero. He encouraged Ida to lean on his friends, especially Izuku and Shudo. Ida felt overwhelmed, insisting that Tensei was irreplaceable and too young to leave this world. Tensei shared his own fears about not returning home each day as a hero, but he urged Ida to carry on his legacy and ensure that Ingenium would not be forgotten. As Tensei's monitor flatlined, Ida was pulled away as doctors rushed to resuscitate him. After tense moments passed, the doctors declared Tensei Ida, also known as Ingenium, deceased. Ida broke down, tears streaming down his face as his mother tried to comfort him. In the shadows, the hero killer sat atop a water tower, contemplating the state of heroes. A figure approached him, stating that his MSTR wished to speak with him. The hero killer agreed to meet but warned that he would not hesitate to act if he found the meeting unsatisfactory. Back at the stadium, the celebration party was in full swing. 3 concrete pillars stood tall as the classes gathered for the medal ceremony. Midnight introduced All Might, who made a grand entrance, much to her displeasure. The medal ceremony commenced, with All Might presenting the awards. In third place was Tokoyami, who graciously accepted his medal, acknowledging the importance of teamwork and learning from others. In second place, Bakugo accepted his medal with a mix of frustration and maturity, admitting that Shudo had bested him. Finally, Shudo, the first-place winner, expressed his mixed feelings about his victory, unsure if he had proven what he set out to. All Might encouraged Shudo to reflect on his accomplishments and the respect he had earned from his peers. After the ceremony, he rallied everyone for one last cheer, but the crowd reacted with frustration at his blunder. Later that afternoon, in the dorms, Kirishima and Siro went out to get drinks while Bakugo prepared spaghetti and meatballs. Izuku studied his biology textbook, Shinso sipped tea while petting his cat, and Denki played video games. Momo and Jiro watched a movie, while Achiko, Mina, and Toru played Uno. Ojiro went for a run, and the rest of the students retreated to their rooms. Izuku began to worry about Ida, wondering where he was as the clock approached 5. Just then, breaking news interrupted their day, announcing that the pro-hero Ingenium had been attacked by the so-called hero killer, who had taken the lives of 2 of his sidekicks. Izuku stood up and walked closer, asking if the volume could be turned up. The news anchor reported that Ingenium had engaged in combat but had been defeated by the hero killer. Although Ingenium had survived, his injuries were so severe that it was announced he had died. This was a tragic day for the hero community, as many lives had been touched by the young hero, Tensei Ida, who was only 32 and had no family of his own. Everyone except Izuku and Todoroki reacted to the news, realizing that this was the family emergency Ida had mentioned. As Ida entered the room, Izuku expressed his condolences, acknowledging the pain Ida must be feeling. He shared his own experience of loss, revealing that his father had died in a bombing just before he had come to the meeting. Izuku understood the depth of Ida's grief, as he had also lost someone dear to him. Kendo arrived shortly after, having caught only part of Izuku's story, but she chose not to interject. Ida's anger and longing for vengeance were palpable. Izuku empathized but cautioned Ida against acting on his rage, warning that it could lead to further harm. He reminded Ida that they both needed to focus on their hero training and earn their provisional licenses. Ida insisted that he could confront the hero killer in Hosu, but Izuku urged him to think rationally, reminding him of Stain's ruthless reputation. Izuku suggested that Ida consider an internship far from Hosu or risk being placed under supervision for his mental state. Ida was taken aback, feeling betrayed by Izuku's concern. Despite the tension, Izuku insisted that he would do anything to keep Ida safe, even if it meant taking drastic measures. Suddenly, Ida stood up, grabbing the chair he had been sitting on and smashing it against Izuku's head before pushing past the others and running toward the exit. Bakugo, fueled by adrenaline, chased after him, while Izuku shouted for Ida to stop. As they reached the gate, Izuku called out to Ida, urging him to talk things through. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, halting all 3 of them in their tracks. Aizawa appeared, ready to address the chaos. He instructed them to return to the dorms, where Momo opened the door, allowing them inside. Once inside, Izuku explained the situation to Aizawa, detailing how Ida had reacted after visiting his brother. Aizawa observed Ida's conflicted emotions, shame, anger, and pain. He questioned Bakugo about his involvement, and Bakugo explained that he had acted instinctively upon hearing the commotion. Aizawa confronted Ida about his actions, emphasizing that resorting to violence was not heroic. He reminded Ida of his potential and the support he had from his classmates. Aizawa offered Ida a choice: to take a break from hero duties or to join someone on their internship for support. He gave Ida until the next day to decide. As Aizawa left, a heavy silence filled the room. Izuku cleared his throat, reassuring Ida that he didn't need to apologize. He acknowledged the weight of the day and suggested they return to their previous activities. Ida decided to call it a night and promised to give his answer in the morning. As everyone resumed their tasks, Izuku expressed his intention to relax in his room, asking someone to text him when dinner was ready. With that, he headed for the elevator, seeking some solitude after the emotional turmoil of the day. In Izuku's room, the young man sat on his bed, trying to collect his thoughts. He had lost his father, faced the sports festival, and now a classmate was in pain, leaving him feeling helpless. He sighed, reflecting on the day and wishing for a break. Just then, a knock came at his door. Kendo announced her presence, asking if she could come in. Izuku replied that it was unlocked, and she entered, closing the door behind her. Kendo noticed his exhausted appearance and asked if he was all right. Izuku acknowledged her observation, admitting that he was indeed worn out. His body ached, his mind felt fried, and emotionally he craved an escape. Kendo reminded him that while he couldn't indulge in alcohol or cigarettes, Shiro and Kiri had just returned with some nice Japanese beer. Izuku chuckled and asked about Kendo's state. She admitted to being very tired and craving spaghetti before sleep. She expressed concern about the impact of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's passing on their class morale, noting that it would hurt everyone, especially since he was the brother of someone close to them. Izuku felt the weight of being the class representative, feeling pressured to provide encouragement and inspiration, which he found difficult. Kendo hoped that the dark cloud of despair would eventually lift, allowing their class to return to their spirited selves. Izuku suggested they cuddle for a bit, something he hadn't done in a long time. Kendo agreed, wanting to feel his strong arms around her. They lay on the queen-sized bed, with Izuku holding Kendo close. Meanwhile, Ida lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling and recalling his brother's words about taking on the name 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to keep its legacy alive. He questioned his worthiness of the name, reflecting on his recent actions and the pressure he felt to honor his brother's last wish. He resolved to make a decision about his future. In the common area, Bakugo was stirring spaghetti sauce while sipping on his beer. He instructed Uraraka to text Izuku that dinner was ready, and the others scrambled to set the table. Izuku gently stroked Itsuka's hair as he heard a ping from his phone, indicating that Uraraka had messaged him about the food. He suggested they head down, though Kendo noted how warm it was. Izuku reassured her that if they ate quickly, they could return to each other's arms for the rest of the night. Kendo agreed, especially since Bakugo made delicious spaghetti. Before heading down, Kendo grabbed one of Mido's hoodies. In an abandoned mahjong hall and bar, Shigaraki sat drinking liquor, meeting with the hero killer, Stain. They discussed their mutual disdain for heroes, with Shigaraki expressing his longing to eliminate those he deemed false. He explained that to achieve this, he needed to undermine the foundations of society, namely UA and All Might. Stain, who viewed All Might as a true hero, acknowledged that UA produced many heroes he considered fake. Shigaraki proposed targeting specific individuals, Shudo Todoroki, Izuku Midoriya, and Tenya Ida, believing that their downfall would send a message. Stain agreed to the plan, indicating that he didn't need payment beyond the satisfaction of his actions. As Shigaraki sipped his drink, he felt confident about their alliance. Back at Class 1A's dorm, most of the class sat in silence while Izuku and Kendo enjoyed their meal as if they hadn't eaten in days. Momo watched in a mix of disgust and awe before Achiko commented on Izuku's eagerness to finish. Izuku explained that he and Kendo planned to return to his room afterward, which surprised and intrigued their classmates. Kendo echoed Izuku's sentiment, expressing her longing to finish quickly so they could enjoy their time together. The room filled with a mix of shock, awe, happiness, embarrassment, and jealousy as they finished their meal. With gratitude, Izuku thanked Bakugo for dinner, and in a flash, the couple left to spend time together. It was nice that they had a healthy relationship, and some classmates speculated about Izuku and Kendo's private life. As the rest of the class chatted, Izuku and Kendo were in his room, dressed in comfortable clothes. Kendo lay down first, and Izuku joined her, pulling her close as they settled into bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, waking Izuku. He turned to see Kendo nestled against him. As he shifted, he felt an unusual sensation and realized he was experiencing a natural reaction. He decided to gently wake Kendo, calling her name softly. When she stirred, he suggested it was time to get up. Kendo, still half asleep, inquired if he was feeling a certain way. Izuku, a bit flustered, explained the situation, and Kendo sat up, surprised. They discussed their feelings, and Kendo expressed her willingness to help him if he needed it. Izuku hesitated, wanting to ensure she was comfortable with everything. Kendo reassured him, mentioning their future together and her longing for children someday. They agreed to take things slow, and Kendo suggested he relax while she took care of him. Izuku closed his eyes, trusting her. Kendo moved closer, and they shared an NTMT moment, both feeling the connection between them deepen. Meanwhile, in the common area, the other students were preparing for the day. Ida was making toast, and Uraraka greeted him, noticing he seemed more upbeat. They discussed their plans for the internship, with Ida determined to honor his brother's wishes. Uraraka expressed concern for his safety, but Ida remained resolute. As the morning continued, Bakugo and Toga chatted in the hallway. Toga was feeling down about Ida's situation, and Bakugo tried to lighten the mood with playful banter. They exchanged ideas for hero names, with Toga embracing her unique style and Bakugo reflecting on his own journey as a hero. Their conversation turned serious as they discussed the challenges they faced and the importance of resilience. Bakugo acknowledged his struggles but remained determined to prove himself, inspired by All Might's legacy. Toga encouraged him to embrace his strengths, reminding him that his drive and defiance were what made him special. As the day unfolded, the bonds between the classmates grew stronger, each navigating their own paths while supporting one another in their shared journey as aspiring heroes. As Bakugo headed to the elevator, Hitoshi approached Toga. He remarked on how close she and Bakugo seemed. Toga, feeling a bit flustered, insisted that they were just good friends, casually spending time together. Hitoshi teased her, suggesting that the sparkle in her eyes revealed her true feelings. Toga reluctantly admitted that she had feelings for Bakugo but doubted he felt the same way. Hitoshi, with a hint of wisdom, encouraged her to spend time with Bakugo, suggesting she learn about his interests. He pointed out that Bakugo enjoyed cooking, violence, and alcohol, and proposed that she create a special evening that incorporated those elements, ultimately expressing her feelings. Toga was taken aback by the brilliance of Hitoshi's advice and thanked him before rushing to the elevator, eager to start another day of heroics with her classmates. In Class 1A, Izuku sat at his desk as Ida approached him, greeting him with a good morning. Ida shared his plans to head to Kamino Ward and asked Izuku to keep an eye on Hosu. Izuku agreed but made it clear that if he encountered the hero killer, he wouldn't engage without backup. He acknowledged his strength but also recognized the risks involved. Ida expressed his concern for both Izuku and their classmate, emphasizing the importance of staying safe. Izuku stood resolute, stating that if he had to fight, he would do so. They shook hands just as the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Midnight entered and announced that it was an important day that would shape their futures, causing a wave of nervousness among the students. Midnight explained that it was time to choose their hero names, emphasizing the significance of this decision. She handed out whiteboards and markers, encouraging creativity. The class began brainstorming their identities, and after a few minutes, Midnight asked who wanted to go first. Aoyama stood up and introduced himself as the twinkling hero, 𝐒𝐻. Midnight playfully asked if he would wield a sword while saving damsels in distress. Aoyama responded that he would need to consult the support team about that. Next, Froppy announced herself as the rainy season hero, and Midnight complimented her name for its approachability and cuteness. Other students followed suit, with names like Queen Corrosion, Red Riot, Chargebolt, Earphone Jack, Cellophane, Tentacle, Out of Sight, Monkey King, Tsukuyomi, Hammer Fist, Lizard Saurus, Resizer, Madam Creation, and Uravity. Finally, it was Shinso's turn. He explained that his name, the zombie hero control freak, reflected his true self, earning Midnight's approval. Todoroki expressed his longing to bring smiles to children and chose the name Icy Hot Hero Frostburn. Ida shared his brother's legacy, adopting the name Nitrous Hero Ingenium. Toga then stepped forward, revealing her name as the changing hero Scarlet the Impaler, signifying her determination to rise above others' judgments. Lastly, Bakugo declared himself the destructive hero Cataclysm, a fitting title for his explosive personality. Impressive Bakugo, Izuku thought, believing that name would truly reflect the kind of person he was. He stood up and walked to the front, declaring that his name would resonate in the ears of everyone for years to come. He introduced himself as the extraordinary hero 𝐒𝐬𝐬. Midnight, observing her students, noted the bravery, determination, hope, and faith in their expressions. She was confident that anyone who dared to challenge her class would come to regret it. After lunch, the class returned to their room, eagerly awaiting Midnight's arrival. Izuku and Kendo shared a chocolate shake while listening to music. Todoroki and Shinso debated whether a ton of lead or a ton of feathers was heavier, leading to laughter, especially when Todoroki nearly caused a small mishap with his powers. Denki attempted to flirt with Jiro but received a playful reprimand. Siro and Mina were engrossed in memes, while Tokoyami and Ojiro discussed fighting techniques. Bakugo and Kirishima engaged in an arm wrestling match, with Bakugo ultimately losing. Yui and Setsuna chatted amiably. Aoyama and Toga exchanged thoughts on fashion, while Shoji read a shonen manga. Yaoyorozu and Achiko giggled and blushed as they talked about the boys. Toru and Ida observed some birds together. Soon, the door opened, and Midnight entered, instructing everyone to take their seats. She announced that their scores for the sports festival were ready. All had performed well, but the scores were not a definitive measure of their progress. Midoriya Izuku, 20. 856 Todoroki Shudo, 18. 563 Bakugo Katsuki, 15. 725 Tokoyami Fumikichi, 12. 462 Ida Tenya, 10. 590 Kaminari Denki, 9. 386 Kirishima Ejiro, 9. 256 Yaoyorozu Momo, 7. 298 Kendo Itsuka, 5. 192 Uraraka Achiko, 5. 178 Toga Himiko, 5. 175 Ishido Mina, 5. 123 Hitoshi Shinso, 4. 361 Ojiro Mashireo, 4. 357 Tsu Azui, 4. 243 Despite Todoroki's victory, Izuku's score left everyone in awe. He humbly acknowledged that he hadn't meant to overshadow anyone. Midnight reassured him that it was natural for people to be impressed by his abilities. She noted how he had endured a tough match against Kirishima, only to turn the tables and nearly defeat Shudo, culminating in an impressive display of power. Midnight mentioned that many professional heroes were interested in interning with Izuku, prompting curiosity about his choice. She then excused herself, leaving the students to discuss their internship plans. Izuku announced that he would be interning in Hosu City, which surprised his classmates. He clarified that his decision had nothing to do with staying, despite knowing he might still be in the area. He had made a pact with Ida, who would be going to Kamino Ward. Izuku planned to intern with Manuel, focusing on community patrols and learning from experienced heroes. As the students debated their options, Kendo felt a twinge of worry for Izuku, hoping he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Stain was a different threat compared to the minor villains they typically faced. Eventually, the day came to a close, and Class 1A returned to their dorms. Toru Hagakure, often overlooked due to her quirk, had always been friendly and supportive, especially to her friend Ojiro Mashireo. Now, as an 18-year-old, she was gathering the courage to ask him out. 𝐒𝐲 had taught her about fighting techniques, and she appreciated his guidance. Toru's quirk, which made her invisible, had caused her some challenges, but she was hopeful about a new suit that would enhance her abilities. She approached 𝐒𝐲, excited about their upcoming internships. He shared that he had chosen 𝐒𝐻 as his mentor, while Toru opted for 𝐒𝐬𝐲, who seemed strict yet kind. They discussed their past experiences and the challenges they faced, with Toru expressing her longing to make an impact and be remembered. As their conversation turned personal, Toru shyly asked 𝐒𝐲 if he would like to go out after their internships. To her delight, he agreed, and they shared a sweet moment before heading to their dormitory. The class returned, scattering in different directions. Kiri, Denki, Siro, and Mina rushed to the kitchen, while Momo, Ida, and Todoroki settled in the common area with their books. Toru gave 𝐒𝐲 a quick peck on the cheek before heading to the elevator, while others made their way to their rooms, ready to rest after an eventful day. Izuku changed into gray sweats and decided to leave his shirt off. He pulled out his History of Quirks encyclopedia, cracked open his window, plugged in his earbuds, and sat down. He began to read about the origins of Quirk society, reflecting on the protests against quirks being accepted. Over time, most of the ordinary people who had become quirkless faded away. As he flipped through the pages, he came across profiles of some of the greatest heroes. Crimson Riot was featured, as well as Hyperia, also known as Nana Shimura. Hyperia was described as a remarkable female hero. She could fly, possessed incredible strength, and served as Japan's hero for many years. However, she had mysteriously disappeared about 20 years ago, leaving no trace of her whereabouts, 𝐼𝐻 name, children, or spouse. Izuku pondered the enigma surrounding her disappearance, intrigued by the legacy she left behind. Izuku noticed that the woman in the photo resembled his mother, but his father had rarely spoken about her, as it brought up painful memories. As he continued reading, he came across the tale of the great tyrant of quirks, a figure who had ignited the conflict between good and evil. This tyrant, driven by selfish desires, believed he was entitled to everything, including the abilities of others. He assembled an army that waged war against Hyperia and Gran Torino, along with her successor, the one known as All Might. The realization struck Izuku. Hyperia had been All Might's mentor, and now All Might was his teacher. As he delved deeper into the text, he discovered that his father had played a role in the war, a fact he had never mentioned. The weight of these revelations pressed on him. How many secrets had his father kept, and how many of them were troubling? Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts. It was Itsuka. She expressed her concern about Izuku's distracted demeanor, linking it to the dangers of being a hero in a city like Hosu. Izuku understood her worries, recalling his own feelings about Ida's ideas. Itsuka confided that she saw a future with him and didn't want to lose him, fearing for his safety. Izuku reassured her of his determination to stay alive and asked her to trust in his abilities. After their conversation, Itsuka left, and Izuku returned to his reading. Meanwhile, in the common area, Achiko was engaged in a game of liar's dice with Kyoka and Tokichi. The playful banter filled the room as they took turns making bold claims about their dice. Laughter erupted as Jiro revealed her role, and the friendly competition continued, with playful jabs exchanged among the friends. Ida, sitting nearby, was engrossed in a fictional story about a boy who wakes up in a new body and learns the challenges of adulthood. He enjoyed his green tea while listening to lo-fi music, smiling at the sounds of his friends having fun. Momo, on the couch, was absorbed in a light novel about a runaway princess who discovers her courage with the help of a group of adventurers. Shudo, in a recliner, read an astrology book, fascinated by the stars and constellations. The laughter of the girls warmed his heart, reminding him of the siblings he never had. As the day faded and the sun dipped below the horizon, the colors of the sky shifted beautifully. In the UA staff room, Midnight and Eraserhead sifted through numerous internship requests. They exchanged thoughts on their students' potential, with Midnight expressing confidence in her class. Eraserhead, on the other hand, lamented the challenges of his own students, particularly one who often clashed with Izuku. They discussed the qualities that made Izuku an exceptional student, noting his kindness and the strong relationships he had built with his classmates. Back at the dorm, Katsuki stood on the roof, illuminated by the moonlight, taking a moment to himself as he enjoyed a cigarette and a drink from his flask. Izuku and Kendo found themselves enjoying the cool night air, a welcome relief from the heat. Izuku mentioned that he only smoked occasionally, as being a hero required him to prioritize his health. Kendo expressed her longing to be up on the roof for some fresh air and to admire the full moon. They both acknowledged the upcoming internships, with Izuku feeling a bit nervous about making a good impression on his pro-hero. As the night progressed, Class 1A gathered for dinner before heading off to their respective rooms. Most of them decided to turn in for the night, including Izuku, Ojiro, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Momo, Shinso, and Yui. In Ojiro's room, the new couple cuddled together in bed. Ojiro read his manga while Toru listened to an audiobook. Toru fell asleep first, and Ojiro, feeling her weight against him, put away his manga and turned off the desk lamp before settling in for the night. On the second floor, Izuku and Kendo also found comfort in each other's arms, quickly drifting off to sleep. By 11:30, the entire class had gone to bed, marking the end of another day at UA. Morning arrived, and everyone prepared for their week of internships. Midnight had sent a message to the class representative, instructing everyone to grab their hero outfits and head to the nearest train station. After breakfast and showers, Class 1A made their way to the station. As they arrived, they exchanged goodbyes while waiting for their respective trains. Izuku and Kendo shared a kiss, as did Toru and Ojiro. Izuku boarded the bullet train headed for Hosu, aware that by the end of the week, he would either face a significant challenge or confront the hero killer, Stain. Upon arriving in Hosu, Izuku stepped onto the train platform and was greeted by a girl who appeared to be just a couple of years older than him, likely fresh out of college. She introduced herself as Akane Nakamoto, his guide to the agency. Izuku responded with a polite greeting and asked her to lead the way. As they walked, Izuku inquired about the agency's business. Akane explained that they typically dealt with minor villains but had been on high alert for the hero killer recently. Izuku noted that it seemed the villain had gone into hiding, waiting for the right moment to strike. Their conversation continued until they reached the agency, where Akane opened the door, and Izuku held it for her as they entered. Inside, Akane greeted Mr. Manuel, who acknowledged Izuku with a warm welcome. He expressed his admiration for Izuku's performance at the sports festival. Izuku humbly accepted the compliment and suggested they get to work right away. Mr. Manuel appreciated Izuku's straightforwardness and informed him that they would go on patrol as soon as he changed into his hero costume. Izuku decided to upgrade his outfit to better reflect his hero persona. His new costume featured a dark blue sleeveless tactical uniform with gold trim, reinforced shoulders and elbows, and a Kevlar lining. The zodiac symbol on his back was now displayed in bold gold, signifying his readiness for the challenges ahead. "Wait, thin lady, what are you doing here? I'm Toru Hagakure, by the way." She was just dropping off a report for the day before heading home. You nodded and headed for the front entrance. Toru pondered what to do while she waited for her pro to return. She decided to sit and wait, pulling out her phone to turn on her audiobook. Back in Hosu, Izuku had just stopped a robbery from some thugs. He received praise from his mentor, who suggested they grab something to eat. They walked to the nearest fast food restaurant, where Izuku ordered an egg flick muffin and iced tea, while his mentor ordered a blueberry muffin and a soda. They sat down to enjoy their meal. Izuku inquired about the crime rate in the area, to which his mentor replied it was about average. Izuku asked why he had been chosen for this assignment over others, noting that someone with his mentor's talents could be helpful elsewhere. His mentor explained that too much praise could lead to arrogance, and that while fans are important, heroism should be about stepping in to help when trouble arises. Izuku agreed, acknowledging that he would likely discuss these ideas with the government in the future. His mentor expressed confidence in Izuku's potential to become a great hero someday, but questioned why he chose to work with a rookie instead of more experienced heroes. Izuku revealed that he had promised Ida he would come to Hosu to help with the hero killer situation, stating he would not actively seek out Stain but would fight if confronted. The two finished their meal and returned to the agency. After a shower and some report writing, 𝐼𝐬 returned from her patrol. She asked about Izuku's first day, and he expressed his longing to explore Hosu, to which she happily agreed to show him around. They picked up some snacks and visited various locations, including a meditation garden and a bridge overlooking the sea. 𝐼𝐬 shared a poignant story about the bridge, known locally as Angel's Bridge, where she had once tried to save a young girl from jumping. Despite her efforts, the girl had fallen, and 𝐼𝐬 felt she had failed in her first mission. Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted the experience, but she also spoke of how she had learned to improve as a hero since then. Izuku offered encouragement, reminding her that all heroes strive to get better, bit by bit. As they walked back across the bridge, they waited for a bus and decided to stop at a small dive bar. They shared stories and laughter, but as the night wore on, Izuku realized it was time to head home. He offered to walk 𝐼𝐬 back to her apartment. However, as they approached her complex, they were suddenly tackled into an alley. Dazed from the surprise, Izuku struggled to regain his footing, but before he could fully recover, he felt a sharp impact to his head that knocked him out. When he awoke, the sound of sirens filled the air. Blood trickled from his head as he looked over to see 𝐼𝐬 lying motionless nearby. Her eyes were wide and lifeless, a machete embedded in her abdomen with a note attached. He ripped the note from the blade, which ominously read, "You're next." A chill ran down Izuku's spine. He quickly called for help, reaching out to DT Neo-sama and then to his mentor, Masaki, who promised to arrive immediately. As he crouched against the wall, he felt a surge of anger and sorrow. He vowed to make Stain pay for what had happened, clenching his jaw in determination. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, along with Masaki and Neo-sama. Izuku had passed out against the wall, and the two men, who knew each other, walked into the alley. There, they found 𝐼𝐬, lifeless, and Izuku sleeping. Masaki lamented the loss, recognizing the difficulty of their job. He suggested they should get Midoriya out of the scene so the crime scene investigation team could do their work. Neo-sama agreed, and they allowed the emergency crews to proceed. Midoriya was taken to Hosu General to receive treatment for his injuries. Masaki decided to drive to the hospital to check on his sidekick, while Neo-sama began his investigation into the death of the young pro-hero, Akane Nakamoto, known as the distraction hero, Smoke Bomb. Her quirk, smoke projection, allowed her to convert the oxygen in her body into pure carbon monoxide. She had been born with stronger lungs to hold more oxygen, enabling her to create thick veils of smoke to surprise her enemies and blind an entire room except for the area where she stood, using a move she called Smoke Out. In his car, Neo-sama reviewed her Shiketsu Academy file, reflecting on the tragic loss of young heroes. He started compiling his evidence, knowing that while it was clear who was responsible, he still needed to document the events of the night. At the hospital, after Izuku had bandages wrapped around his head and was settled into a bed, Masaki called his school to inform them of the situation. Midnight inquired about Izuku's condition, and Manuel reassured her that he was fine, just suffering from a significant blow to the head. After a brief conversation, Manuel, feeling exhausted, decided to head home for the night. The next morning, Izuku woke up with bruised ribs and a pounding headache. He felt as though he were experiencing multiple hangovers at once. As he sat up, discomfort washed over him, and a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He invited the visitor in, and Detective Neo-sama entered, greeting him. Neo-sama had come to ask about the events of the previous night. Izuku acknowledged the reason for the visit and allowed the detective to proceed with his questions. Neo-sama began by asking Izuku what had happened before the attack. Izuku explained that he had asked 𝐼𝐬 to guide him through the city. When asked why Stain would want him dead, Izuku replied that it was because he was a hero and Stain had seen his performance at the sports festival. After a few more questions, Neo-sama concluded that he had gathered enough information and thanked Izuku for his cooperation. Izuku responded positively, glad to assist. After changing into his civilian clothes, Izuku called Manuel for a ride. A few minutes later, Manuel arrived in his black SUV, and Izuku got in. As they drove, Manuel expressed the somber task ahead of them. They needed to inform 𝐼𝐬's family about her death. Izuku sighed, accepting the responsibility since he had been with her when it happened. He braced himself for the grief-stricken parents he was about to face. The ride was silent, filled with the weight of the impending confrontation. They finally arrived at the Nakamoto residence, which was situated in a quaint neighborhood. Izuku and Manuel approached the fairly large house, and Izuku knocked on the door. A soft, feminine voice responded from inside, and the door opened to reveal a black-haired woman in a red cardigan and black tights. She greeted them, and Izuku introduced himself as he delivered the heartbreaking news about her daughter. He anticipated a harsh reaction, but instead, the woman embraced him, her tears soaking his shirt as she wept into his shoulder. He returned the hug, feeling the profound sorrow of a mother mourning her child. Manuel lowered his head, listening to the mother's shaky voice filled with grief. In that moment, a young voice piped up, asking who was at the door. Izuku looked up to see a small girl, around 6 years old. The mother turned to her, wiping away her tears and responding gently. She reassured her daughter that they were just salespeople and not to worry. The little girl, unconvinced but willing to accept her mother's explanation, went off to play. Once the child was out of earshot, Izuku spoke again, asking if the mother planned to tell her daughter the truth when she was older. The mother smiled sadly, acknowledging that she wouldn't be able to protect her forever and that her daughter would eventually learn about the world. She promised to share the news when the time felt right. Izuku then inquired about her husband, learning that he was at work and wouldn't return until later. The mother expressed the difficulty she would face in breaking the news to him. Izuku offered to leave them to grieve in peace but promised to attend the funeral and vowed to find out who was responsible for 𝐼𝐚𝐬's death. Manuel perked up at this declaration. The two heroes bowed respectfully and returned to the SUV, while the mother watched them drive away. As they drove, Manuel expressed concern about Izuku's determination to confront the hero killer. He reminded Izuku of their previous discussions regarding the dangers involved. Izuku acknowledged the risks but insisted that Stain had left a message with 𝐼𝐚𝐬's death, indicating that he was targeting Izuku. He believed that Stain was watching him closely, waiting for the right moment to strike. Manuel, however, was adamant that Izuku, being a teenager and a student without a provisional license, should return to UA for his safety. Izuku agreed, recognizing Manuel's authority, and they headed back to UA to discuss the events of the past day and a half. A few minutes later, the black SUV pulled up to the front gates of UA. As Izuku and Masaki walked along the cherry blossom-lined path, they were greeted by Midnight, All Might, and Eraserhead, who stood at the entrance. The heroes exchanged pleasantries before Aizawa turned to Izuku, expressing concern for his well-being and acknowledging the troubling circumstances he had faced. Izuku felt mentally and physically strong, a crucial trait for a hero. The five of them entered the glass behemoth and made their way to the boardroom. Inside, a long U-shaped oak table was surrounded by various pros and teachers. Nedzu, the unique creature, welcomed Izuku, inviting him to sit or stand as he preferred. The other four also entered and took their seats. Izuku chose to lean against the wall, arms folded. The discussion began, focusing on the reason for his presence. Nedzu explained that he had received a call from Detective Neo-sama, informing him that Izuku and a young woman had been attacked by Stain. Tragically, the young woman had been killed, and Stain left a chilling note for Izuku, ominously stating he would be next. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone. The teachers expressed their concerns about Stain's escalating violence, noting that he had already killed 51 pros, including a top hero like 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Masaki voiced the dilemma. While Izuku was an excellent student, without a hero license, he was vulnerable against Stain. The urgency of the situation was clear. Without that license, Izuku would be defenseless. As the teachers debated their next steps, Izuku interjected, suggesting that if he needed a license to confront Stain, they should petition the government for a temporary one. This would give him a fighting chance when Stain inevitably came after him. The room fell silent as everyone considered his proposal. All Might smiled, impressed by Izuku's determination, while Midnight seemed captivated by his resolve. Aizawa smirked, acknowledging the courage Izuku displayed. Nedzu contemplated the idea, realizing that if the government had enough evidence of Izuku's capability to handle a dangerous villain like Stain, they might grant the request. Izuku proposed showing the government the USJ footage, his sports festival performances, and his recent intern reports. He emphasized that Stain wouldn't wait for them to act. While All Might could likely stop Stain with ease, he had limitations. Izuku was determined to take matters into his own hands. It was agreed that Nedzu would approach the government the following day, bringing Midnight and All Might to support Izuku's case. In the meantime, Izuku would continue his internship with Manuel. He nodded in agreement, and he and Masaki left UA, heading back toward Hosu. Meanwhile, in Kiashi Ward, Ojiro and his pro, 𝐒𝐬 were in the midst of a hot pursuit, skillfully navigating through the bustling district. 𝐒𝐬 moved with agility, while Ojiro climbed and swung with precision. Ojiro confirmed that they were still on the target's trail, noting they were headed toward the pier. 𝐒𝐬 instructed Ojiro on their approach, emphasizing the element of surprise. They quietly moved toward a warehouse, where 𝐒𝐬 used his quirk to slip inside and unlock the skylight. Ojiro followed, balancing himself expertly as they began to take down the armed men one by one. Soon, only 4 remained. The 2 heroes jumped down, swiftly incapacitating 2 of the thugs. The remaining criminals were caught off guard, and 𝐒𝐬 quickly disarmed one, while Ojiro used his tail to knock the other away. 𝐒𝐬 called the police as Ojiro assessed the situation, noting the large cache of weapons inside the warehouse. With the police on their way, 𝐒𝐬 suggested they leave and grab some sushi. The 2 heroes headed to Ishimori's grill, where they sat at the sushi bar and placed their order. Ojiro was caught off guard when 𝐒𝐬 asked what kind of hero he aspired to be. Ojiro reflected on his longing to be a hero who, despite his seemingly unimpressive quirk, could make a difference through sheer determination. He wanted to be remembered not just for his heroics but for his kindness and understanding. 𝐒𝐬 noted that Ojiro was content with himself and his limitations, questioning whether he had no longing to improve. Ojiro clarified that while he aimed to strengthen himself, he understood his strengths and weaknesses. He knew he wasn't suited for prolonged battles and needed to end confrontations quickly against powerful villains. As they enjoyed their meal, other parts of Tokyo were buzzing with activity. Achiko received pointers from Gunhead, while Ida patrolled with Muriko, who playfully teased his costume. Kirishima and Tetsu faced reprimands from Fourth Kind, and Itsuka and Momo assisted their pro, Iwabumi. Toru and Shiro sparred with Kamui, while Bakugo patrolled with Best Jeanist. Some kids pointed and mocked Bakugo, but instead of reacting aggressively, he calmly acknowledged his defeat, expressing that in 2 years, they would cheer for him as the destructive hero known as Cataclysm. The kids watched in awe as Bakugo walked away, leaving Jeanist surprised by his maturity. Jiro was assisting Death Arms with a hostage situation while Todoroki was sparring against some of Endeavor's sidekicks. Meanwhile, back in Hosu, Izuku had returned and changed out of his costume. He and Manuel went on more patrols, but soon the day came to an end. Izuku changed out of his costume and headed for the hotel where he was staying. Inside his temporary room, he lay on his bed as he checked in with his friends. Izuku reached out to his friends, asking how everyone was doing. His friend responded, mentioning that they might get a temporary license to fight Stain. Izuku's heart raced at the thought. He listened intently as they revealed that he had been marked by Stain, who had left a chilling note attached to a weapon after an attack. After a moment of silence, his friend encouraged him to fight back and survive. Izuku felt a surge of determination, promising to take on Stain and return safely. He then put his phone on the night table, resolved to put an end to Stain's reign of terror, license or not. With that thought, he closed his eyes and eventually drifted off to sleep. Wednesday morning, Izuku woke up and checked his phone. He had received a message from UA. Listening to the voicemail, he learned that the chief of Hero Regulations had given him the go-ahead to find and capture Stain. A smile spread across his face as he prepared for the day, knowing he was ready to confront his foe. As he changed into his street clothes and headed for the agency, Shigaraki was in an abandoned bar, sipping his drink while Kurojiiri cleaned a glass. Shigaraki inquired about the readiness of the Nomu, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him that 6 were prepared. Shigaraki felt a thrill at the chaos he would unleash upon the world. Back in Hosu, Izuku had just stopped a mugging when he received word of a gang war at 5th and Fox Drive. He rushed to the scene, where various quirks were being used in the chaos. Manuel and Gang Orca arrived, along with Tensei's top sidekick, Speed Demon. Izuku joined the fray, using One for All to combat the gangsters. Speed Demon dashed through enemies, leaving a fiery trail, while Gang Orca disoriented foes with his sonar. Izuku transformed into an unstoppable force, slamming enemies into cars and buildings. Within minutes, the gang war concluded, and the police arrived to take the villains away. Manuel approached Izuku, and they chatted briefly. Izuku shared that he had received the green light for Stain, and Speed Demon joined the conversation, recognizing Izuku as the hero who had faced a tough opponent in the arena. They exchanged pleasantries, with Speed Demon revealing his role as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷's top sidekick and his current position managing the agency. After their conversation, Izuku returned to the agency to complete his reports for the day. He informed Manuel that he would take a night shift, knowing that Stain would likely strike then. After finishing his reports, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was time to confront Stain. He donned his leather jacket, adorned with the zodiac symbol, and stepped out into the dark streets of Hosu. On top of a water tower, Shigaraki surveyed the city, reflecting on how people walked around without fear, oblivious to the dangers lurking in the shadows. He ordered 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to release the Nomu, ready to unleash chaos upon the unsuspecting citizens. In the Tatooine district at Endeavor & Co.'s building, Endeavor instructed Shudo to prepare for their mission to Hosu. Shudo rolled his eyes but complied, changing into his hero suit, ready to face whatever awaited them. After suiting up, Shudo got into his father's Escalade and began driving to Hosu. Meanwhile, Manuel and other heroes were battling the Nomus. Izuku witnessed a Nomu launch a pro hero into a train. He soared upward, using a 15% One for All smash on the beast, sending it crashing to the ground below. As he descended, he saw the creature attempting to attack civilians who weren't quick enough to escape. Izuku felt a twinge of hurt, realizing the creature didn't care about him. Just as he was about to strike again, a burst of flames appeared in front of him. Turning around, he saw the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He wondered what Endeavor was doing there. The hero explained that he was present because he was a hero. Before Izuku could respond, the creature seemed ready to explode. It unleashed a wave of flames that pushed Izuku back. He noted that these flames were weaker than Endeavor's usual ones, but they should have incapacitated the creature. Endeavor informed him that these Nomus were said to possess multiple quirks. The creature grew larger, likely due to a body-morphing quirk. It leaped into the air, shooting tendrils from its mouth. Izuku grimaced, thinking that quirks like this would make him dislike squids and octopuses. He jumped up, using One for All to grab its head and slam it into the ground, seemingly putting it out of commission. Endeavor suggested they head deeper into the city and asked for Izuku's name. He introduced himself as 𝐒𝐮𝐬. The pro hero and the student ran further into the city. Endeavor noticed another Nomu giving some heroes trouble, while Izuku spotted Shudo, who was extinguishing fires and slowing down the Nomu with his ice powers. As Endeavor rushed to help, Izuku suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and was pulled into an alley, crashing against a wall. A dark figure loomed over him, introducing himself as Stain. Izuku, determined, delivered a powerful uppercut with One for All, sending Stain crashing through an abandoned building. Stain managed to flip midair and planted his sword into the ground, skidding along the wooden floor. He complimented Izuku's move, but Izuku was ready for more. Stain charged at him with his sword, but Izuku flipped over him and delivered a powerful kick that sent Stain through the roof. However, Izuku was caught off guard by a slice across his stomach, realizing he had acted recklessly. Stain expressed his impatience, declaring it was time for Izuku to die. Izuku felt a wave of numbness wash over him, questioning if it was Stain's quirk or a paralyzing substance on the blade. He realized he was paralyzed, but he refused to give in. Stain raised his sword for the final blow, but Izuku managed to smile, surprising Stain. As Stain furiously slashed at him, Izuku's laughter echoed amidst the clashing of swords. Stain, growing increasingly frustrated, attacked with reckless abandon. In a moment of clarity, Izuku caught Stain's blade and, with a surge of strength, broke it in two. Stain's shock turned to fear as Izuku pulled back his fist and shouted, "Manhattan Smash!" The impact sent Stain soaring through the moonlit sky, crashing into a construction site. Izuku landed at the worksite, declaring himself the face of justice and the voice of the unheard. Stain, now fueled by rage, became faster and stronger. Izuku decided to use one for all cautiously, aware of Stain's blades. Stain charged at him, slashing wildly. Izuku dodged and weaved through the attacks, catching Stain's hands and delivering a powerful blow to his face. Stain retaliated, connecting with Izuku's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. The hero killer performed a kip-up and stabbed Izuku in the side, twisting the knife. Izuku grunted in pain but refused to back down. He retaliated, grabbing Stain and digging his thumb into Stain's eye. Stain, in agony, pulled the knife out and stabbed Izuku multiple times. Izuku, fueled by determination, smashed his face into Stain's repeatedly until Stain finally released his grip. He unleashed a one-for-all Liberty Smash, sending Stain crashing through a dentist billboard and into the concrete. Both combatants were now on display for the world to see, battered and bloodied. A reporter and camera crew covering the Nomu attack shifted their focus to the confrontation between Izuku and Stain. The reporter, Yuri Naoto, noted the dire situation as screens across Tokyo broadcasted the intense battle. Izuku, with glowing emerald eyes, pulled the knife from his side and tossed it aside. He confronted Stain, declaring that all he had done was cause heartache and pain to innocent families. He recounted how Stain had harmed his classmate and killed an innocent girl, tearing apart a family and leaving a little girl without a sister. "And for that alone, I am ending your delusional slaughter tonight." They charged at each other, knives drawn. Izuku dodged and landed a punch to the man's gut. Stain maneuvered out of Izuku's way and grazed the young hero's cheek. Zodiac delivered an elbow to Stain's jaw, disorienting him. Izuku attempted a powerful kick, but Stain raised his arms, softening the impact. Though it didn't send him flying into a car, the kick pushed him back, causing Stain to skid against the concrete. Izuku shouted, "Zodiac Dragon," and burst towards Stain, landing a rib-cracking body hook. Stain spat BLD as Izuku grabbed his collar and spun around 6 times before launching Stain into the sky. Izuku soared upward at incredible speed, passing Stain before turning around and charging at him with full force. They collided 30 feet above the ground, and as Izuku grabbed Stain's collar and dove toward the pavement, he remarked that Stain should enjoy living in infamy. They smashed into the concrete, creating a large crater. Dust from the impact obscured the scene, leaving everyone on the street, including his classmates and teachers, waiting with bated breath. When Izuku finally emerged as the victor, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, "What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?" Cameras flashed as people celebrated. Itsuka was in tears in Yaoyorozu's arms, while Ida was in his hotel room and Achiko danced joyfully. Shudo smiled from the street, and Midnight hugged Aizawa, much to his dismay. All Might cheered for his successor. Yuri approached Izuku, and he noticed her, cracking a smile. She introduced herself as Yuri Naoto from 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and mentioned that everyone would like to know who he was. Izuku responded that it was much more awkward being up there than he had anticipated. He described himself as one of UA's top prospects, not yet at his peak but determined to get there someday. For the tabloids, he declared himself 𝐒𝐮𝐬, the extraordinary hero, flashing a peace sign and a smile with a wink. Once the cameras were off, Izuku fell to one knee. Shudo rushed over, asking if he needed a medic. Izuku greeted him casually, and Shudo warned him that Itsuka would be furious. Izuku joked that she would probably want to cuddle afterward. Shudo retorted that she would ignore him for a month. As medics placed Izuku on a stretcher and loaded him into the ambulance, he gave Shudo a thumbs up. Frostburn nodded as his best friend was taken to the hospital. Stain was arrested and taken to a different facility. Shudo defended Izuku, stating that he was a friend and classmate, while Stain dismissed the idea of friendship, claiming it would hold Shudo back. Shudo countered that having Izuku as a friend meant he had an ally to depend on, which would help him become more social and build healthy relationships. Shudo decided to head to Hosu General, picking up Izuku's jacket before making his way there. After a bus ride, he arrived and approached the front desk, asking for Izuku's location. The receptionist directed him to the emergency room. Following her instructions, Shudo soon found the emergency ward. After speaking with another staff member about Izuku's room, he opened the door to find Izuku looking out the window. Izuku greeted him, joking about how long it had been. Shudo mentioned that he wanted to talk about his issues, believing the night was perfect for it. Izuku teased that Shudo must have brought storytelling juice in the bag he was carrying. Shudo handed Izuku a bottle, and they clinked their bottles together in a toast. They began discussing Quirk marriages, which were arrangements between Quirk users meant to produce powerful offspring but were deemed unethical and made illegal. Shudo shared that his father had one of these arrangements, acquiring his mother's family in exchange for marrying her. Despite having 3 children who did not meet his expectations, Shudo was seen as the pride and glory, destined to surpass all might. He expressed his disdain for his father, revealing that Endeavor only cared about himself and subjected him to harsh training disguised as 𝐷𝐴𝐴𝐵. The boys took swigs of their drinks before continuing. One of them expressed his strong dislike for Endeavor, stating that if he wasn't already a terrible person, he was responsible for pushing his oldest brother to a tragic end. Whenever their mother tried to intervene or stop Endeavor from being too rough, he would lash out at her. This behavior became overwhelming for her, as she could only see the reflection of her monstrous husband in her son. The boy lamented that anyone could father a child, but it took a true man to be a father. Another boy agreed, sharing a memory of a night when he overheard his mother sounding distraught. She was muttering to her own mother about how unbearable her son's left side was to look at while boiling water. When he walked in, she snapped and accidentally splashed boiling water on him, leaving a scar. He recounted how he screamed until Endeavor arrived and intervened. Despite the incident, he never blamed his mother, knowing that Endeavor's influence drove her actions. The boys took another swig, and one of them explained that his mother had been sent to a mental hospital, leaving him with Endeavor for 11 long years. At 16, he finally left home, found his own place, and worked as a busboy while attending high school. He hadn't seen Endeavor since the sports festival, and he wondered if the man would ever change. He asked his friend if he thought he would treat his family the same way. His friend reassured him that he was nothing like Endeavor, who was selfish and lacked love for his family. The boy was caring and considerate, though he could use some romance tips and social skills. They both agreed to help each other out. After finishing their drinks, they prepared to head back to their dorms. As Shudo left the hospital, he took the last train for the night back to Tatooine District. Izuku pulled the covers up and turned off the hospital light, letting the mix of alcohol, medication, and thoughts of Sokka lull him to sleep. The next morning, news about Stain and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 filled the airwaves, with both positive and negative comments. Izuku woke up around 9, ate some Cheerios, and watched the news until a knock came at his door. He welcomed the visitor, who turned out to be Manuel and a man with a dog. The man introduced himself as Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police in Hosu City. He asked Izuku to stay in bed and informed him that his performance against Stain was remarkable, reminiscent of All Might's debut. The government wanted to issue him a test-free provisional license, allowing him to use his quirk in emergencies without penalties. Izuku didn't hesitate in his response, respectfully declining the offer. He explained that while it could benefit him and the country, he wanted to rise to new heights alongside his friends and classmates without taking shortcuts. Kenji and Manuel smiled, appreciating his earnestness, and assured him that Hosu would be cheering for him when he officially debuted. Once they left, it was just Izuku and Manuel. Manuel checked in on him, and Izuku joked about feeling like he had been stabbed multiple times, recalling his encounter with Stain. Manuel acknowledged the severity of the situation, mentioning how Izuku had seriously injured Stain. He informed Izuku that the recent attacks had cut internships short, making this his last day in the hospital. If the doctor allowed it, he would return to school the next day, but for now he should rest. Izuku smiled, thanking Manuel for his support. After Manuel left, Izuku turned off the TV, plugged in his earbuds, and listened to his Songs for Heroes playlist, allowing sleep to take him once more. As the day passed, Izuku regained his strength while his classmates from Class 1A used their last day to improve. 𝐒𝐬 was advised to invest in nunchucks and a bow staff, while Toru worked on her reflexes and light-footedness. Zero practiced agility and offensive maneuvers, and Bakugo simply got a haircut. Toga made a new friend, and Ida faced some teasing about his costume. Todoroki learned to control his fire, albeit slightly. Soon, the day came to an end, and the students returned to their respective hotels for the night. Back in the hospital, Izuku woke up after finishing a less-than-appetizing dinner. He turned on the TV, which was still buzzing with news about him and Stain. He sighed, realizing that the media didn't know when to let a story go, understanding why Aizawa had such disdain for them. Izuku changed the channel and saw Rush Hour 3, deciding to watch it as he prepared to return to UA the next day with his team. The year was growing shorter, and he had formed strong bonds with Bakugo, Toga, Achiko, Ida, and Todoroki. That was only 5 out of the remaining 17, and he knew he had to do better. Inside the hospital, Izuku couldn't tell what was happening outside. More death, more hurt, robbery, and other crimes. He turned off the TV again and basked in the silence. Staring at the ceiling, the green-haired young man wondered what the future would hold. He knew he would get stronger, faster, and wiser. How strong would his quirk become? One for All was a mystery he needed to discuss with all might. He could use 15%, but that seemed to be his limit for now. He would have to push past his boundaries to improve, and after yesterday, there would be a noticeable difference between him and his peers. Izuku's mind was filled with questions, and he knew he wouldn't find answers tonight. Deciding to go back to sleep to be ready for tomorrow, he turned off his light and lay down, shutting his eyes. On Friday morning, Izuku was released from the hospital. The doctor had advised him against any strenuous activities unless he wanted to risk serious injury. He nodded to the doctor before changing into his school uniform, tossing his jacket over his shoulder. Grabbing his mustard-colored backpack, which he had since middle school, he left for the train station. Izuku knew he would be the last to arrive since he wasn't allowed to ride or fly because of his stitches. After a train and bus ride, he finally reached the front gates of UA. Walking with pride and confidence through the halls, he approached the massive door. Sliding it open, he entered and gripped his backpack while raising his hand in greeting. Most of the class shouted Midoriya, except for Bakugo, Shinso, and Kendo. Itsuka, who had been looking out the window, turned around and slowly walked toward Izuku. The class watched as she reached him, and he greeted her with a playful remark. She responded with a swift slap across his face, causing the class to gasp in surprise. Then she pulled him close, sharing a passionate kiss. After pulling away, Itsuka expressed her relief at his return, and Izuku acknowledged the effect he had on people. They exchanged light-hearted banter, with Izuku admitting he was glad to be back. The class discussed the media attention surrounding him, and Izuku encouraged everyone to do well in the upcoming finals, knowing they had become bigger targets due to his newfound fame. He rallied his classmates, and they all shouted "Plus Ultra" in unison. As the day progressed, Midnight entered the classroom, welcoming everyone back and reminding them about the upcoming finals. She explained that the exams would consist of a written and a practical part. After 2 classes, literature with Mike and mathematics with ectoplasm, it was finally lunchtime. The class made their way to the cafeteria, where they sat down to eat. Izuku and Itsuka sat beside each other, while Toru and 𝐒𝐬 did the same. Izuku expected Monama to try something during lunch, but to his surprise, there was nothing. Perhaps after his fight with Stain, Monama had realized it was best not to provoke him. The class enjoyed a rare moment of peace before returning to their studies. Izuku decided to get to know some of his classmates better. He approached Kaminari and asked about his goals as a hero. Denki shared that his family was in debt, and he wanted to become a hero to help them out. Izuku found his ambition commendable, and they discussed the importance of forming bonds within their class. After 3 more classes, the bell rang, signaling the end of another day at UA. As the class of 1A walked back to their dorms, Izuku and Itsuka held hands, just like 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Toru. Bakugo walked alongside Toga, and the 22 students made it back. Izuku mentioned he was going to take a shower, while Bakugo planned to make a snack. Ida, Momo, and Kendo gathered supplies for studying, and the class began setting up with textbooks. Izuku enjoyed a warm shower, cleansing himself of the dirt and sorrow he had accumulated over the week. The water dripped off his toned body, and his green hair became soaked. He reflected on the events of the past week, from stopping Ida to being in Hosu, facing attacks, and fighting Stain. It all felt like it had happened for a reason, but he couldn't piece it together. After finishing his shower, he changed into comfortable black sweats and a white muscle shirt, tossing on his green hoodie before heading downstairs with his hair still damp. Izuku came down to see that everyone else had also changed into more comfortable clothes. He started to help with the preparations, as did the others. They went over classical Japanese, mathematics, literature, science, history, Quirk law, and English. After 3.5 hours of studying, Momo suggested it was a good place to stop. Kirishima expressed his discomfort, noting that his brain hurt and his hand felt numb. Mina chimed in, saying she felt like she was allergic to studying. Bakugo, stretching, remarked that this was necessary because many of them struggled with logical thinking. Bakugo then announced it was time to start dinner, suggesting tacos. The group eagerly agreed, and they quickly divided tasks. One would chop the veggies, another would cook the meat, and someone else would shred the cheese. The rest of the class cleared off the table and went about their own activities. Toru and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 decided to take a walk, while Ida and Momo returned to their books. Todoroki continued studying, Denki headed to his room, Kendo and Jiro watched TV, Setsuna and Yui played Scrabble, and Kirishima made his way to the gym, joined by Toga and Tsuyu, who studied with Todoroki. As 𝐒𝐬𝐬 and Toru walked through the campus under the setting sun, Toru initiated a conversation about the beauty of the evening. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 acknowledged that the week had been hectic, and it felt refreshing to be back in classes. Toru mentioned his sore muscles, and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 offered to give him a massage later, playfully teasing about where he would be massaging. They discussed their recent experiences, with Toru sharing that he had learned a lot from his teacher, Kamui, while 𝐒𝐬𝐬 had picked up stealth tactics and was advised to ask for some weapons for his training. In the gym, Toga was doing yoga while Kirishima was lifting weights. He counted his reps, breathing slightly. Toga teased him about his focus, and Kirishima denied it, claiming he would never engage in such behavior. Toga laughed, saying she was just joking, and complimented him on how cute he looked when flustered. They talked about their internships, with Kirishima sharing that his was rather uneventful, while Toga's was exciting, involving action and camaraderie with her pro-hero. Back in the common area, Izuku, Bakugo, and Uraraka were preparing dinner. Katsuki had chopped a variety of vegetables, Uraraka had shredded different types of cheese, and Izuku had 𝐒𝐵𝐾𝐸 and cooked ground beef. The effort was a team effort to feed their group of 22 growing teens. When Toru and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 returned, they commented on the delicious smell. Bakugo instructed Shuto and Tsuyu to set the table, while he asked Toru and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 to text Kirishima and Toga that dinner would be ready soon. As the food was brought to the table, the others began to sit down. Bakugo grabbed soda from the fridge, while Todoroki and Tsuyu got glasses. Soon, everyone was enjoying a mix of soft and hard tortillas filled with chopped veggies, shredded cheese, and 𝐒𝐵𝐾𝐸 meat, topped with hot sauce and sour cream. The atmosphere was lively as the aspiring heroes chatted and enjoyed their meal together. Izuku observed the scene, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging. It was special to see 22 individuals, who had only recently met and were still learning about each other, coming together like a family. It was comforting to be back in the dorm, surrounded by friends. After dinner, Izuku and Todoroki cleaned up, washing the dishes while Bakugo took a nighttime stroll through the campus. Many of the quieter students retreated to their rooms, while the more extroverted ones enjoyed each other's company. Ida read his book, while Achiko, Kirishima, Toga, Shinso, Jiro, Mina, and Setsuna played cards in the dining room. Toru and Ojiro went to his room for the massage she had requested. Once the dishes were done, Izuku relaxed on the couch with Suka, who was watching a movie. Izuku laid his head in Itsuka's lap as she ran her slender fingers through his hair. It had been a long first day back, and he remarked that when one was stopping crime, the day just seemed to fly by. Itsuka shared that while he was off saving people, she had been a hairspray model for her pro, Iwabumi, the serpent-haired hero. She mentioned that her week had been lackluster, although they finally went on patrol, which was not what she would call a thrilling experience. Izuku reminded her that they had more internships ahead and 3 years to gain all the experience they needed. Itsuka agreed, saying that the upcoming camp should be fun, albeit exhausting. As they enjoyed their time together, Itsuka expressed her feelings for Izuku, and he reciprocated. They shared a tender moment, their emotions swirling around them like a storm. Izuku started to unbutton Itsuka's shirt, but she paused, remembering that their friends were nearby. She assured him that she wanted this as much as he did, but they would appear inappropriate in front of everyone, which would make things awkward for the next day. They decided to act as if they were heading to bed instead. As they turned off the TV, Izuku walked beside Kendo, who was in front of him, to discreetly hide his growing excitement. The group bid each other goodnight, and the couple made their way to the elevator. Bakugo returned just as Izuku and Kendo walked off, smirking to himself as he muttered about Izuku's enthusiasm for the night. He shrugged off his jacket and headed to the dining hall, where he joined a game with his friends, confident in his own sense of humor. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Izuku and Itsuka continued to share affectionate kisses as they made their way down the hall. When they reached Izuku's door, he fumbled with the handle before it finally opened. They stepped inside, and Izuku closed the door behind them, feeling a rush of excitement. He gently pushed Itsuka onto the soft bed, and they resumed their passionate exchange, their chemistry palpable. As they explored each other's affection, Izuku felt a surge of energy and excitement. He was determined to make the most of their time together, fully aware of the emotions that enveloped them. The night was young, and he was eager to show Itsuka just how much he cared for her. Izuku found himself positioned above Kendo, who seemed to beckon him closer. As he prepared to move, he felt a rush of anticipation. He gently pressed against her, and a soft sound indicated he had entered her. Kendo gasped slightly, adjusting to his presence, and he began to find a rhythm, moving with care. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as he picked up the pace, each movement bringing them both pleasure. Kendo encouraged him to go faster, and he complied, the bed rocking beneath them as they lost themselves in the moment. With a sudden shift, Izuku turned Kendo over, lifting her slightly as he continued. The intensity of their connection grew, and Kendo's reactions were filled with joy and exhilaration. Izuku felt a surge of energy as he moved with purpose, each move echoing in the room. Kendo was caught in a whirlwind of sensations, her body responding to his every move. The atmosphere was electric, and she could barely think amidst the overwhelming pleasure. As they continued, Izuku felt himself nearing his limit, and he communicated his feelings to Kendo, who encouraged him to let go when he was ready. With a final burst of energy, he reached his peak, and the moment was one of pure release. Afterward, they both lay back, breathless and content, with Kendo basking in the afterglow of their shared experience. Once they had settled, Kendo playfully remarked on the intensity of their encounter, and Izuku took it as a compliment. They both got up, tidying the room and preparing for the day ahead. After a refreshing shower, they made breakfast together, creating a feast of various foods. As they enjoyed their meal, their friends began to join them, filling the space with laughter and chatter about exams and internships. The day passed quickly, and soon it was time for class. They walked to their homeroom, engaging in their usual antics until their teacher arrived. The routine of school continued, and as the day came to a close, they made their way back to the dorms. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was still simmering with anger from the previous day, vowing to take action if he encountered Stain again. Kurohige reassured him that their plans were progressing. Shigaraki, however, was in no rush and decided to rethink his strategy. As the days turned into weeks, Class 1A dedicated themselves to training for the upcoming exams, balancing study sessions with rigorous workouts. Finally, the day of the exam arrived, and the classroom was filled with the sound of pencils moving across paper as they focused intently on their tasks. As the students finished their exam, they were instructed to put on their hero costumes and gather in front of the bus. They were headed to the exam testing grounds, and after changing, the 22 students found themselves in front of their teachers. Izuku wondered what the final task would be. The teacher welcomed Class 1A to the practical part of the exam, explaining that instead of fighting robots, they would face a greater challenge. The teacher revealed that the students would be in teams of 2, taking on one of the esteemed teachers. The teams were already decided based on their overall skill and teamwork. Kirishima was paired with Kendo, Tokoyami with Azui, Ida with Ojiro, Toga with Kodai, Kaminari with Ishido, Hagakure with Shoji, Uraraka with Aoyama, Jiro with Setsuna, Todoroki with Yayu, Shiro with Shinso, and finally, Midoriya with Bakugo. As the teams were formed, the students moved to an observation room while Kendo and Kirishima walked to their starting point. The exam began, and Cementos started creating walls of cement. Kirishima and Kendo strategized, realizing they needed to get past the walls quickly. Kendo proposed a daring plan to toss Kirishima over the walls to surprise Cementos. In the observation room, Izuku and Achiko watched intently. Recovery Girl noted Kirishima's warrior spirit and Kendo's strong judgment. As Kendo executed her plan, she spun Kirishima and launched him high above the walls. Kirishima hardened himself mid-air, aiming for Cementos. He landed with a thud, knocking the pro hero off his feet and quickly cuffing him. Kendo smashed through the last wall, her hands showing signs of strain. They celebrated their success as Recovery Girl healed Kendo's wounds. Next up were Tokoyami and Azui. Recovery Girl expressed confidence in their abilities. In their battle area, a clone of ectoplasm challenged them, creating more clones. Tokoyami defended against the clones while Azui used her tongue to propel him onto a raised platform. They navigated through the area, dodging the clones. Recovery Girl commented on Tokoyami's long-range skills and Azui's exceptional abilities. As more clones appeared, they worked together to evade capture. Tokoyami spotted a lone clone, realizing it must be the real one. Ectoplasm taunted them, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. As the giant clone lunged at them, the two students found themselves encased in a plaster-like substance. As they struggled, Azui had an idea. She instructed Tokoyami to call back Dark Shadow and not to look away. With a clever maneuver, Dark Shadow retrieved the cuffs and managed to wrap them around Ectoplasm's leg. The announcement confirmed that Tokoyami and Azui had passed. They received praise from their pro hero for their excellent teamwork. Back in the observation room, the students admired their clever strategy. As they turned their attention to the next match, Ida and Ojiro against Power Loader, anticipation filled the air. Ida and Ojiro stood in a dirt-filled arena, which provided an advantage for the pro as he began to dig into the ground. Ojiro expressed his surprise, wondering how the pro could do that and what they should do next. Ida suggested they find a pro more suited for this type of battle. In a rather amusing sight, Ida piggybacked Ojiro, who had a tail, as they prepared their next move. With determination, Ida boosted forward and leaped into the air, executing a powerful roundhouse kick. Meanwhile, Ojiro wrapped his tail around Ida's leg, spinning them both at incredible speed. Ida then tossed Ojiro above their teacher, and as Ojiro soared through the pass gate, a sound indicated they had successfully passed. However, Ida soon found himself in a predicament, buried neck-deep in dirt and calling for help. Back in the observation room, the onlookers noted their impressive teamwork, which was expected from one of the smartest students in the class. While they acknowledged his intelligence, they also playfully remarked on his dorky side. The next match was set to be Yui and Toga against Vlad King. Shinso Hitoshi was present, along with Midoriya Izuku, who received credit for his artistic contributions. Bakugo Katsuki was also in attendance, ready for the day alongside Ida Tenya. Uraraka Achiko, Kirishima Iru, and Masahiro Ojiro were all present as well. Hagakure Toru joined the group, and Azui Tsuyu announced her arrival. Mina Ishido was right there too, while Kaminari Denki acknowledged the teacher. Tokoyami Fumikage, Mizo Shoji, Yairozu Momo, Shirohanta, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, and Todoroki Shudo rounded out the gathering, with Kodai Yui also present. Izuku stepped out, his face mask hanging from his neck. He complimented his companion on their appearance, and they exchanged pleasantries. Izuku instructed them to follow him as they patrolled the neighborhood, reminding them of their roles in case of trouble. They agreed on the plan, with Izuku emphasizing the importance of waiting for his orders before taking action. As they began their morning patrol in the Tatooine district, Shudo noticed a gold and brown tower, the Endeavor Agency, a towering symbol of his father's ego. He took a deep breath, knowing he needed to learn from his father to improve his fire abilities, despite the emotional weight it carried. Ida rode into the Dagobah district, where he was interning with Muriko. He hoped to enhance his leg durability, strength, and power. He had heard that Muriko had a strong personality and was quite confident among other heroes, so he prepared himself to stand his ground if she was not fond of him. Meanwhile, Toru arrived at Kamui's agency and was walking to his office when she accidentally bumped into someone. She apologized, realizing she had not seen the floating clothes. The other person, Yutakiyama, introduced herself as MT Lady and informed Toru that Kamui was currently out on patrol but would return later. In Training Ground Delta, Toga and Yui were preparing for their exam. Toga asked Yui about her quirk, and Yui explained that her quirk, called size, allowed her to alter the size of anything she touched, though it didn't apply to living things. Toga mentioned her admiration for Vlad, a powerful BLD quirk user, and how she had been following him since she got her quirk. She believed that while Vlad was strong, he could be worn down if they made him use his quirk for too long. As the exam began, the air horn sounded, and Toga and Yui dashed toward the pro hero. Vlad challenged Toga, urging her to show her potential as a hero. Toga quickly consumed a vial of BLD, transforming into Bakugo. The transformation surprised everyone, and Toga charged at Vlad while Yui used her quirk to toss growing gears at him. Vlad countered by hardening his quirk, but Toga managed to blast him into a wall. Vlad grabbed Toga's arm and slammed her against the wall, bending her wrist in a way that was uncomfortable. Yui threw more small items to distract Vlad, and Toga seized the opportunity to strike back, hitting Vlad in the mouth. As various items struck the building, Toga attempted to blast Vlad again, but he recovered quickly and used his BLD to push her against the wall, hardening it to trap her. Vlad taunted Toga, asking what she would do next. Yui, determined to help, tossed some screws, and one of them smashed into Toga's BLD cage, shattering it. Toga then unleashed a powerful attack, sending Vlad crashing through another building. Running toward a fake jewelry store, Toga transformed into Vlad, revealing her clever strategy of swallowing some of his BLD before it hardened, allowing her to gain the upper hand. She used his quirk to freeze him in place and cuffed him. Yui caught up with Toga, who was still disguised as Vlad, and hugged her in celebration of their victory. Izuku watched with pride, noting how Toga had truly come into her own as a hero. As Yui released Vlad from his constraints, he stood up, praising the teamwork displayed by the two girls and Toga's impressive improvisation. As they headed for the observation room, Uraraka waved goodbye, heading off to her exam area. Toga excitedly recounted her plan to Yui, expressing her exhilaration over the battle. Yui chuckled, recalling her own feelings when facing Stain, and Toga felt empowered, likening herself to Wonder Woman. Yui reminded her that the adrenaline would wear off soon, and they would want to rest. Their conversation was interrupted by the announcement of the next battle, Kaminari and Ishido against Nedzu. The fight proved challenging, as Nedzu was relentless, driven by a longing for revenge against humanity for past experiments. In the end, Denki and Mina were unable to win, while Nedzu, the hybrid creature, laughed triumphantly, reminiscent of a mischievous Joker. Toru's new outfit, designed by Mei Hatsum, was equipped with cloaking devices and boots that muffled her steps. The next exam featured Shoji and Hagakure against Snipe. The battle was brief, but in the end, Shoji's bravery combined with Toru's stealth led them to victory as she managed to cuff the Texan-sounding hero. However, during the struggle he accidentally bumped into her, causing Toru to react strongly while Shoji walked away, a smirk on his duplicate mouth. In the exam room, Izuku watched as Ochako and Aoyama prepared for their turn. The other students conversed, observing the arena where 13 was using their black hole quirk to challenge them. Uraraka and Aoyama clung to a bar, trying to maintain their grip as their legs flailed. Uraraka pondered their situation, expressing concern about their plan, while Aoyama reassured her that he was in no rush. They exchanged playful banter, with Uraraka taking the lead and pushing off the bar. She twisted around, grabbing 13's left arm, while Yuga blasted with his laser to secure her other arm. Together, they brought 13 down, and Uraraka managed to cuff the pro hero, celebrating their success. Afterward, they made their way to the observation room, where Uraraka greeted Izuku, who congratulated her on passing. Aoyama decided to take a shower, leaving Uraraka to chat with Izuku about their performance. The next team was Jiro and Setsuna against Present Mike. In a forest clearing, they devised a plan, discussing Mick's loud and energetic nature and his dislike for the outdoors. They figured he would likely be near the gate, and Jiro suggested a distraction to allow her to slip past him. As the exam began, Present Mike shouted energetically, prompting Jiro to cover her ears while Setsuna sent her ears flying into the sky to escape the piercing sound. Jiro activated her speaker boots, sending out small sound waves to create a distraction. Setsuna split into pieces, some flying to the right and others to the left, while Present Mike continued to shout, trying to locate the source of the commotion. Jiro seized the opportunity to run as fast as she could, dodging Mick's attempts to swat at Setsuna's flying body parts. Just then, Jiro charged at her teacher, tackling him as she made her way through the passing gate. Setsuna quickly reassembled and jogged after her, celebrating their victory. In the observation room, the students discussed 𝐾𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 strategy, noting how they had effectively exploited their opponent's weaknesses. They acknowledged the risk involved but praised the cleverness of the plan. The next fight promised to be interesting, featuring Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against Eraserhead, a challenge that would test them both mentally and physically. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu found themselves in a suburban area of Tokyo, surrounded by tall houses and narrow streets. Momo, having lost her confidence since the sports festival, hesitated to share her plan. She felt it might seem foolish to Todoroki, but he encouraged her to speak up. Momo proposed that she create small objects while keeping her left hand ignited to detect Eraserhead's presence. She would then attempt to freeze him while Todoroki obscured his vision. Together, they prepared for the challenge ahead. Momo nodded as she started making some nesting dolls. The two of them ran, using their quirks in small ways. Todoroki asked what the backup plan was if their current strategy didn't work. Momo, feeling a sense of urgency, warned him that Aizawa was approaching. Aizawa leaped down, and Shudo jumped back, attempting a kick that the scruffy man dodged. Momo took off, while Aizawa quickly tied Todoroki up and lifted him into the air. Todoroki reminded Aizawa that he could freeze or burn his restraints to escape, but Aizawa advised him to be careful where he landed as he threw down what appeared to be caltrops. Before Todoroki could respond, Aizawa dashed off to find his partner. He noticed that Yaoyorozu seemed to want to say something but had been unusually quiet lately. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu found herself running in the wrong direction, flustered by the situation. She regretted fleeing instead of standing her ground alongside her partner. Real heroes didn't run away just because they were told to, they stayed and fought, even at great personal risk. Determined, she turned back. Aizawa used his capture gear to wrap around Yaoyorozu's wrist, catching her off guard. Despite being captured, she realized she could still use her quirk. Momo created a metal cylinder and managed to escape, heading back toward her teammate. Yaoyorozu, mature and intelligent, always tried to help her classmates and better herself, but emotionally, she was still a teenager. She hoped to overcome her confidence issues, but that wasn't her focus at the moment. Momo called out to Todoroki, assuring him she would get him down. She explained that she couldn't leave a friend behind. Apologizing for not letting her speak earlier, she emphasized that they needed to win this battle. As she helped free him, Aizawa caught up to them. Momo tossed the nesting dolls at Aizawa, who batted them away, revealing flashbangs. She warned him not to look, and when the flash went off, she turned and ran. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, still chasing after them. Todoroki decided to create a huge ice wall and ducked into an alley, grabbing Momo. In their tight spot, he expressed concern about her recent demeanor. Momo opened up about her feelings of inadequacy after being defeated quickly at the sports festival. She felt that her classmates were much better than she was. Todoroki reassured her that one slip-up didn't define her abilities. He reminded her that he had believed in her from the start, even voting for her as class representative. Momo, determined to help, began crafting what looked like Aizawa's scarf. Aizawa, watching from a rooftop, realized he couldn't use his quirk if he couldn't see them, but they were also at a disadvantage. He wrapped around what he thought was Momo, only to reveal a dummy and a catapult. 𝐒𝐬 hit the SWH, launching the fake scarf to confuse Aizawa. As Todoroki blasted the hero, the fake scarf hardened and wrapped around him, allowing Todoroki to cuff Aizawa. The speaker announced that Todoroki and 𝐒𝐬 had passed. Proud of their accomplishment, Todoroki bowed while Momo fought back tears of joy. He patted her on the back, praising her efforts and encouraging her to continue improving. Momo smiled, grateful for his support. They began walking to the observation room, reflecting on the intensity of the challenge. As they arrived, they greeted their classmates, who noted that everyone except Midoriya had passed. Midoriya mentioned he needed to devise a plan with Bakugo before leaving. As the students prepared for the second-to-last exam, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Shinso faced off against their teacher, Midnight, in a mountainous area. The slim young men moved cautiously, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 soon spotted the pink mist and quickly pulled Shinso away. He expressed his frustration at being tossed aside instead of warned about the mist. They both realized that speaking could lead to trouble. If Shinso spoke, they would lose instantly, and if he fought, he might not stand a chance. Shinso decided to run and hide behind a rock, feeling the pressure of the gas attack he hadn't accounted for in his costume design. Shinso's quirk was powerful, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 acknowledged its effectiveness against opponents. As they moved through the gate, the speaker announced the next match: Midoriya and Bakugo versus 𝐼𝐬, the most powerful pro-hero. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt a mix of concern for his friends and admiration for 𝐼𝐬's strength. Izuku and Bakugo approached the challenge like soldiers, fists clenched and ready. They discussed their strategy, considering how to push 𝐼𝐬 to his limits. Bakugo, known for his fiery temper, exchanged banter with Izuku, both determined to face their formidable opponent. As they entered the city, 𝐼𝐬 prepared himself, unleashing a punch that sent shockwaves through the streets, leaving destruction in its wake. The two young heroes felt the impact and quickly dashed toward 𝐼𝐬, who leaped into the air with a villainous flair. Izuku shouted for Bakugo to move as 𝐼𝐬 descended with tremendous force, creating a small crater upon landing. 𝐼𝐬 declared his intent to defeat them, and Bakugo responded with fierce determination, ready to unleash his explosive attacks. Bakugo attempted to blast 𝐼𝐬 but was swiftly caught and slammed into the ground. Izuku seized the moment to strike back, using his power to deliver a solid blow to 𝐼𝐬's midsection, pushing him back. The fight escalated as Bakugo launched another attack, but 𝐼𝐬 countered, showcasing his experience and strength. Izuku charged again, only to be sent flying by 𝐼𝐬's punch. Bakugo retaliated with a blast, momentarily staggering the pro-hero. Izuku took advantage of the distraction to land a powerful punch, surprising 𝐼𝐬. The battle intensified, with both boys refusing to back down, determined to prove their strength. As the fight continued, 𝐼𝐬 demonstrated his resilience, enduring their attacks while delivering punishing counters. Bakugo, fueled by his fiery spirit, unleashed a barrage of explosions, but 𝐼𝐬 retaliated with crushing force. The struggle between them was fierce, with Bakugo's determination shining through despite the odds stacked against him. With blood dripping from his head, Bakugo stood firm, vowing not to lose to 𝐼𝐬. He unleashed a final series of powerful blasts, pushing 𝐼𝐬 back and proving that he and Izuku were a force to be reckoned with. The battle raged on, each moment filled with tension and the promise of victory or defeat. Before 𝐼𝐬 could connect, Izuku, passing by Katsuki's shoulder, yelled out a powerful move. Izuku executed a dropkick to 𝐼𝐬's chest, sending the pro-hero careening toward the gate. He caught a fainting Bakugo, who looked exhausted. Izuku expressed his frustration, noting that they both were on their last legs. He emphasized that as long as they won, he would be satisfied. Bakugo, barely conscious, acknowledged the situation, and Izuku declared his intention to defeat All Might and secure their victory. As Bakugo fell unconscious, All Might began to rise, standing tall and smiling. He addressed Izuku, acknowledging his determination to finish the battle right then and there. The two charged at each other, their fists colliding with a force that sent debris flying. Both mentor and student exchanged powerful punches, their resolve evident in their expressions. After a minute of intense combat, Izuku seized All Might's fist, fell backward, and rolled, extending his legs to launch All Might into the air. All Might soared before crashing into a bus, tipping it over. Izuku quickly regained his footing and, using his quirk, leaped high into the air, coming down with a knee strike aimed at All Might's gut. All Might grunted in response, and Izuku declared that it was over. He cuffed All Might, concluding the final exams. The announcement confirmed that both Midoriya and Bakugo had passed. Izuku pulled All Might from the bus, and the pro hero commended the duo for their relentless fighting spirit, even when one of them was down. He praised their determination, stating that it was the true mark of a hero. Izuku expressed gratitude for the opportunity to fight and acknowledged his growth. He decided to take Bakugo to the infirmary. Meanwhile, back in the observation chamber, the other students were left in stunned silence, reflecting on the incredible battle they had just witnessed. They expressed admiration for Midoriya and Bakugo's efforts, recognizing the intensity of the fight. As the exams concluded, the students in the observation room changed into their uniforms and caught a bus back to the university, then walked to the dorms. Upon entering, they were greeted by friends eager to discuss the day. Kiri shared a video of Bakugo and Midoriya battling All Might, and the group exchanged thoughts on the stressful day. In the infirmary, Izuku and Bakugo received treatment for their injuries, but Katsuki remained unconscious. Izuku focused on regaining his strength, while All Might received a stern talking to from Recovery Girl. All Might expressed his relief that Izuku was okay and apologized for pushing him too hard. Izuku reassured him that it was fine, understanding that he needed to be challenged. All Might reminded Izuku that, despite nearing adulthood, they were still students who needed protection. Izuku mentioned his progress with his quirk, hoping to improve further during the upcoming training camp. He sensed that Shigaraki was planning something and needed to prepare. After their conversation, Izuku left the infirmary and headed back to the dorms. At the dorms, students unwound in various ways. Kiri and Ojiro watched TV, while Momo and Ida read in the dining room. Achiko, Kendo, Jiro, and Setsuna played Uno. As everyone engaged in their activities, Izuku walked through the door, catching Setsuna's attention. The group welcomed him back, and Kendo hugged him warmly. They exchanged playful banter about the recent fight against All Might, with Kiri and Ojiro expressing relief that he was okay. Izuku planned to take a shower and prepare dinner, then headed to the elevator, making his way to his dorm room. He opened the door and shut it behind him, ready to unwind after an eventful day. He begins to undress and wraps a towel around himself before heading to the boys' shower. As he showers, he doesn't notice the stall door open, and suddenly, two muscular arms wrap around his waist. He glances behind him, surprised to see Itsuka. She explains that she needed a shower too and thought it would be fine to join him, considering their relationship is already known. They share the shower for about 20 minutes before stepping out. Izuku and Itsuka dry off and wrap towels around themselves before heading to their rooms. After changing, they make their way downstairs. Izuku heads to the kitchen while Itsuka goes to the dining table to rejoin her game of Uno, which she plays with a competitive spirit. In the Kamino ward, in an abandoned bar, Shigaraki watches Izuku's hero speech repeatedly, rewinding it after each cut. An associate interrupts him, announcing that the recruits are ready to meet him. With a sigh, Shigaraki instructs them to come in. 6 individuals enter the room, and he encourages them to introduce themselves. A young woman with long, deep green hair and snake-like eyes steps forward. Her body is that of a woman, but the lower half resembles a snake, adorned in a brown leather coat with a green and brown boa wrapped around her neck. She introduces herself as Envy and introduces her companion, Medusa. Shigaraki acknowledges her presence before moving on to the next recruit. A man with noticeable scars, dressed in black jeans and a coat over a white t-shirt, introduces himself as Dabi. He makes a sarcastic remark about Shigaraki's appearance, which is met with a sharp response. Another recruit, dressed in a black and gray bodysuit with a mask, introduces himself as Twice. Shigaraki expresses his frustration with the group, urging them to keep introductions brief. Next, a man who resembles a gecko, dressed in a stained cosplay, introduces himself as Spinner, expressing his admiration for Stain's ideals. Shigaraki warns him to keep his enthusiasm in check. A woman in a white t-shirt and baggy blue jeans introduces herself as Big Sis Magna, clarifying her gender to avoid confusion. Finally, a man in an orange-collared shirt with a black vest and a magician's top hat introduces himself as Mr. Compress, expressing his eagerness to work with Shigaraki. Shigaraki steps onto the bar and shares his plan. He informs the recruits that they will track a phone to locate a secluded training camp. He instructs them to stay low and out of sight, emphasizing the importance of informing him or 𝐒𝐬 before going out. As the villains nod in agreement and leave, 𝐒𝐬 questions Shigaraki's trust in them. Shigaraki replies that only time will tell. Meanwhile, in an apartment in the red light district of Dagoba, Dabi removes his jacket and sits on the edge of his bed, lighting a cigarette. He pulls out his phone and makes a call, informing someone that he is in and will provide updates once he learns the plan. With a sense of determination, he acknowledges that this is just the beginning.